This guy is the #1 player on the server. In the game, he's a hero praised by all for his absolute power. Wealth and beautiful women, he had it all. But in real life, it was the complete opposite, a pathetic sight. That's because he borrowed 1 billion won from loan sharks to buy a virtual reality gaming machine. His job writing game guides didn't bring in much either. You should know he wasn't always a nobody. With an IQ of 200, he had once stood at the pinnacle of glory. Talk about falling from grace and getting addicted was the worst part. Today he continues on his path as a hero. But as soon as he logged in, a little lowly girl suddenly appeared before him, claiming to be the game master, named Aquila. He thought the kid was just messing around. But with just a snap of her fingers, all the characters suddenly froze in place. Seeing this, Jiagan got a little scared. Could it be she wasn't lying after all? She started telling him about the new event celebrating the game's 7th anniversary. A new world has opened, become the first to clear it with a new character. Maybe you'll find the end of the game there. He listened with frustration. I haven't even cleared the game with this character yet. But when he heard about the 25 billion prize, his eyes lit up with fire. Aquila even directly transferred 30 million won into his account. This made him scream with ecstatic joy. He didn't even realize he had become the top spender on the server with over 500 million. He accepted the quest. Immediately, she grew large wings with the power to tear through space and time. In a flash, they appeared on another planet with a wooden door in front of them. Aquila pointed at it, saying that was the door to the new world. He headed straight for it without hesitation. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her, "Don't forget about the prize money. I'm definitely getting it this time." Just as he stepped through the door, the little girl made another announcement. "If you die in the game, you'll die in the real world too." Oh crap, I got tricked again. Then came his agonizing scream. Jiagan landed with a thud in the beginner's forest. He struggled to get up. What is this painful sensation? Could that little brat have been telling the truth? This is so frustrating. Just you wait, you little lolly. He roared with rage. Just then, the system display sent a notification, "Welcome, savior of humanity. Begin the game." After suddenly falling into this forest, Jiagan had to travel on foot to find his way. After half a day, his whole body was trembling. He had to use a stick for support, and his face was visibly haggard. "I'm so thirsty." He angrily gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Aquila, that damn brat, I'll never forgive her." The status window appeared, and looking at his own stats, the hatred in his heart grew even stronger. She just had to give me this garbage character. Max health is only 20, not to mention only 3 mana. Suddenly, the sound of water echoed from a distance. Jiagan noticed it. Immediately, he whipped his head around as if he'd discovered something. That's right. A moment later, he found a stream with water so clear he could see the bottom. He cried tears of joy, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness I happened to read a Bear Grylls survival guide. Forget Aguero, but thank heavens this game is so realistic." Immediately after, Jaewon lowered his head and drank greedily. Of course, another sound echoed nearby, and the figure of a young woman appeared. Jaewon heard the sound and looked up to see what was ahead. A young woman wrapped in a towel stood in his line of sight. Haiwon was instantly stunned. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, and the lovely view was on full display right before his eyes. As he gazed at the sight, he got a nosebleed without even realizing it, and the water from his mouth spilled to the ground like a waterfall. The system immediately sent a notification, "You are aroused. You have lost blood." Kaiwan wondered to himself, "Oh my god, who is she?" The young woman seemed completely unaware, casually washing her body. Jaewon's eyes lit up. He was so captivated by her that he paid no attention to his surroundings. The next second, a display panel appeared. "Please pay to unlock the DLC." At that, Jaewon snapped and yelled, "What, you're actually making me pay to unlock the DLC? I thought this was the full version." Just then, a group of 4 witches closed in behind him. One of them spoke, "Hey kid, you have to pay if you want to see the rest." Looking at them, Jaewon didn't hesitate and immediately asked, "How much?" A moment later, his hands were tied tightly, and he was thrown to the ground. Jaewon was in so much pain he wanted to cry. He gritted his teeth and stared straight ahead. The young woman bathing in the stream was a witch. "She's part of a group with the other 4. A scornful voice rang out, "Shut up, you pervy little brat." The system then warned Jaewon, "You are losing blood." She leaned down close to his face, sticking out her tongue teasingly. "If you behave, I might even leave your pants on." With that, she stood up, turned around, and laughed triumphantly. He wasn't the only one captured. There was another man here, too. The man asked with concern, "Are you okay?" But Jaewon ignored him and gritted his teeth, asking the witches, "At least tell me how much." Hearing this, the man asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Jaewon forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." The man looked at him and introduced himself. "I see my name is Lud. I'm a monster hunter." He politely introduced himself back. "I'm Jaewon. Why are you here?" Lud recalled what had just happened and explained, "I was just unlucky. I got lost near the witch forest while chasing my prey." After hearing his story, Jaewon thought to himself, "That sounds really unlucky." Then Lud asked Kaiwon in return, "How did you end up here?" He answered vaguely with some embarrassment, "It's a similar story to yours." In his mind, he thought, "I had no choice but to fall down here." After hearing that, Lud sighed helplessly. "I don't know what you've been through, but that's really too bad. You look so young." Jaewon just then spotted a sharp object nearby that could cut the rope. He smirked and replied, "It's fine." He looked towards the group of witches and continued confidently, "Situations like this are my specialty." Hearing that, Lud seemed to find it unbelievable and whispered to him, "You have a way out." Jaewon didn't answer, but in his heart, he was absolutely certain, "Of course I do." His gaze was glued to the group of witches. "Because I'm the one who wrote the guide on how to defeat these witches." Jaewon recalled writing the game guide section for the company. "It took me a whole 3 days to finish that." The Havo Coven, they're called that because they appear in the Havo Forest. Their names are Gunnar Kadu, Andrea Fang Hun, and finally Hee Juju, even though they're the first bosses that players are forced to get past. Thousands of people have died because of them, so they're famous for that reason too. Suddenly, a cunning and calculating smile appeared on Jaewon's face. If you look closely, they don't actually get along with each other at all. Seeing him lick his lips like a hungry predator, Lud behind him got a little scared. "Hey, your face." Jaewon didn't hesitate another second and spoke up. "Now that I think about it, Miss Fugun, you're still alive." Fugun immediately whipped her head around with a shocked expression. A system notification just arrived. You have provoked Fugun." Jaewon smiled as he sowed discord. "I clearly remember Miss Hee Juju saying she was going to kill you. I told you to shut up." Hearing him say that, the color drained from Fugun's face. "Wait." She gritted her teeth in anger. "Who's killing who?" The system announced. "You have successfully provoked Fugun. Fugun Note hates Hee Juju." Jaewon took the chance to add more fuel to the fire. "I definitely heard her say she would kill you to take all your assets." Lud whispered to him from behind, "Are you serious?" Fugun's anger exploded really. Hee Juju, however, remained very calm and asked her, "Do you really believe him?" Jaewon's expression was incredibly tense. "It's not over yet." Hee Juju opened her palm, a greedy glint in her eyes. "It's not like you're using all that money, right? Why not give me some?" The system sent another notification. "You have successfully provoked Hee Juju. Hee Juju Note covets Fugun's assets." After reading it, Jaewon thought to himself, "Perfect." Andita, standing to one side, clapped his hands happily and said, "So that's why Dudu was making an acid bomb." Andita's note oblivious to the atmosphere. Gunda only cared about food. Whatever is the food ready. Yet Gunda's note very gluttonous. Kandura shouted excitedly, "What's this? Is there a fight I want in?" Kandura's note loves to fight. The group of Havo witches was thrown into chaos by J1, each one saying something that didn't match the others, making more noise than a chaotic marketplace. "So that's why you've been acting so insolent lately. Let go of my hair, you psycho. Dudu is always insolent. Fight, fight." A new notification from the system. "You have successfully provoked the 5 witches of Havo." Seeing the dog-eat-dog scene in front of him, J1 laughed with great amusement. Yes, everything is going according to plan. People might think they have good teamwork because of their title, but this coven of witches has no coordination at all. They just fight among themselves without realizing it, which is why it was as easy as pie for them to kill thousands of people by making them fight each other. Seeing that the time was right, J1 turned to Rut and said, "Rut, we should take this opportunity to retreat." He looked at him and remarked, "You're really not someone to be trifled with, are you?" J1 quickly untied them both, but didn't leave right away, instead grabbing the rug that the group of Havo witches was standing on. His face showed clear anger, and a scheme was already forming in his mind. Right after that, he pulled the rug hard, flinging the whole group of witches into the air. All 5 of them landed squarely in a boiling cauldron. Bubbling sounds and terrible screams. Having gotten his revenge, J1 pointed ahead with a smile and said, "The exit's that way, Rut." He looked at him with a wary expression and replied, "All right." Right after he quickly issued a command, new notifications popped up one after another, and Daida receives 100 damage or Dudu receives 100 damage. In his mind, J1 secretly mocked the Havo witches, stupid witches. They really are foolish, but they give a lot of EXP. Suddenly, a snake lunged towards him, wrapping tightly around J1's leg, preventing his escape. The display also warned, "Fu Gon's snake has ensnared you. Your movement is restricted." Even while struggling in the cauldron, Fu Gon wanted to drag him down with her. "You treacherous human, I won't die alone." The snake under Fu Gon's control began to attack J1. Seeing him in a dangerous situation, the system issued continuous warnings. J1 on the ground struggling with the snake yelled loudly, "Damn it, let go of me." "Get off." He clenched his teeth and cursed internally. "Damn it, I forgot this character of mine is pathetically weak." Just in the nick of time, Rut turned back to save J1. "Let me help." He drew his sword and swung it forcefully, Rut's decisive slash sending Fu Gon's snake's head flying. After dealing with the danger, he turned to him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" J1 was still a little shaken, but answered firmly, "I'm fine. Thank you." Then he immediately regained his composure and asked, "Rut, may I borrow your bow for a moment?" Hearing this, Rut seemed quite surprised. You know how to use a bow. Although he didn't answer, he handed the bow to him. As soon as he received the bow, the system immediately updated its information. Rut's bow attack, 15 range 30. J1 raised the bow and aimed it straight at the group of Havo witches, his voice incredibly cold, just a little. He didn't shoot at them, but aimed directly at something else. The large jar placed on a shelf right above their heads. The jar shattered instantly, and the whole group of witches looked up in astonishment. Dudu was the first to realize the problem. Her whole body began to tremble. "Wait. This is not good." Fu Gon, not understanding what was happening, immediately shouted, "What the hell is that?" Dudu screamed in horror, "It's the acid bomb." Fu Gon finally realized and screamed in a panic. What acid spilled out of the jar, and the entire group of witches trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the acid was about to make contact with something. The next second, a huge explosion erupted with crimson flames soaring high. The Havo witch's house was now nothing but a desolate ruin. A piece of debris happened to fall and hit J1 on the head. The system immediately announced, "You were just hit by debris. You lost 1 health." Rut, standing beside him, mumbled worriedly, "Did we get them?" J1, with a lump on his head, his face darkening, yelled, "Don't say that." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of notifications appeared on the display. "You have earned the achievement. Witches are nothing." "You have defeated Dudu, a witch of the Havo forest." "You have defeated Fu Gon, a witch of the Havo forest." "You have defeated Kandura, a witch of the Havo forest." "You have defeated Andaida, a witch of the Havo forest." "You have defeated Gunda, a witch of the Havo forest." You received a total of 323,760 experience points. You received 5,000 achievement points. After reading, J1 shouted, "We got them." Rut exclaimed in response, "That's really great." Looking at the numbers on the display, J1 couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This is awesome. To get this much at a low level is really lucky. Now I just need to get that item. Rut then remembered his contribution and expressed his gratitude. "I thought I was done for you saved me." He took out something that immediately caught J1's attention, although it's not much. Rut smiled as he prepared to hand him a bag. "But would you accept this as a token of my gratitude model?" The system notification popped up almost instantly. "You have received a red dragon fruit." John's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this at all. "Are you really giving these to me? I don't remember this happening in my previous playthrough." Ruth smiled and explained to him, "I thought they seemed valuable, so I took them from the witch's place." As soon as he finished speaking, John snatched the bag from his hand. "Thanks." Without hesitation, he emptied the entire bag into his mouth, and his sudden action left Ruth too stunned to react. John's muscular strength instantly increased. "You are now a dragon bone possessing immense power." He greedily chewed the remaining red dragon fruits in his mouth. "I can see my stats skyrocketing: strength plus 100, agility plus 120, stamina plus 150. They've increased. A regular player like me could never have dreamed of this. I'm so lucky." Seeing this, Ruth just smiled faintly as he watched him. His interest piqued. Ruth held out his hand and offered, "Are you interested in monster hunting?" However, John just looked at him coldly, his mouth still full and chewing. Then he swallowed everything in one gulp, leaving the other man speechless. After he finished eating, John waved his hand and replied, "Sorry, but I have things to do." Hearing this, Ruth remarked, "Such a busy young man." But then he suddenly realized something. Wait, isn't this an opportunity? He quickly pieced things together. I don't have a class yet, so I have nowhere to use this massive amount of experience, and it'll just disappear after a month anyway. Meanwhile, Ruth had turned to leave. Well, I'll be on my way. But John suddenly held up 3 fingers. 3 months. His tone was full of confidence as he declared to him, "Will 3 months be enough?" As for Ruth, that arrogance made him scoff, "Not 3 years." And so the two of them headed deep into the forest, where lush green canopies grew so close together they obscured the path. When he found a suitable spot, he said, "First, go into the forest and hide anywhere you want." Ruth leaned casually against a tree with one hand. "I'll find you in 30 minutes. His request surprised John a little. The monster tracking skill from the hunter skill tree. He's moving things along quickly. And so, Ruth stayed by the waterfall while John quickly ran off to hide. I've explored this forest countless times. His arm even twitched slightly with excitement. I could navigate this forest with my eyes closed. That was all he needed. John instantly shot off like a flash. I remember every single little branch. First, he easily leaped over small branches. The dense canopy makes it easy to lose your way, and poisonous spores from toxic mushrooms are scattered everywhere. From his memories, dangerous scenes flashed before his eyes, and fierce beasts even more dangerous than the witches. John continued swinging on vines. Most of it is already etched into my mind. Plus, thanks to the red dragon fruit, my stamina is nearly maxed out. Even now, he was still smirking arrogantly to himself. He won't find me that easily. But a moment later, John's expression froze in shock. Ruth appeared with a frightening expression. "Peekaboo." He was immediately thrown into a panic. "Wait, what?" Then he began to grade him. 50 points. Try harder, but for your enthusiasm and effort, I'll add 10 bonus points. John, still in disbelief, hurriedly asked, "How did you find me?" That reaction only amused him more. "You look so curious." Then Ruth rubbed his chin and muttered cheerfully, "It's been a while since I've had such an interesting student." And after that opening act, he led them elsewhere. "Now, let's give it our all." The system immediately announced, "You have completed the quest, Hunter's Initiation. A new quest has been updated, the Hunter's Challenge." Following that, countless achievements appeared one after another. You have received the Monster Hunter class. You have learned the Herbalism skill. You have learned the Intermediate Swordsmanship skill. You have learned the Survival skill. You have learned the Musketry skill. John witnessed all of this through the system window with a satisfied smile. But gradually that smile twisted into something more distorted and cunning. And so the training proceeded smoothly in that deserted forest. "I look forward to working with you." Before long, 3 months had passed. To Ruth's surprise, "You've already learned all of that." John pointed towards the forest and mountains. "You don't seem to believe me, do you? In that case, you go hide, master." As he wished, Ruth quickly stood up and said, "I've always admired your passion." "All right then, I'll hide." Before leaving, Ruth didn't forget to whisper, "But if you can't find me within an hour, you're cooking dinner tonight." Without a hint of fear, he immediately replied, "Of course, master." Just then, Ruth's figure vanished, revealing that terrifying face. "I've been looking forward to this." As for Ruth, he was now clinging to a high cliff face. He was glad to have found such a skilled disciple so late in his life. His palm tightened its grip on his handhold. Should I make it a little easier for him? At the same time, Ruth confidently thought that if he hid on the edge of this cliff, he wouldn't be found for at least an hour. However, just as he finished that thought, Ju's hand grabbed him by the ankle. Caught so unexpectedly, Ruth could only turn his head and unconsciously blurt out, "Huh?" Right below him, Ju flashed a devilish smile. Peekaboo, this left Ruth completely stunned. "What?" The next time he tried, he was found just as easily. "So this is where you were." He thought to himself, "It's only been 3 months." After that, he tried his best, but Ju just made him turn pale with fright. "Found you." This only confused Ruth more. He's already learned everything. The longer the game of chase went on, the more it seemed like a leisurely stroll for Ju. "Found you." Meanwhile, Ruth was in a complete panic. "It took me 5 years to learn this." This continued until Ruth hid in a dark cave. He trembled and said to himself, "There's no way he'll find me all the way in here, right? Surely not." At the same time, behind him, a giant creature was sound asleep. "This is a hellhound's den." But that fantasy was shattered when Ju's voice rang out tip number 1 from the guardian of humanity. Appearing out of nowhere, he made Ruth jump. Not even an earthquake could wake a sleeping hellhound. After scaring Ruth to his heart's content, Ju smugly asked, "Did I pass?" In response, Ruth just stared back with a stubborn, sweat-drenched face. When they got back outside, he praised him. "That was amazing. To think you mastered all those skills in just 3 months." Ju humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings, master." However, he denied it. "No, it's because of your talent." In reality, he had already leveled up a 5-hit combo skill. "Come on, master, it was all thanks to you." Hearing that, Ruth burst out laughing. "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Ju thought to himself, "I maxed out all my skills using the massive EXP from the Great Witch Hunt." In the end, Ruth was still full of praise. "You're truly skilled. You even remember the tips I taught you about the monster ecosystem. Did I teach you about hellhounds?" In response to that question, he just gave a practiced smile, "Because I'm the real author of that monster ecosystem." Then Ruth awkwardly admitted to him, "I've never met anyone like you before. You're definitely destined for great things." Soon after, he became a little curious. "What do you plan to do now? Is it that mission you mentioned before?" Ju answered bluntly, "First, I'm going to make money. Everything starts with money." That idea intrigued Ruth. "Excellent. I have a close friend who works as a mercenary. How about it want to try being a mercenary?" At his suggestion, Ju thought deeply. "Oh ho, that sounds like an attractive offer. Being a mercenary is the best way to make money at the start." Ju's thoughts grew more excited. Most importantly, it's freelance and flexible. If I'm lucky, I might even meet the guardians of this game. Just like that, Ju enthusiastically shook Ruth's hand. "I'll be a mercenary." He quickly agreed, "Is that so?" Next, he held out a shiny object. "Then take this. It's my old mercenary insignia. My friend will recognize you immediately because of it." At the same time, Ruth said sincerely, "Good luck." He immediately replied with vigor, "Yes, Master Ruth." And so the two went their separate ways with different ideals. Perfect. I defeated the witch, got a class. This is a great start. Ju looked at the insignia again with conviction. At this rate, even a happy ending isn't far off. He didn't want to see the ending where the mysterious Aquila held a block of wood in her hand. Who knows, maybe it exists. There are still clues that lead to the true ending. And now he was ready to press the log out button. That's right. You never know when you're going to die. That's what makes this death game so exciting. Ju told himself that he had to make use of this tension. To show his determination, he even slapped himself hard across the face. Then Ju confidently took his first steps. "Just you wait, Aquila. I swear I'll reach the true ending." At the same time, a milestone was marked by the system. You have completed the hidden quest, the Hunter's Trial. New quest, updated, join the Mercenary Guild. The scene then shifts to Aquila's location as she laughed uncontrollably. She was laughing so hard she had to wipe away tears from her face. That scene must have been hilarious. Tricking all those witches like that was brilliant. Then Aquila said cheerfully, "It's a good thing I kept an eye on him." Suddenly, a pair of slender legs landed behind her amidst a noble aura as Vanpuga slowly spoke. "Is that him? He's certainly no ordinary person." Noticing her presence, Aquila teased playfully, "What's this? Do you like him?" Gradually, her beautiful face appeared right behind her Vanpuga. Then Vanpuga gently brushed her hair aside and replied, "Aquila, I am a god. How could I possibly look at a human I must protect in that way?" Hearing this, she just giggled. Why not? He's cute. But in response to that jest was her stern gaze. In contrast, Aquila said cheerfully, "You're always so serious. You used to be much more fun back in the day." Setting that aside, she gently placed her hand on the chair and changed the subject. "That was a long time ago. Anyway, have you really paid off his debt?" She quickly replied, "That was settled a long time ago." Vanpuga glanced over and questioned, "So he's still working to pay off a debt he doesn't know has already been cleared?" Aquila just laughed nonchalantly. "That's right." This made her exclaim, "You're so cruel." Even so, Aquila continued to watch Yu with amusement. Why not? It's interesting, just look at him. On the screen, Yu was chatting amicably with Ruth. So full of life. Vanpuga slowly nodded. "You're terrible." Her playful voice rang out in reply, "Thanks." Then she suddenly brought up something else. "So Aquila, is he part of your plan?" This time, Vanpuga was a bit suspicious as she questioned her, "Or is he just a toy?" In return, Aquila simply crossed her legs nonchalantly and thought for a moment. But she quickly came to an answer, perhaps a promising talent. As she finished speaking, her eyes flushed pink with excitement. At the same time, Yu was on his way to the next location. Let's keep observing. After his diligent journey, Yu collapsed from exhaustion. My legs hurt so much. The system simultaneously announced, you are in a state of exhaustion. In his frustration, he blurted out, why is this damn forest so tough? Even so, Yu managed to push himself up. It's only thanks to this body that I could get out of the forest in half a day. Time to keep going. Then a large city came into his view, the Mercenary Guild, right before his eyes. Then Yu quickly entered the city and stopped by an eatery, causing a bell to ring. As soon as he walked in, Susan came out with a bright smile. Welcome to Frankson's Best Tavern. Claire also welcomed him. How may I help you, sir? The system immediately updated. You have entered the Frankson Tavern. As for you, their beautiful looks left him flustered and dumbfounded. Actually, I'm looking for someone. Hearing this, she replied cheerfully, I see, let me show you to a seat first. Next, he also took in the atmosphere around him. As expected, a tavern is the best place to gather information. Good drinks, happy people, the fragrant smell of food. If there's any place to get information on mercenaries, this is it. Yu's eyes quickly scanned the young men. People talk more when they're in high spirits. Thinking it over, he suddenly blushed, and above all, the waitresses are so cute. As his eyes darted around in delight, Yu asked curiously, this is the place. By the way, do you know someone named Ribbert? The moment he finished speaking, the noise and the people in the tavern instantly froze. Claire, standing nearby, trembled in fear. Sir, that name is forbidden here. Hearing this, Yu was even more surprised. Huh? Why? What answered him was Susan's terrified expression. He's very dangerous. My boyfriend got involved with him once. Her next stammered words horrified him even more, and he came back looking like a mummy. Susan even added, other people here have also suffered because of him. At the same time, the system provided information. Tavern morale has decreased. Meanwhile, the young men in the tavern trembled, saying, heard you caught another rat. Nice job. No, I just managed to kill a slime. Rats are still too much for me. Seeing this scene, Yu thought to himself, Ruth, what the hell did you get me into? Before he could recover, Claire hurriedly pushed him. Sir, run, he's coming. The situation threw him into utter confusion. Huh? What? Suddenly, Yu's face bumped into someone's hard-muscled body. The pain made him groan and hold his head. Who's there? Then the person in front of him answered in a gruff voice. It's me. Ribbert's stern and equally terrifying face then appeared. My name is Ribbert Trask. Then, in a fleeting second, he saw the badge on his hip. He casually snatched it. What's this? Isn't this Ruth's mercenary badge? Then you must be the one. In return, Yu was completely surprised, since when was he? As for Ribbert, he quickly burst out laughing cheerfully. Great, I was just looking for a teammate. I mean a partner. However, Yu was now terrified. What did you just say? That doesn't sound like a teammate. That bastard Ruth. In contrast to him, the man flashed a wicked smile. Just kidding. At that moment, Yu silently promised himself, just you wait, Ruth. You're dead the next time I see you. With that meeting, we moved outside. And just like that, I ended up becoming a comrade, or rather an unwilling companion, dragged into the war between the Elector and the Pyramid faction. Ribes nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, you catch on quick. You're a sharp one. Then he let out a loud laugh, making Ju suspicious. Even though this feels like being forcibly drafted into some country's army, this is actually a fantastic opportunity. But in his mind, he was calculating carefully. The Elector is one of the guardians of this game, one of the pillars of the Ban region. Ju silently stroked his chin and smiled. Through him, I can find clues about the other guardians. Suddenly, a loud trumpet blast echoed right beside them, and Ribes immediately threw an arm around his shoulder. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. However, that action accidentally triggered the system. You have been ambushed, HP decreased by 30. Following that, a troop of heavily armored soldiers marched impressively down the road. It was the Elector's escort. He looked at the scene, admiring himself. My God, look at me, I'd fit right in with that group. Ju beside him was also impressed. This situation is a little different from what I imagined. I used to be on the opposing side. Along with them, he quickly spotted Philip. Is that the Elector over there in the distance? He really looks like a villain. At the same time, the system announced, you have just seen the Elector a guardian. But it didn't stop there. Ju's expression changed even more dramatically. The more clearly he saw the other person, the more his jaw dropped in disbelief. She's here now. Ju's gaze was fixed on a head of long, flowing hair. The person held the reins tightly in her hand, and the sword at her hip gleamed brightly. Just from that appearance, he recognized her instantly. Van Vegas is here too. Suddenly, Philip slowly turned his gaze towards her. Then he asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong?" In contrast, Van Vegas seemed a bit surprised. She looked, but she quickly denied it and tried to look down. "It's nothing, sir." And so the troops moved farther away from Ju. "The battle awaits." Philip's voice replied softly, "It does." Back with Ju, he was now recalling old memories. She was my companion in previous playthroughs. But what followed was a brutal scene, and I could never save her in any of them. In those lives, Ju could only grit his teeth and endure. The outcome was always the same. Suddenly, Ribes asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Outwardly, he replied quietly, "No." But in his heart, Ju thought differently. This time, even if I have to risk my life. And with that firm resolve, he began to walk. I have to achieve an ending where she's still alive. The next place the two of them went to was the mercenaries' training ground. There, everyone was, for themselves, constantly competing with each other. And that atmosphere made Ju force a smile. Damn, this is intense. Is this the Marine Corps? Ribes, who was beside him, suddenly came over. "It's starting, huh?" The system quickly updated. "You have entered the Robert Chat Mercenary Company's training grounds." Then he said cheerfully, "Perfect timing. They're choosing a squad leader through one-on-one duels, and there's prize money too." Hearing Ribes' words, he watched how they fought each other. Pride and money, huh? Even so, Ju calmly thought to himself, "I only came here to get closer to the elector. All right, it's best to just keep quiet for now." Meanwhile, Ribes grabbed his shoulder firmly. "You'll be participating too." Just like that, he shoved that intimidating face of his close. Of course, the king wouldn't send some clueless guy here, would he? His words made Ju tremble uncontrollably. Did anyone ask for my opinion? As for Ribes, after making his declaration, he shouted to the entire area, "Anyone want to test their skills against the new guy?" The immediate response was a chorus of excited shouts from countless people. "A new guy, I'm first," then arguments broke out continuously. "No, let me." In the midst of the chaos, he could only smile helplessly. I can't even object, this feeling is so familiar. Well then, I guess I'll have to gain some influence first. But very quickly, someone was chosen and was now facing Ju. First, he still offered a polite greeting. "I'm Mark, it's a pleasure to meet you." At the same time, the system displayed, "The mercenary Mark has challenged you to a one-on-one duel." His next words were suddenly filled with contempt. "Look at your body, one hit and you'll snap in two." In return, he was silently sizing up his opponent. "I'm top tier, a real prize." How rude. A picture of me would get 1,000 likes, you know. The long-winded introductions quickly ended when Ribes spoke up. "Are both sides ready?" At his words, both of them became serious and took their stances ready to fight. Good begin. Just a second after the command, Mark took the initiative and lunged forward at great speed. The price for that recklessness was his sword being knocked away. The expressions on Ribert and the others immediately changed to surprise. As for the battle, Mark was now knocked out and a notification appeared. "You have defeated the mercenary Mark. Reputation plus 15. Just like that, countless shouts erupted. What just happened? Mark went down in just one hit. Meanwhile, Ju sneered inwardly. "That's to be expected. After eating the red dragon fruit, my strength is now on par with a goblin's." Before he could even rest, countless people swarmed him. "I have to know what you're using." "Fight me." Me too, me too." Facing this chaos, he started sweating bullets nervously. "One at a time, please." And so, Ju proceeded to take down another person with intermediate swordsmanship, reputation plus 15. The next one was tightly bound by his monster binding technique, reputation plus 15. Not stopping there, Ju also used a monster headbutt on his opponent's face, reputation plus 15. After many had been defeated, a confident voice suddenly rang out, "What is this farce? You're all embarrassing yourselves in front of a new recruit." An update window also appeared beside him. "Mercenary Sarlot is provoking you." Sarlot himself then strode forward aggressively. "I will be your opponent." In contrast to him, Ju was terrified. What is that thing? Is he even human with that size? Because of that, he hurriedly opened the settings screen. "This is too much log out, I have to get out." However, the log out button just stayed there unresponsive. What the hell, I can't even log out. Helpless in his current situation, Ju wearily raised a finger. "Thanks again for this Aquila. Just let me rest for a bit. Just a little, only a little." In return, he was met with Sarlot's giant body lunging at him. No way. Ju was completely helpless, so he could only stand there motionlessly. What a rotten fate. But then he slowly closed his eyes. All right, if it's come to this, I'll have to see it through. The next second, Ju's eyes snapped open. Let's settle this once and for all. His small but powerful hand immediately gripped his opponent's wrist. His other hand grabbed onto the shirt Sarlot was wearing. From there, he immediately used the momentum to slam him down with a monster slam. Just like that, Sarlot fell to the ground with a stunning crash, cracking the earth. He himself had fallen unconscious. What the hell is a monster slam? On his side, Ju was panting tiredly. You have defeated the mercenary Sarlot, reputation plus 30. Even Blair and Ribbert were amazed, Captain. Where did you find this guy? Unbelievable, even Sarlot lost. At the same time, Bruce and Ken suddenly rushed towards him. I can't believe it. Did you really beat Sarlot? You're a real monster, skin and bones, but strong as a demon. After that, they roughly shook Ju's shoulders. Let me fight you too. But he himself had practically given up. Give me a break, you blockheads. Suddenly, Ribbert appeared with a sinister smile. Everyone step aside. That action inadvertently made Ju happy. I'm so moved, sir. Is he showing this much concern because I'm a student of Vuth? But his joy was short-lived as the man decisively pointed at him. Very good, you've been chosen. I want you to be the team leader for this battle. As soon as he heard that, his entire body instantly stiffened, breaking out in a cold, anxious sweat. However, Ju couldn't utter another word as he was immediately taken to the battlefield. Amidst a lineup of brawny, muscular men, he tremblingly led the way with a knife in his hand. And now the seal was just stamped. Hidden quest, join the mercenary corps completed. A new quest has been updated, recapture Hapham Hill. The battlefield was now filled with soldiers. Along with that, the wind swirled dust and smoke blanketing the battlefield. Waiting for the right moment, Ribbert gave a decisive shout, charge! The human army roared mightily in response, all raising their weapons high. Their sharp blades immediately aimed straight for the orcs to surround them. On his side, Ju had already taken one down with his dagger. As he fought, he kept reminding himself right now, we're fighting alongside the forces of the rear guard. Suddenly, time rewound to when Ribbert was discussing the strategy. We are facing the Demon King's goblin army, directly the Boogiamut faction. Then he powerfully clenched his fist with determination. Our mission is simple. Seize the enemy commander's military flag. Furthermore, Ribery explained the plan. After our forces break their tight formation, we will slip through the opening and collapse their entire line. Then he slowly reminded them, but remember, these are proud elven warriors. They are not just strong, their coordination is among the best on the continent. Finally, Ribery pointed straight at Ju. Now then, Valentine and Lore, that is why your job as the squad leader is to stop these two orcs by yourself. Countless spears rained down, tearing his clothes but never touching him. Seizing that opportunity, Ju charged forward. What? My job is to be the squad leader. In the blink of an eye, he sent all their weapons flying. Don't be ridiculous. I was just planning to score some achievements and then get out of here. Ju then exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, Rack hurriedly reported, Captain, bad news, our spearmen are collapsing. Hearing this, he frowned and said, impossible. My elite spearmen have fallen. With that thought, he roughly snatched the binoculars. Give those to me. Next, he raised them to his eyes and observed the situation from afar. After watching for a moment, he could not help but exclaim. He grew even more shocked. What the hell is that? Ju's soldiers on this side are fighting like madmen. Crush them all for me. Their unusual morale made him break out in a cold sweat. In a panic, he hastily gave the order, form ranks, line up, rifles up, fire. He and his comrades quickly raised their shields. Shield durability has decreased by 10. 220 out of 230. Ju even looked a bit smug. These rifles are pathetic. Do you guys even know how to fire them? Without a rapid-fire mode, you are supposed to fire in alternating ranks. Meanwhile, the enemy side was making a move. The first rank finished firing, and the second rank prepared to take aim. And at that very moment, he was certain now is the time. The next second, Ju single-handedly used his shield to pin the orcs in place. With him clearing the way, the others easily advanced, charging in to tear them to pieces. Rack on the other side was stunned. Impossible. They were all sent flying by a kid like that. Now he had to face the crowd alone. These bastards are not human, but I absolutely cannot let them take this. The more he thought about it, the tighter Rack gripped the wooden staff. This flag carries the glorious history of my people. And until the very last moment, he was helpless against their coordinated attack. I will never. A desperate scream followed, along with the cheers of their entire squad. A yellow notification appeared. Squad leader Valor has captured the enemy flag. The system also immediately congratulated him. You have successfully stolen the military flag. Leadership plus 30, achievement plus 20. Ju thought happily, that is right now, I just need to hold on a little longer, and the credit will be all mine. The thought had barely formed when it was interrupted by a resounding horn blast. Mark, who was nearby, suddenly reported in a panic squad leader more bad news. At that point, their forces had split into two. Our allies are retreating. Hearing that, Ju could only exclaim, "What?" Mark added, "The elven reinforcements are almost here." Ju could see them too, which made him panic even more. Damn it, damn it, damn it. With that, Ju's thoughts began to spiral. Victory was so close, why would they run away now? Suddenly, Mark, trembling all over, stammered to him, "Squad leader, what do we do now? Should we just drop the flag and run?" Ju immediately shot down the idea. What the hell did you just say? Faced with that harsh reaction, he slowly looked around, but there are only 4 of us left now. Caught in the orcs' encirclement, we are completely surrounded. The hidden boss, Elven Great General Callian, appeared with an imposing aura. "We are finished." With bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes, his mouth full of sharp teeth, slowly spoke brave human warriors. He stood right before them and said, "Surrender and retreat. These are my proud elite soldiers. If you retreat now and leave the flag, I will acknowledge your courage and spare your lives." However, Ju suddenly pulled out the flag and threatened, "You take one more step, and this precious flag of yours will end up right in Charles's underwear drawer." Upon hearing that, Callian ground his teeth in fury. "How dare you? Our sacred military flag, you plan to put it in such a filthy place." He was met with a mocking reply from Ju. "You think there are rules in war. For victory, I will wipe your flag all over everything." Beside him, the system enthusiastically commented, "You have attempted to intimidate Callian." This time, an orc couldn't hold it in and roared captain. Even he was getting excited. What the hell? Ju paused for a moment with an unreadable expression. In the end, he still gave a decisive order, all units ready to fire. The sudden change in the situation left him stunned. As for Callian, he pointed directly at the target with a brief command fire. The moment he finished speaking, countless cannonballs rained down on their bodies. The system then announced, "Your intimidation has failed." Ju himself was in a panic. Damn it. In the last playthrough, they never gave up their precious flag this easily. In the middle of that dire situation, his eyes quickly scanned his surroundings, and he quickly saw the mercenaries struggling to hold their ground. Some were holding on, but others were screaming in fear. Damn it, they brought out a great general too. They're really not pulling any punches. And it didn't stop there. The situation for the other forces wasn't any better. With my current reputation and rank, there's no way I can fight that monster. Ju's world went dark. What should I do? What do I do now? Suddenly, a memory unintentionally surfaced of him enjoying the scenery with his comrades. Ju's face was full of joy as he enjoyed the atmosphere. But right after Aquila's mysterious laughter shattered the space, followed by the cold words she spoke, "You would be dead in the real world too." It was thanks to that cruel truth that Ju snapped back to his senses in horror. Behind him, Max was urging him on. "Team leader, you have to give an order or we'll really be wiped out." He stammered in response, "Right?" Just like that, the corners of Ju's lips curled up into a faint smile. Right after, he leaned back and laughed out loud, alarming his comrades. Has he actually gone mad? Before they could understand, he roughly snatched Charlotte's horn. "Give me the horn." That action left him very confused. There are no reinforcements left. On the other hand, he confidently said, "Shut up and watch, you pighead." After that, Ju took a deep breath before blowing the horn. Then, in the very next moment, the horn's call echoed across the battlefield, all of it, Oloroso. This was very confusing for Max. "Team leader, our troops aren't in that direction." Ju replied gruffly, "I know, damn it. Shut up and cover me." Next, he even smirked. "Now we're even. If you have any conscience left, you won't abandon me, right?" Even in this critical moment, Ju still yelled out loud, "I'm a VIP guest after all." Callian's command rang out at the same time, and the spearmen immediately charged forward. Just like that, Reiki gripped his spear tightly and prepared to strike. Before striking, he furiously exclaimed, "The sworn enemy of my tribe." Ju had no other way to escape, so he had to face the sharp point head on. Suddenly, the situation changed when Rocky was hit by an arrow. Following his fall was the figure of a knight leaping through the air. All the orcs there were captivated, causing them to simultaneously look up at Van Persie with stunned expressions. And very quickly, her horse's hooves landed safely on the ground. Van Persie pulled the reins tight and reassured them, "Our troops do not give up." Finally, she pointed her sword straight at the enemy to rally the soldiers. "Raise your swords, soldiers." At this, Kalian declared loudly, "All units do not interfere. This battle is between me and her." Facing him, Van Persie calmly drew her sword. "Countess of Netterbayern, this is a duel between nobles." Hearing his words, she whispered, "So you do appreciate romance." Then Van Persie suddenly swung her sword to strike, but he managed to dodge in time. The sound of swords clashing echoed as they both countered at the same time. Ju watched the scene with admiration. Amazing and evenly matched fight. Van Persie is still in the early stages of her storyline, yet she's already this strong. At that moment, she and Kellyan had just knocked each other's swords away to launch a counterattack. In that split second, his face suddenly contorted in surprise. The reason for his astonishment was that Van Persie had leaped right in front of him. Then she delivered a powerful kick to his head, stunning him. Kellyan stumbled back, unconsciously touching his wound, and suddenly exclaimed, "As expected, you're impressive. Not just your sword skills, but your close-quarters combat is on another level too." Then Kellyan speculated further, "You're from the Van Persie convent, aren't you? A military order like that would make sense." In response, Van Persie simply replied coldly, "I merely revere the gods with a pious heart." Her explanation made him scoff inwardly. "Is that so?" Van Persie quickly gripped her sword tightly. "It seems the sun has set." As she finished speaking, her nimble feet swiftly launched her off the ground. The two blades clashed once more in a powerful strike. Kellyan didn't hold back either, gritting his teeth and putting more force into it. With his superior physical strength, he easily gained the upper hand in the struggle. But this came at the cost of a careless opening, allowing Van Persie to leap high into the air. The next moment, she executed a precise downward slash across his body. And after that fatal blow, Kellyan began to sway, his last words being, "That was a good fight." And with his defeat, the atmosphere became breathtakingly silent. Gradually, the panicked shouts of the Orleans soldiers began to ring out. "The commander is down. All units retreat." Meanwhile, Ju was stunned that the fearsome-looking general had been taken down in a single blow. His gaze was fixed on her back, just as you'd expect from Sister Knight Van Persie. Right then, the enemy forces were chaotically scrambling to retreat. As for Van Persie, she suddenly struck up a conversation with him. "You must be the leader of this mercenary group." She also greeted him politely. "I could sense your courage from afar. My name is Van Persie." Ju quickly shook her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wenger." Upon hearing that name, Van Persie replied cheerfully, "A pleasure to meet you, Sir Valor." In contrast, he was feeling very grateful and bowed his head. "If it weren't for you, Lady Van Persie, we would have all perished." Inwardly, Ju was still blaming himself for no longer being the great sword, thinking he should have acted more cautiously. Just then, the mercenaries quickly gathered around them. As he approached, Max, with a flag in his hand, said with a smile, "Why are you staring at the ground, Sir Valor?" Then he continued in a confident tone, "Take this." Right after that, a system notification appeared. "The mercenaries' faith in you has increased." And Ju was completely bewildered. "I'm getting credit for that." Overwhelmed with shock, he suddenly recalled their life or death moment. The bullets striking the shields one after another. The determined faces of those holding the line flashed through his mind. Finally, he thought of his own indomitable will at that moment. Then Ju's whole body suddenly began to tremble. "Ah, I see." Following that, Ju let out a hearty laugh, his emotions completely turning to joy. He immediately took the flag and shouted, "This flag of victory is mine." But this alarmed the others. "Captain, snap out of it." Did the captain get shot in the head? And so the fierce battle ended, and everything returned to the familiar Francois Tavern. However, today, a very rough customer threw the door open. The guard on this side, panting, quickly looked over. Charlotte, who was inside eating voraciously, was startled by the commotion. Barthez rushed over. "Another battle. Are you hurt?" In response, he answered awkwardly, "I'm fine, Dad." Ju, who was nearby, wondered silently, "Who is that kid?" Your daughter Rybury immediately shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. Scully is only 15. Hearing that, he flatly denied it. "No way." But to his surprise, the man confirmed it again. She was Charlie Patty's sister. Suddenly, she grabbed Rue's shirt. "It's your fault my brother ended up like this. Pay his hospital bills." Charlotte quickly tried to stop Bap, but Bap Lee immediately shouted, "Brother, stay out of this." At that moment, the system popped up. "You have entered a confused state." Ribbert, though at the same table, just calmly ordered, "Can I get another one of these?" Sue replied gently, "Of course." Finally, Charlotte hesitantly explained, "Bab, stop it. It's thanks to Captain Valor that he returned safely." Hearing that, she stopped. "What did you say?" And that wasn't all the others in the tavern chimed in. "That's right. If it weren't for the captain, we'd be the main course at a goblin feast by now. We're only alive thanks to the captain. Hooray for Valor." The cheerful cheers continued to ring out. Hooray for Valor. The more Ji-Hyo heard, the more embarrassed he became. "Just eat, you little pigs. This is so embarrassing." In that moment, they started teasing him too. "Look, Captain Valor is blushing. You're so cute, Captain." Amidst that lively atmosphere, Van Persie appeared once again in front of the Valdez and Valor Tavern. He, his face still in a wide grin, unconsciously looked over. Then Ji-Hyo's tone became surprised at her hurried appearance, Countess Van Persie. A moment later, the two of them were walking on a road in the middle of the Hatheim garrison. On the way, Van Persie explained, "His Highness the Elector wishes to see you. He probably wants to reward you for your deeds in battle." He nodded in understanding, "I see." Noticing his lukewarm reaction, she wondered, isn't that something to be happy about? It's the highest honor a mercenary can receive. Even so, he was still thinking to himself, "Why do I feel strange? Isn't she a little too happy?" Then Ji-Hyo spoke up, "I'd say the Countess is even happier about it than I am." At this, she suddenly requested, "Call me Van Persie, not Countess." Hearing this, Ji-Hyo readily agreed. "All right, Van Persie." Then Van Persie quickly gestured to their surroundings. "Look, Sir Valor. If not for your courage, all those people would have lost their lives. Those soldiers owe you their lives." Her next sincere words stunned him even more. "They are also citizens of this empire. You saved every single one of them. Do you need any more reason to be happy?" An old memory suddenly flooded his mind with familiarity. That's right, back then, only Van Persie had stood up and extended her hand to protect him. And at the same time, she gave him a bright smile. Van Persie hasn't changed. Gradually, he accepted the truth. The only thing that's changed is the relationship between us, because now I'm just a mercenary. Then the two of them quickly stopped in front of a deserted tent. She went in first to announce, "Your Highness, I have brought Valor." A voice echoed from inside, "Excellent, well done." When Ji-Hyo looked closer, a shining gemstone caught his eye. "So you are the one they call Valor." Philip and his retainers were waiting for him at the desk. "A pleasure to meet you. I am the Steel Elector." Before stating his name, he deliberately paused for dramatic effect. "Philip." He responded with caution, "It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness." So this is the famed warrior just standing near him, is pressurizing. Then Philip suddenly continued cheerfully. Valor the grass cutter praises poured continuously from his mouth. "Your courage truly impresses me. You fight as fiercely as a lion." Hearing this, Jehu said humbly, "You are too kind, Your Highness." But he still gave a cunning smirk. Not at all. Those who perform great deeds on the battlefield must be rewarded accordingly. Give his comrades 100 florins and give him 300 florins. Faced with such treatment, he immediately lowered himself to express, "I will remember the grace Your Highness has bestowed upon me." Philip was very pleased. "Good. Is there anything else you need?" His tone was somewhat hesitant. "There is one thing I would like to ask." He cheerfully agreed at once. "Go ahead." Then he stated it directly. "I wish to be reunited with my comrades at Wilton Park." And after hearing the request, Philip immediately agreed. "Wilton Park, you say. It's quite deep behind the lines, but I will allow it. I will have a carriage prepared for you." Ji-Hyo replied cautiously, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then he suddenly paused for a moment before asking further, "Anything else?" In response, Ji-Hyo didn't speak right away. "I should have stopped there." Slowly, his metallic eyes glanced to the side. Van Persie, who was standing there, gave a slight smile as if to encourage him. Thanks to that, Ji-Hyo felt more encouraged and smiled. By now, the retainers and Philip were all watching him. "Your Highness, I have something to ask." Philip, as if waiting for this, replied excitedly, "What is it?" As for Ji-Hyo, despite some hesitation, he still blurted out, "What are your thoughts on this war?" The atmosphere became pensive. Philip rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Van Persie stood stiffly, her cheeks flushed and beaded with sweat. Ji-Hyo forced a smile and thought to himself, "But as expected, everyone is flustered. It makes sense, I'm still just a lowly mercenary." His face darkened, and looking down, he asked, "So what do you think?" He looked straight at him without hesitation and replied, "From my limited perspective, although I cannot see the whole picture, there is one thing that worries me." Just then, someone burst out laughing, interrupting, "Oh, and what absurd thing is worrying you? Don't think you're qualified to advise the elector just because you've accomplished one feat." Ray, who was in the middle of a strategy discussion, chimed in with a laugh. That's right, my lord. He probably just overheard a few scraps of information somewhere. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. It was Van Persie just now joining the discussion. It wouldn't hurt to listen for a moment. Why don't we hear what he has to say? Franrik showed his displeasure openly. A lowly countess dares to speak, and in front of the elector at that. She paid him no mind, listening quietly, as Philip advised him, Uncle, she is the daughter of the Elector of Bavaria. Show some respect. Yu, enjoying the drama, thought to himself, oh, that's Van Persie for you. Even the Iron Elector can't ignore her. Philip continued with his arrogant demeanor. Very well, continue. Hearing Philip's question, tell me, what do you make of this war? He broke out into a bit of a cold sweat. Yu slowly took a deep breath. His words made both Fidel and Philip freeze with wide eyes. An ambush. His lordship's lips moved as he spoke in a low voice. An ambush. What's your basis for that claim? Yu bowed and answered calmly, I have one. The Demon King Pizzamoot's core strategies always revolve around ambushes and betrayal. An image appeared of monster hordes descending upon towns to wreak havoc. Back then, an Han didn't defeat them easily, judging from the war with the Toe Kingdom 10 years ago. Pizzamoot's sinister smile faintly appeared, and in the battle with Marquis An Han 6 years ago, we can see that ambush tactics played the decisive role in both conflicts. At this, his eyes hardened. Despite that Philip's men were still listening intently, we also must not underestimate his other tactic, betrayal. He slowly got to the point. Philip said without a trace of emotion, are you saying there is a traitor among us right now? You wasn't entirely sure. I am only raising the possibility. He smirked, pleased to hear this from him. It never hurts to be cautious. Philip, still with his legs crossed, continued, that's right, cautious. He suddenly grew angry, leaning forward. You have some nerve. Franrik and Yu felt an immense pressure. Listen carefully, the only reason your head is still on your neck is because I allow it. Do you understand, know your place? She urgently tried to speak. My lord, he cut her off, I understand. Van Persie quietly looked at Yu, who was kneeling beside her, with his head bowed. She was sweating, her lips pressed tightly together. He stood up and admitted his fault. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. Yu turned sharply and left. Then I shall take my leave. Filled with suspicion, he thought, he's truly suspicious. In my previous attempts, the Iron Elector was always more cautious. This time, he's far too arrogant. You gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Yes, something is clearly different this time. He was startled as he connected things that had seemed unrelated. First, the unusually early appearance of the red dragon fruits. Then there was Van Persie, a leader who hadn't appeared at this point in time. Everything was different from his hundreds of previous attempts. You, deep in thought, accidentally spoke out loud, could it be? Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Sir Yu. He turned his head out of habit. Van Persie appeared panting and drenched in sweat. She said cheerfully, I finally caught up to you. Before Yu could understand what was happening, the Lady Knight Van Persie quickly spoke. You walk very fast. He ventured a guess. Did you run all this way because you were worried about me? Van Persie replied innocently. Of course. Yu thought with a hint of joy. Oh my God, she's so cute. She came forward to apologize for her superior. Please accept my apology on behalf of Elector Philip for his words and actions. If there's anything you desire, I will make it happen. Van Persie declared boldly. Just say the word, whatever it is. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as wicked thoughts began to form. Anything I want. With his wild imagination, Yu began to picture various scenarios. Aren't you a little too confident? What if I ask for something outrageous? She replied with determination. Don't underestimate me. My family is one of the wealthiest in the empire. He grew more and more excited. Money. So that's not an issue. Then you must have a lot of clothes, right? Something made you pause. He suddenly smirked suggestively. You thought of something he wanted. Could you get me a quill and a pistol? Van Persie was astonished. She stepped closer to ask again, Is that all? Sir, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He calmly reassured her, It's fine. The Lady Knight Van Persie, she hesitated, unable to express herself. But tears suddenly streamed down Yu's face like rain. My dream is to become a cavalryman. I was planning to use this chance to learn horseback riding, and the pistol is also part of my dream. Van Persie quickly ruined the mood. Then what's with the tears? He trembled with anger. These are the tears of a man. She exclaimed, I've never seen anyone live for others so much. Yu clenched his fist, trying to hold back his feelings, thinking, I've given up so much, Lady Van Persie. Van Persie readily agreed. All right, this isn't the place for a heart-to-heart talk. She smiled, taking his hand and pulling him along. Jihu quietly watched the smiling girl in front of him, the knight Van Persie. His cheeks flushed red, unable to say a word. Sometime later on the vast battlefield, two opposing sides appeared in the battle to reclaim Hapham Hill, the Steel Knight Philip versus the Demon King Pyramus. Philip, riding his horse, imposingly declared, "Today will be the day I end you, Pyramus." Pizza Hut looked disdainful and pinched his nose. Good heavens, can someone shut him up? His breath stinks so bad I can smell it from here. Vincent stepped forward from behind and announced, "Sir, everything is ready for the battle." He was pleased, very good. Vincent asked worriedly, "Master, are you really planning to use that woman?" Hijia Pizza Hut looked impatient. "You're asking about that again." Vincent recalled the previous haunting memory and stammered, "But she's too cruel. If we capture the Elector, he'll be a valuable hostage, but if we hand him over to that mad woman—" Pizza Hut interrupted, "I know I'll handle her myself, just trust me." Pizza Hut looked at the glowing stone in his hand. "Speak of the devil, and she shall appear." A familiar voice rang out, "It is I. Greetings, sir." A dark figure with a fluttering cloak walked on the backs of her subordinates. "I am ready." He frowned and reminded her, "Right, well done. Be careful," the person on the other side said succinctly. "Yes." Pizza Hut narrowed his eyes and hesitated. "Hijia, can you go a little easy on him?" Hijia put power into her legs and asked back, "What was that?" "I never go hard." He summoned all his strength and yelled, "You always go hard." She smiled brightly and playfully turned back and forth. "Oh, come on." Hijia's expression changed instantly, "But I'm always gentle." Her sly eyes revealed her amusement, as if I'm ever hot-tempered. On Pizza Hut's side, a sense of unease was overwhelming. "Always gentle, that's what she says." Vincent hurriedly screamed, "Sir, the scene changes." Jihu is urgently riding his horse through the night. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "I can't believe it. Is this horse's name really Fei Li? Its speed is beyond imagination." Looking at the black horse he was riding, Jihu couldn't help but be amazed. And this is just a spare horse, truly the style of a Bavarian noble. He looked at the potion vial and smirked. "She even gave me this expensive medicine. A single bottle costs 1,000 flores. That's the same price as a building." Suddenly, there was a large explosion right behind Jehu. He was startled and immediately understood the situation. "Damn it, it's already started. I have to hurry." Remembering Philip's triumphant face, Jihu didn't feel at ease. That arrogant steel elector has no chance of winning. He'll definitely charge in unprepared. There's a high probability that on the battlefield, he's been seriously injured and can't get up. Vidic has betrayed them, joining Pizza Hut's side, and they are all laughing loudly together. Deadly eyes stared at Philip kneeling before him. Just as Jihu had predicted, he would be utterly defeated. His voice was incredulous as he asked, "You still don't realize your own situation. Uncle, why did you betray me like this?" He rubbed his chin judgmentally. "And you still dare to call yourself a knight of the Empire?" Vidic explained the whole story from beginning to end. The truth revealed. Listen carefully, Philip. Right now, you are committing treason against the Emperor. Pizza Hut and I have joined forces. We will arrest you for the crime of betrayal. He moved closer to Philip, making a provocative gesture. "How does this feel?" Vidic's face showed a vile expression. "Do you feel it now?" He was still flustered and shocked. What the hell, who would believe such absurd words? A second later, Philip was kicked in the face by a foot. "Do you think you're a 12-year-old child? Stop dreaming and open your eyes to see what's happening in front of you." Pizza Hut bent down and sneered. "You really are an incurable madman." He glanced aside, snapping his fingers to give an order. "Tie him up now." "Yes, sir." The subordinates quickly ran over to comply. He backed away in fear. "Don't touch me." Philip's face turned purple, his whole body trembling. I am an elector, a noble, you fools." Pizza Hut was ordering impatiently, not noticing Van Persie appearing from the sky. "Hey, shut him up. He's too noisy." She kicked him hard in the face. Van Persie landed safely. Pizza Hut gritted his teeth. She gave an urgent command. "Use this chance to escort His Highness away now." The soldiers behind replied, "Yes, understood." "At this rate, that Philip is going to escape." "Shut up, you're giving me a headache." "Hera, he's heading your way." "Oh, so soon." "Why haven't you acted yet? I'm just having a little fun." "Stop messing around, damn it." "Engage, begin the operation now, as you command." All right, it's mealtime, my good little pets. You must be starving, right? Go tear him apart as you please." He fired a single shot, easily taking one down. I knew it, undead hounds. Ah, so the plan is to use these to exhaust the enemy and then slowly finish them off. What a disgusting tactic. I know your dirty tricks all too well, Hera. By my estimation, there are almost none of them here. The rest must have all gone to chase Philip. The important person is Van Persie. I have to hurry. My magic isn't flowing correctly. Could this be Peter Mutt's doing? You damn bastard. Your Highness, watch out. Philip couldn't react in time. He could only close his eyes. Van Persie reacted quickly, rushing over and slicing the hound in two to save him. As the horse galloped at high speed, she courageously stood up. She performed a series of very fluid movements. She immediately leaped onto the horse next to Philip's. Are you all right, Your Highness? This is uncharted territory that no one has ever set foot in. We must be extremely cautious. I understand, Van Persie. Your Highness, the knight with you is surrounded by the pack. Please save me. Your Highness, just try to hold on a little longer. I'm coming. Van Persie, just leave that girl behind. What do you mean, that girl, Your Highness? Isn't it obvious? Her life and mine are on completely different levels. Is this the duty of a ruler? I should have listened back then. If only I had listened to Van Gaal's words at the time. Remembering his warning about Philip, maybe things could have been resolved. It was all because we ignored it that day. You all look pathetic. Hazard was there tightening the cord around her neck. Your Highness, her eyes widened in horror, looking at the person before her in disbelief. Philip broke into a sweat, glancing behind him. He still chose to turn and leave, leaving her to be dragged backwards. Van Persie lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. I trusted the wrong person. Looking at his terrified face, caring only for himself, Van Persie was speechless. I never thought he was this kind of person. She struggles to her feet, a so-called Grand Elector. Hera pulls her whip-taught care to join the conversation. She says, with a hidden meaning, that's what it takes to be a true Grand Elector. Hera touches her lips. You think so too, don't you, sister? Vani shouts in frustration. Take that back right now. For generations, the Grand Elector has held the power to choose the Empire's next emperor, and each one of them is essentially an emperor in their own territory. She was determined to prove that again. Hera sighs, turns around, and gives an order. Keep an eye on Philip. Her subordinates immediately respond, understood. She holds the whip in her hand, slowly approaching as she reflects. You also carry the blood of an elector, don't you? Hera's gaze was ice cold. Seeing Vani's silence, she grew even more smug. Did I strike a nerve? She finally couldn't hold back and rushed at her opponent to attack. However, that was no challenge for Hera. She dodged it with ease. Vani couldn't help but be stunned by the situation. Before she could even react, Hera landed a stinging whip across her back. She acts like a maniac, laughing triumphantly and shouting again, excellent, excellent. Now I want to play with you even more. Vani was completely powerless against Hera's attacks. After one more blow, she couldn't take any more and collapsed to the floor. Vani suddenly feels weak tears streaming down her face. Master Valo, if it were you, I believe you would find a way to get through this. But I think this is as far as I can go. However, Hera had no intention of letting Vani off the hook. Not yet, sister. She raises her whip to strike again, but is distracted by something. Hera's expression was incredibly vicious. There was something strange nearby, but it turned out to be just a dog's corpse. Hera was still staring blankly to the side, not noticing a figure appearing behind her. What is that? It's a dog's corpse. Valo didn't hesitate to land a punch straight to her face. Caught completely by surprise, Hera lost her balance and went sprawling to the ground. Vani carefully turns around, her body trembling. She couldn't believe her eyes. After a moment, Vani softly called out Valo. She couldn't contain her joy and smiled brightly. You really are a hero. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Vani collapsed to the ground. Valo said nothing and picked her up. Then he just walked away, completely ignoring Hera's presence. She sat there watching them leave and thinking to herself, he killed an undead dog and got behind me before I even realized it. He's no ordinary person. Valo then turned back with a gun in his hand. Still as strange as ever, huh, Hera? Hera was extremely confused. Brother, how did you know? But Valo's tone was full of contempt. Don't call me brother with that look on your face. It's disgusting. Even with a gun pointed at her, Hera showed no fear at all. A gun. Of course its range is longer than my whip, isn't it? Aim carefully, brother. My whip is faster than a bullet. Valo didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Hera didn't just sit and wait for death. She lunged forward. Before he could even do anything, her whip had already coiled tightly around Valo. He was caught by the neck, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hera laughed like a mad woman relentlessly pulling the whip. Come here. Ju couldn't do anything now but stand there and take it. She used all her strength to smash her head into his face. Then, pressing her advantage, she landed another punch on Ju's face. Hela then used all her might to throw Ju away. But it wasn't over yet. She controlled her whip again. We're not done yet. But this time, Ju was quicker and dodged Hela's attack. Then he charged forward with all his strength. This time, Ju was filled with determination. Even so, Hela wasn't worried. In fact, she laughed gleefully and moved to close in. Although she unleashed a flurry of whip strikes, Ju perfectly dodged them all. Now Hela's expression turned ugly. I can't believe it. Even in my unit, my whip skills are top tier, yet he can still dodge everything. Ju was now getting closer and closer. However, Hela was determined to fight to the end. I was going to go easy on you, but... Just as she lunged, Ju had somehow already appeared behind her. This time, it was Ju's turn to laugh in her face. Hela seemed to sense it too, and turned around trembling. And just like that, Ju gave his opponent a swift stab. He held the knife and smirked triumphantly. How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it? I'm actually a close-quarters combat type. She was lightly stabbed near one eye and screamed out in agony. She spread her wide wings, trying to escape. But his gun was already loaded. With a bang, she lay sprawled on the ground. Ju stared thoughtfully at the thing in front of him. A bottle of antidote. He carefully observed the information from the system window. Effect completely heals all wounds or illnesses. Note applied directly to the injured area to fully restore the target's physical condition. Ju's body couldn't help but tremble as he read these lines. Directly on the injured area, does that mean I have to apply it inside her armor? His face flushed uncontrollably as Ju calmed himself down. Stay calm. This is just a medical procedure. Don't get any inappropriate ideas here. Right, of course not. Ju then recalled memories of his past. My real name, the name that most people have forgotten, is Han Ju. When I was young, my father passed away from an illness. My mother collapsed from exhaustion. At 18 years old, I was completely alone. At that time, a blue-haired person was sitting dejectedly on the ground, cursing nonstop. Damn it, are you that mad about being tricked that you're chasing after us now? Ju didn't seem to care at all. What's this new to the business? I just do the job I was hired for. The problem solver from Hanam Dong Han Ju, 22 years old. Li Kang walked over gratefully. Thanks, here's a little something for your trouble. Ju stood there counting the money he received. 110, 100 confirmed. He didn't forget to turn back and question him. Anyway, this is just a temporary solution. If you have this much money, why not just pay off your debt? The guy was so nervous he was sweating bullets. I have a mission this week. Ju frowned, showing his disdain. Li Kang was now pale trembling as he explained, don't look at me like that. After I finish this mission, I'll have about 10 million won. It seemed Ju was also drawn in by the money. A mission that pays 10 million won. That's right. It's a very important mission. What kind of game has rewards like that? Li Kang suddenly asked, You've never heard of Protect Humanity? Ju was a little annoyed. What the hell is that, you nerd? He then formally introduced it. You've really never heard of Protect Humanity. It's that massive world with ultimate freedom, beautiful anime art, and globally famous character designs. It's an RPG with 1 billion players. The top-ranked players easily make tens of millions of won. The quest I was planning to go on today is also... Ju was still skeptical after hearing this. You're saying people make tens of millions from this game? Li Kang replied with complete confidence. Of course, want to give it a try. But just then, Ju's phone rang. Nah, I'm busy today. He took out his phone to check it, and a text message appeared on the screen. Let's cancel today. We made up. Ju hesitated for a moment. So does that mean I'm free now? And just like that, Ju logged into the game. Standing before the unfamiliar scenery, he couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe I logged in just on a whim. This is some advanced technology. The sky looks completely real. Even the streets and the people seem like they're actually alive. Is this really a game? At that moment, Ju noticed the people on the side of the road and couldn't help but think to himself, they look so lifelike. It's so realistic you can even see their pores. It's too real. Just then, the shop owner shouted, Aren't you going to pay? Ju then realized he had gotten too immersed and done something foolish. Oh shoot. The man scornfully pushed his hand away. If you don't have any money, then get lost. I have other customers to serve. Just as Ju was worrying, a currency system window appeared in front of him. The screen displayed the words, Current balance 10 florin. Florin must be the currency here. I should probably save it. Ju said apologetically to the owner, "Sorry, I don't have any." Suddenly, Dennis appeared beside him. "That looks delicious." He also quickly noticed the young boy. But Dennis's mother came over and called, "Come on, son, let's go." The boy was still a bit reluctant. Then Ju spoke up and asked, "How much for one apple?" The owner immediately quoted a price, just 1 florin. He handed the apple to Dennis. The boy was overjoyed. "Here, take this." The mother next to them bowed her head gratefully over and over. "Thank you, you used your precious coins for my son." Ju waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, it's just game money anyway." But Dennis was delighted to have his favorite snack. "This is delicious. Thank you so much, mister." The boy's mother then said, "Even so, 1 florin here is enough to eat for an entire day." Ju scratched his head, not knowing how to reply. Well. As they were leaving, the mother and son didn't forget to express their gratitude. "Thank you so much, really. Thank you, mister. See you again." Ju waved back in response. "Make sure you listen to your mom, kid. This reminds me of the past. When I lived alone with my mom, I was such a stubborn kid, always whining for fried chicken." Thinking of this, Ju smirked. He looked at the surrounding scenery and thought to himself, "This game really has its charm." After that, I started logging in to protect humanity more often. Whenever life stressed me out, playing the game made me feel better. In the game, I received affection from everyone. "Thank you, young man, you have completed the quest." And so I started logging in more and more. All the pent-up pressure from the real world, I released it all in the game. After recharging my energy, I'd go on with my life. But then I'd return with exhaustion piling up, and by then 5 years had passed in the game. Just then, while lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "So you're the one they call Hanju." Van Persie introduced herself. "I am Van Persie of GIS. I've heard your skills are quite good." She made an offer. "How about it, will you help me deal with the rampaging wild boar in Harvey Forest?" But after hearing this, Ju hesitated. "A wild boar." Van Persie immediately shot back, "What is it? Are you scared?" He immediately waved his hand confidently. Perfect timing. "Humi, I was just thinking about having wild boar for dinner tonight. Let's see if your skills live up to the rumors." Van Persie was overjoyed to hear that. "Amazing, taking down that monster in a single blow." Ju, however, directly criticized her, "And you didn't even lift a finger." She wasn't upset by this. "You were so strong, there was no room for me to jump in. So, do you want to form a party with me?" At that moment, an information window appeared on the system. "Knight Van Persie has sent a party request. Accept decline." "Do?" asked back skeptically. "Isn't this just an excuse to order me around all day?" But Van Persie's counter-question immediately silenced him. "You have serious trust issues, don't you?" After a moment, he finally answered. "I figured as much." Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite interesting. All right then, if you accept, I will recommend you as a Knight of the Empire." And just like that, the two of them formed a team. In a certain castle, a voice called out continuously, "Han-du." A little later, her younger sister finally woke up. Her face was slightly flushed, as if she knew that guy had taken liberties with her. When he turned back, his face was swollen from a punch. No good deed goes unpunished, how bitter. Seeing this, the younger sister just giggled to herself. The two of them then returned to town. They returned to the convent to rest, but were turned away by a nun. Van Persie tried her best to explain. "What are you saying? Dame Angela Sir Valor is an honored guest of our convent." However, the other person still refused to listen. "We have no other choice. The convent is currently in a state of emergency, so Sir Valor is not allowed to enter." Meanwhile, at an inn near Linfield, in the corridors outside, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Diu lay on the bed, his mind racing. "Now everything is a mess, and I was planning to go to the convent to ask for the angel's heart." The angel's heart, a holy relic passed down for generations at the Van Persie convent for centuries. An S-rank artifact filled with holy blessings, it can call a soul back from the dead. In other words, a second life. Diu sighed, his heart heavy with turmoil. "I really need that item for what's coming." Just then, Van Persie suddenly arrived. "Sir Valor, it's me." Her appearance couldn't help but surprise him. "Lady Van Persie." Van Persie bowed her head apologetically. "I sincerely apologize for making a noble guest, such as yourself, stay in such a humble place." But when she saw him hanging upside down, she was a bit surprised. "What are you doing?" Diu gave a short, direct answer for his actions. Van Persie lowered her voice, speaking softly. "Sir Valor, this is very serious. It's a secret." But Diu knew what she was worried about and assured her, "I swear I'll take it to my grave." She nodded in agreement. "Yes, I trust you." However, Van Persie still had to take a deep breath to gather her courage. Then she finally revealed it. The head abbess has been corrupted by the darkness. But I was just speaking with head abbess Angela a moment ago. That means there's a traitor in our ranks. Hearing this news, Diu was also extremely confused. Wait a minute, is she saying the current head abbess is Margarita? Van Persie didn't notice and continued to voice her feelings. It must be that damn Pishmut. Hearing this, Diu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Unbelievable she's still alive. Margarita is still alive, Valor. So all this time I thought she was dead and never gave her another thought. At this point, Van Persie noticed his strange behavior and asked worriedly, "You don't look very well, Valor." But Diu was now lost in thought. She is the strongest woman in the Empire's history, a living symbol of power who could crush even an elder-level demon with ease. She was the one who turned the Van Persie convent into an army. There is no world in which we can afford to lose her. Suddenly, Diu shot to his feet, startling Van Persie. She shrank back in fear. Why so suddenly? Diu exclaimed with joy, "Did you say the head abbess was attacked by the darkness?" Hearing this, Van Persie nodded in confirmation. That's right. He could wait no longer and urged her on. "We have to go now, Van Persie. I have sufficient knowledge of the darkness." They set off for the Van Persie convent headquarters. Meanwhile, somewhere else, he says he has knowledge of the darkness. The informant immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's right. Valor is someone we can trust with an iron faith from a powerful background. Why won't you try putting your faith in him just this once?" Vice Abbess Angela, she looked very displeased. "It seems you've told him quite a lot." Diu could also feel it. Clearly, the atmosphere was so tense. The sound of a hand slamming on the table immediately made them jump. Angela's face was now very grim. "Van Persie, you already know this incident was caused by a traitor, and yet you suggest we trust an outsider." She coldly dismissed them. "This conversation is over. Leave at once." Van Persie still wouldn't give up, but Vice Abbess. Her words were cut off by Jihu. Van Persie turned to see his confident smile. Jihu spoke up, "I heard the head abbess is in critical condition." Angela was still very annoyed. "That's not a matter for an outsider like you to interfere in." "But he didn't give up. Please just hear me out. Whether you listen or not is up to you, but I've read the 7 Holy Scriptures." Upon hearing this, her body couldn't stop trembling. You've read it." The scriptures written by Saint Antoine himself. Jehu became even more confident. "So you do know of it, sister. The scriptures are said to detail everything about the darkness. The 7 Holy Scriptures, a text that vanished from the world after the great army of the flailing death of darkness was sealed." Angela was sweating profusely, the tension clear on her disbelieving face. "Tell us at once how you know of such a thing. Even mentioning its name brings a curse. It cannot be done lightly." Jihu continued to persuade her, "But please believe me, I know every method to resist the darkness." He then gave a confident smile while Van Persie stood there with her jaw dropped in astonishment. Angela tried to control her trembling. "Fine. In return, you must swear not to breathe a word of this until the day you die." "Hey, if you dare to utter even half a word." She gently crushed the object in her hand. Angela didn't forget to add a warning, "I will bury you under the river Ly." Now Jehu and Van Persie were standing amidst a group of nuns. He thought to himself with discomfort, "This bunch of muscleheads." She shattered the edge of a table with her bare hands, and what's with this strong smell of sweat? Margarita. I've never seen her face, but she must be able to lift at least 2 tons 3 times over. Standing behind him, Van Persie noticed something was off and asked, "Sir Valero, you look pale." Jehu tried to suppress his anxiety. "No, I'm fine." "By the way, Miss Van Persie, is this physique your ideal type? I wished for it, but the Lord disagreed, so I'm holding myself back. Honestly, I'm relieved." Before long, they arrived at a mysterious place. "We're here." Angela didn't forget to warn him beforehand. "As you can see, the malevolent energy here is too strong. If you don't focus, you could easily lose yourself." Jihu nodded, "I understand." She turned back to order her subordinates, "Everyone wait here." The group bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, sister." The moment he stepped inside, a powerful darkness emanated. It astonished him. The head abbess was lying there unconscious, being corroded by dark energy. As soon as he entered, Jihu instructed Angela, "Use the convent's holy relic on the head abbess." Angela looked at Margarita pensively. She gently caressed her cheek. "So the holy relic here is the angel's heart, correct?" "I see." You intend to draw the curse out of the head abbess, transfer it to someone else, and seal it inside them. However, Angela had a concern, but divine power and curses are naturally opposed to each other. During the process of transferring the curse, the head abbess would almost certainly die. Jihu nodded in confirmation. That's why the angel's heart is indispensable. A curse like this is a death sentence for any cleric, so no one in the convent can do it. But now, you have me a mere hired soul, which means I'm the perfect vessel for the curse. Sounds appealing, doesn't it? Angela also nodded in agreement. That is true. However, Sir Valero, that plan won't work. Head Abbess Margarita left a message. She recalled her words, "This is my darkness. No one is allowed to sacrifice themselves for me. If that happens, the Empire will lose everything. Besides, this is a curse born from the darkness." Angela asked Jihu in return. Its origin and symptoms are both unclear. It's a mystery shrouded in shadows. Do you really think you can survive it? She slowly walked step by step towards Jihu. Angela didn't forget to issue a warning. This curse will haunt you for the rest of your life. Van Persie at his side also warned him, "The sister is right, Sir Valero." However, Jihu ignored them all. "There's no reason to stop this, Van Persie. I'll be fine. Angela, I am the best candidate. I know the darkness well from the Great Holy War. I'm not a cleric, so I won't be easily attacked by it, and you have to admit I'm just an outsider who showed up today." Angela remained silent, waiting for Jihu to continue. He stated confidently, "To put it bluntly, I am the ideal pawn." She sighed in frustration. Angela was in a very difficult position. If the Grand Abbot wakes up, he'll surely tear me to pieces over this. "Sir Angela, just do what you think is right." Just then, the system screen displayed information for the Angel's Heart, which resurrects the user's soul once upon death. Jegu took the Angel's Heart and put it on. Normally, it would be wiser to save it for later, but this might be the only chance to recruit Margaret as an ally. Van Persie was still worried and tried to dissuade him. "Are you sure you want to do this? It's not too late to—" But Angela quickly stopped her. "Van Persie, he's a man. Let him make his own decision." Jegu then announced that the preparations were complete. The ritual will now begin. He began to chant strange words that no one could understand. Then he gently placed his hand on Margarita's forehead. Streams of demonic energy then began to flow into Jegu. Even Angela and the others nearby were so shocked their jaws dropped. A spatial rift appeared very quickly right after. Just like that, Jegu was transported to a strange place. He looked around in a daze. Is this the Shadow Realm? It's pitch black. I can't tell one direction from another. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. "I am the one who lurks in the deep tomb. Who dares summon me?" Jegu shouted his demand. "My name is Valestes. Release Margarita from her curse." But the entity only let out a scornful laugh. "A mere mortal who cannot even see my form dares to set foot in this place. He's even lost his own vessel." Jegu silently observed the other being. "This is his final form." The being continued, "You are not the one I was expecting. Get out of my sight." The mysterious being's shout shook the heavens and the earth. The system immediately activated protection mode. The player's soul is protected. The mysterious being then noticed something odd. "Wait, you're immune to soul drain." Jegu angrily shouted, "Shut up, break Margarita's curse, and transfer it to me." The entity didn't yield an inch. Silence. "If you don't tell me who you are, I will tear out the souls of every person who has ever stood by your side." He was stunned. "Damn it, he's threatening me with hostages. Fine, I can play dirty too." Jegu didn't hesitate to reveal, "I've read the 7 sacred scriptures." The Gravekeeper King was stunned upon hearing this. "What did you just say?" He continued to taunt him with wild gestures. "I made a deal with death, fought tooth and nail, and in exchange I got the dog he used to own." Jegu's taunts drove him into a rage. "You insolent mutt!" But that didn't stop him. Right now, he's probably selling copies of the scriptures to other sages for a dirt cheap price. Don't you think so? If this keeps up, I might just let slip what color your underwear is. The Gravekeeper King finally had to agree. "Fine, I will grant your request." Jegu smiled smugly to himself. "You walked right into that one." But then the entity continued. "In return, I have a condition." Jegu replied without hesitation. "That's exactly what I was waiting for." He got into a ready stance. A stream of holy light quickly enveloped his entire body. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up. Startled, he realized he was still in the monastery. The blue ring was still on his hand. His whole body trembled with joy. The system announced that he had obtained an S-rank skill, Necromancer Summon Undead. He had a satisfied smile on his face, though it looked a bit creepy. Just then, Angela brought some medicine, which made things a little awkward since he was in the middle of admiring his own success. She was so happy she started crying. "Are you out of your mind doing something so reckless?" She recounted what had happened earlier, that after performing the ritual, he had fallen unconscious, and she was the one who brought him here. She scolded him. "Don't you ever risk your life like that again." He could only scratch his head, confused. Her fists were still clenched tightly. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Jegu had to reach out and comfort her. "I promise I won't do it again. I promise." He looked away, embarrassed. Just as things were calming down between them, a loud crash echoed from outside. The two of them immediately ran over and asked in alarm, "Are we under attack?" Before their eyes, ancient trees had been snapped and broken. A loud impact echoed from above and behind. A voice called out, "Oh, so you're awake." She was carrying a large log and continued, "I was just warming up while you were waking up." "My savior." She introduced herself proudly. "I am the great abbess of the Van Persie Monastery. You carry yourself with quite an air. You look small, but you're tough." The woman tossed the log down into a large pit. "My name, just call me Margarita." Margarita cheerfully led a group of people through the tunnel. Ju walked along, stroking his chin in thought. By now, Philip must have already left that deep forest. He couldn't help but think about the power he had obtained last time. "I've finally reached the highest rank in the necromancer system, the emotionless warrior. With this power, I had planned to assassinate Philip." At this thought, Philip's face appeared in Ju's mind. "But since he's a guardian, the chances are very low without the angel's heart. I can't let my guard down until the very end." While he was lost in thought, Margarita suddenly shouted, "It's adventure time." Seeing Margarita like this, Angela sighed and reminded her, "Margarita, please maintain some dignity." She glared back at the woman. "Dignity, Angela, that's the real evil of the nobility. You're old, always nagging." Angela trembled, her face darkening at the insult. "Please don't say that." Ju couldn't help but lean in and whisper to the person next to him, "Is she always this dramatic? Or is she just naturally energetic?" Startled by the closeness, Van Persie blushed and stammered, "My apologies, sir." "Valor, she has always been like this." Meanwhile, Margarita's eyes were already sparkling. "What's this? Are you two secretly flirting?" Caught off guard, she panicked Lady Margarita. Only Ju felt helpless inside. "Do we really look like that?" His gaze suddenly shifted to a large door. That was the Van Persie underground vault. She also quickly approached it, having arrived without realizing while they were talking. Margarita couldn't help but excitedly boast to Ju heavy weapons valor. "This place is filled with magical artifacts the monastery could never imagine. It's perfect for a cursed man like yourself." He felt a little awkward at her words. "Is that so? Thank you for bringing me to a place like this." She took this as another chance to flirt with Ju. "Don't be so formal. If I had the chance, I'd want to date you." Before she could finish, an angry roar from behind cut Margarita off. Van Persie was radiating a fiery killing, intent uttering each syllable of the name Margarita. The anger made Margarita's face turn pale. How scary. "Don't worry, someone might go crazy, so I won't do anything." Right after that, she hugged the door to change the subject. "Anyway, let's hurry inside. I'm so excited." Looking at her expression, he felt a bit helpless. Yes, this is all a mess. Very quickly, the door opened, revealing a blinding light. Seeing that light, Ju breathed a sigh of relief. So far, everything has gone smoothly. From now on, I'll speed things up, and then the hunt for Philip will begin. The scene changes to a rooftop under a clear blue sky. Philip breathed heavily, his face flushing at the words of the person before him. "Philip, what do you think? Doesn't my new gear look cool?" He appeared in a new outfit provided by the system. S-Class Cursed 1 nullifies lower-level curses. Equipment grade, Dark Critical Strike equipment skill. Ju excitedly twirled the dagger in his hand. Not bad at all, huh? It was a high-grade weapon rewarded to him by the system. A magic dagger essence of the A-rank monster. Kaka increases the user's undead skill power. Just as Ju was savoring the moment, a female voice reached his ears. Leaving already, Ju looked at the masked person in surprise, Van Persie. Van Persie crossed her arms, feigning a complaint. "You're just going to leave without a word? That's a little sad. How about we go for one last walk?" At her suggestion, the two of them quickly made their way to a new land. Van Persie, wanting to break the silence, spoke first. "Even though we only met recently, it feels like we've known each other for a long time." He replied somewhat reservedly, "Is that so?" She continued to chatter on. "Perhaps it's because you've helped me so much." Van Persie unconsciously recalled when he risked his life to help her in the battle against Seven Ozil. The time Ju appeared in the forest was also deeply etched in her heart. And also the final duel with Gerard. You were so amazing and reliable back then. He humbly returned the praise to Van Persie. Your help was also invaluable. Van Persie, thank you for saying that. After this, neither of them dared to look at each other as they spoke. In the end, she was the one to start the conversation again. You don't seem very curious, do you? Ju glanced away and stammered, curious about what? Van Persie, seeming to know him well, chuckled softly. Don't pretend. She touched her helmet as if to signal about my real face under this helmet. Ju could only scratch his face awkwardly. Ah, your helmet. I figured there must be a reason, so I didn't ask. Van Persie suddenly fell silent at his words. Then she smiled faintly and began to explain, I understand. The truth is, under this helmet is a large scar, the mark of a curse. Van Persie's great secret was finally revealed by her own lips. Even I don't know what kind of curse it is. My father tried to hide it at all costs, always saying no one could ever know about it. Ju, slightly moved, nodded, I see. Hearing this, Van Persie continued recounting the cruel faces in her memory. That's why people started calling me the Ugly Knight. It's a nickname given to me by those who know nothing of my circumstances. Now she had gathered all her courage to reveal herself to him. Sir Valor, would you be willing to see my face? Van Persie reached for her helmet, hesitating slightly. I'm a little nervous, but if it's you, I feel like you'll see me for who I really am. But before she could finish speaking, Valos's cheeks flushed in bewilderment. Van Persie had no idea how much her sculpted, beautiful face had captivated him. How do I look? Do you think I'm ugly? When he didn't answer, she grew even more shy and covered her face. Only Valos knew how stirred he was by her beauty. Valos clenched his fists slightly, pleading, say something. As if realizing his rudeness, he hurriedly praised her. I'm sorry, you are truly beautiful. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Really, what a relief. At that moment, Valos still couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Van Persie took off her helmet, and Valos bashfully covered his mouth. Thinking back, Valos was still lost in her beauty. I've always looked at Van Persie, but I never imagined it would be like this. Van Persie, a little embarrassed, shouted, I have something I want to give you. Valos, startled, began to stammer. What is it? Then she quickly took out a pendant. This is a treasure of the Bayern clan passed down from my uncle. He watched her movements full of questions. Why would you give something so precious to me? Van Persie took Valos's hand as a confession. This is a token to prove that I will always be by your side. His heart suddenly skipped a beat as he looked at the shining gem. It was so dazzling that Valos had to repeat her words, a token to remind me that you will always be by my side. He immediately placed it on his chest. In response, I will treasure it. Van Persie was emotional tears streaming down her face. You promise? Valos, overcome with shyness, turned directly to Philip. All right, it's time for me to go. She looked a little regretful, but still wished him well. Yes, may good fortune always be with you. Valos hastily gestured ahead. Yes, please, after you. Van Persie, even more shy, refused. No, you go first. They went back and forth like this while someone stood to the side, exasperated. No. Van Persie, you go first. No, I want you to go first. Oh, come on, it's fine, Van Persie, you go first. No, Valos, I insist after you. At the same time, the system displayed a new notification. Hidden storyline, the bloodline of the Bayern Knight, has been unlocked. Van Persie's affection route has been unlocked. Soon the sky began to darken, filled with the sound of crisp laughter. Philip was a bit downcast at the monologue in his head. Heavens, what's a guy like me supposed to do? He looked at the system, then thought of her, and blushed again. An affection route with the stoic Van Persie. At this rate, aren't we just a wedding hall away from the end? While reveling in his happiness, Valos suddenly smelled something strange. At his horse's feet lay countless corpses. This situation, damn it. Just when things were starting to go smoothly. Valos looked at the faces with their eyes wide open, assessing the scene. Based on the situation, it seems Philip and Paramus fought fiercely. Both men and horses were strewn across the ground, a miserable sight, as if neither side had the strength to continue. Without hesitation, he drew his sword on the spot. Valos swung his sword once, then galloped off. I have to search this area. His gaze shifted to the familiar system interface, and a smile appeared on Valos's lips. Interesting. Gripping the sword that radiated a thick, killing intent activate skill. Very quickly, a figure named Bi Fan Hun led a motley army forward as Valos spoke. Blood-soaked believers, become my minions. Summon vampire. He turned and loudly commanded him, your first mission is to search this entire area and hunt down Philip. Glory to our Lord. Then Valos pointed at Anna and you. She bowed respectfully and replied, yes, master. He glanced at the corpses with a sinister smile. Gather all the scattered uniforms here. They will be useful. Scene changed to a gloomy abandoned building. Philip following Zint and just finally dared to breathe heavily after hiding in a house. He grew even more furious thinking of Fidel's face. Damn it, I, the Steel Knight, never expected this day to come. Paramus is unforgivable. Seeing this, Philip's subordinate worriedly handed him a pouch. Your Highness, this is for emergencies. But Philip showed no gratitude and snatched it from his hand. Give it here. He unhesitatingly stuffed the strange medicine into his mouth. Outside, Valos was wandering around calling for Philip, Prince Philip. I've come to get you. Prince Philip, I'm the mercenary you met before. He even shouted his own name directly, Valos, my name is Valos. Hearing Valor's voice was like finding a lifeline, and he instantly brightened up. Oh, Valor. But his companion was more level-headed, advising him, Your Highness, it's too dangerous, we should observe the situation first. He's right. However, Philip slapped Zint right across the face. Shut up, you useless trash. He pointed outside, his voice dripping with accusation. While he's coming to save me. What the hell are you all doing? The other two were stunned by Philip's heartless words. What a bunch of insects, not even worth stepping on. A treacherous smile spread across his face as he decided their fate. After this, you will all be demoted to serve under that mercenary. Just as he finished speaking, the door behind Philip was kicked open. Seeing him, he was overjoyed. Valor, I'm over here, Valor. Ju calmly led a group of vampires and walked up to Philip. Your Highness, I've missed you so much, I crossed that deep forest just to get here. Hearing this, he grew even more grateful and praised him. Thank you, and thank you for bringing such reliable reinforcements. The soldier in the back was still weakly calling out, Your Highness, Philip, wait for us. But he paid him no mind, his eyes fixed brightly on Ju. You're the only one I can trust. I'll make sure you're rewarded handsomely. He gave a wide smile and feigned modesty. Oh, there's no need for that. Immediately after Ju's troops charged forward on his command. Blood splattered, leaving Philip stunned. He scratched his head, hiding the sinister smile spreading across his face. Because I won't be needing you anymore, Your Highness. Ju and his men took the upper hand, cornering Philip. With his sword ready, he didn't forget to taunt him. A mere dog dares to puff out its chest before a tiger's claws. Philip's expression turned uglier as he seethed. Did I raise a dog just for it to turn around and bite its master? But Ju wasn't scared at all. He even mocked him enthusiastically. That's right. I'm a filthy dog, and I'll bite someone like you. Philip's piercing blue eyes immediately widened. His sword was also quick to strike. With just 2 moves, Moonshadow Sword style first form. Crescent Moon Slash and Philip had taken down nearly all the vampires. The more they advanced, the harder he cut them down. Ju watched this slightly displeased. I guess it was useless to just send some lackeys, huh? He glanced at the bodies on the ground, unable to hide his disgust. Fighting like this is just a waste of magic. With that thought, Ju ordered the troops behind him. Everyone fall back. They all responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel smug. It's a shame watching your pathetic underlings die before your eyes. But he retorted just as sharply, unlike some people. Ju muttered for a moment before drawing a dagger. The heart. My heart is like a vast, endless plain. Philip seized the opportunity to slash a piece of flying wood, sending it hurtling toward him. Ju dodged skillfully, not forgetting to flash a provoking smile. He staggered back, the whites of his eyes showing. Then his hand landed on the wooden fence beside them. Ju threw it directly in front of Philip, letting him slash away. He continuously destroyed all the surrounding wood with a few swings of his sword. He exclaimed while blocking Philip's attack. So this is the power of the Steel Elector. Ironically, this is the sword style I once cherished. At first glance, it looks elegant and refined, but hidden within, that beauty is a fatal counterattack. Ju immediately lowered his head, silent for a few seconds. He was a little tired, but still stood majestically carrying the air of a master of counterattacks. The Steel Elector Philip began to lower his weapon, attempting a verbal reconciliation. Do you think you can survive here after betraying me, Valor? He wasn't the least bit grateful. Instead, he sneered, Turns out I'm quite close with the sisters at the convent. Hearing that, he roared with laughter. So you have backers, huh? But why should I be afraid of some armed religious order? With that, Philip shifted his stance again. A second moon appeared in a crescent glow, moon shadow sword-style second form. He summoned a great torrent of power into his sword. But very quickly, Philip's gaze suddenly shifted to one of shock. Ryu's small sword blocked his attack. Philip strained until he was shaking, but it didn't faze him at all. At that moment, he was suddenly filled with a fear of the golden dog and the lollipop pizza. I'll just have to endure the wound on my face. Ryu, as if he had found Philip's weakness, laughed triumphantly. This pathetic drama should end right here, Philip. He sent him flying with a single kick. As Philip fell through the air, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Ryu's foot flashed before his eyes. Sorry, but it's not the monastery you should fear, it's me. Philip clutched his battered body in resentment. If only my body were back to normal, I would have crushed you long ago. He quickly screamed in desperation. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I admired your talent and gave you so many blessings. You're supposed to be loyal to me. He cracked his neck and growled in a cold voice. You really still don't know what you did wrong, do you? Fine, let me spell it out for you. Ryu advanced as he spoke. First, you ignored everything I said and betrayed me. He stabbed his knife into the ground right before Philip's groin as a show of his displeasure. Second, you heartlessly cast aside Van Persie, who worked so hard for you. Ryu raised his knife again and continued his rant. Third, how many people do you think have had to die because of you? His expression darkened, revealing the demonic glint in Ryu's eyes. And yet, you still dare to call yourself one of the 9 clans. He tried to appeal for sympathy, begging desperately. Think again. Philip cried pathetically, trying to win him over. Everything I did was for the people, if I die, who will feed and protect them. He spat out the vile words, saliva flying everywhere. My absence will only make the other 9 clans happy. Won't they just rush in to devour this place the moment I'm gone? His lips parted slightly in response to Philip's long-winded speech. You have a point. Ryu pretended to look away, making a show of being generous. All right, I'll give you one chance. He quickly dangled a precious potion in his hand to tempt him. This is a full recovery potion. If you accept my condition, I'll let you use it. Philip, desperate to live, immediately agreed to Ryu's demand. Whatever you want, I'll agree to anything, just say it. He was a little surprised at his eagerness. Is that so? Waiting for just that response, Ryu immediately closed in and gave his command. Then get on your knees and beg Van Persie for forgiveness. You have to kneel properly with both your hands and knees. To save his life, Philip immediately made a grand offer. She's still alive. All right, as an apology, I will offer the Bayern clan 10,000 Floridas. He was very pleased with that display and quickly handed him the potion. That's the spirit. For that, I'll give you the whole bottle. Philip lunged for it like a starving tiger. Thank you. His eyes wide, he downed the rare potion in a single gulp. But before he could drink much of the shimmering liquid, it fell to the ground along with the glass bottle. Ryu watched with amusement as Philip struggled to keep the potion from spilling out of his mouth. How does it taste good? He then glanced at the stains on the floor and told him about them. That's the venom of the poison dragon Phasma. Only then was he so stunned that he began to cry. You bastard! Philip rubbed his throbbing throat as he questioned him. You dare to mock me like this? He held up the potion bottle, pretending to cherish it. This poison, even the Demon King once died from it. I got it from Hera. Seizing the opportunity while Ryu was distracted, he launched a sneak attack. You will die, Valor. However, a dark figure shot out in front of him. Bifrenheim mercilessly gripped his sword and ran Philip through. At that moment, he tearfully glanced behind him. Before he could speak, Philip screamed while dry heaving. He stared at the man in utter shock. You're Bifrenheim. Why are you still alive? Weren't you torn to pieces by those undead dogs that day? Bifrenheim glanced back, giving Philip a look of pure hatred as he recalled his own tragic end. Yes, that day you abandoned me and left me to die. But then Lord Valor granted me a second life. I am now a member of Ryu's vampire group, so I no longer serve you but Lord Valor. It was your arrogance that always dragged everyone into danger. He didn't hesitate to put his sword to his former master's throat. And now, it's time for you to pay for that with your own life. Philip silently watched his own pathetic reflection in the sword's blade, unable to accept his fate. Just then, he suddenly received a system notification. Warning, do you authorize Bifrenheim to kill the Guardian? Killing the Guardian may affect game progress. Proceed with killing the Guardian. Ryu stared at the letters with some curiosity. Will it mess up the game? He started watching him in his pitiful begging state. Du's face unconsciously twisted at the thought. Just for that bastard. Forget it. I wouldn't take him even if you gave him to me. Putting the thought into action, he waved his hand to command Biff Part 2 and turned away. Biff Part 2, kill him. He was very obedient and quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." With permission granted, Biff Part 2 raised his sword. At that moment, Doo's system displayed a red notification. Error, 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 error. The Guardian has been defeated. Error, error. A few seconds later, the system reconfigured. The hidden scenario for killing a Guardian has been activated. Kill all Guardians to unlock the Transcendent tier. You have interfered with the world's will. The game's difficulty has increased. He glanced back, feeling intrigued. A sudden increase in difficulty. The corner of Doo's mouth immediately curled into a provocative smirk. He then flew into the sky triumphantly. You didn't see this coming either, did you? From high above, Doo's eyes flashed like bright stars. At the same time, the moon illuminated the spot where he stood. Aquila, like a sailor scout, looked towards the earth. Her eyes couldn't help but light up with excitement. Aquila smiled as she gave a meaningful compliment. "Did you really break the seal? How mischievous." She chuckled, watching Doo dance around joyfully. "Look at that smug face, how exciting." Then Aquila stood up and pressed a control button. "Now, let's see what you can do." The screen that had just lit up went dark again as she turned around, because things were just getting started. The system continuously displayed bright notification screens. You have acquired the S-rank skill, Primal Shadow Sword. Art, you have acquired the A-rank skill, Pinjeng Singaran. You have acquired the SS-rank skill, Imperial Incitement. You have acquired the SS-rank skill, Mephistopheles' Performance. You have acquired the SS-rank skill, Majesty of the Great Leader. Doo looked at the white text excited, as expected from someone at the Juji Mo level. The rewards are amazing. 3 SS rank skills, 1 S rank, and 1 A rank. His eyes quickly focused on the highest screen. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Undead Revival. Doo was very pleased with that skill. On top of that, I also got 2 exclusive S rank skills as level up rewards, just perfect. But the system didn't stop and continued to give out more rewards. You have acquired the skill, S rank Blood Tear Absorption. After acquiring a series of skills, he focused on the golden pouch in his hand. Is this the only thing that dropped? Doo reached out to open it. On the outside, it looked just like a regular magic zipper pouch. But what he touched was a lightning barrier. Doo winced from the pain in his hand. A barrier. That's it then. The system immediately appeared, confirming his thoughts. You have been blocked by a barrier. In the end, Doo could only put it away helplessly. Am I going to have to ask Margarita to open this? But as he was about to turn away, the next notification caught his eye. You have received the essence of the Guardian. Collect 5 of them to ascend to a transcendent existence. However, each time a Guardian is killed, the seal protecting the world from darkness will weaken. Doo directly processed the new information. A transcendent existence, a world seal. He began to think about the motionless figures behind him. In other words, I have to be extremely careful when hunting them. Doo's mind quickly painted a new future for himself. A vision of having many comrades immediately crossed his mind. Or should I stay with the other Guardians? Or find a completely different path? Just as Doo fell silent, Biff Part 2 ran over holding something. "Master, I found it." He held up a rolled-up piece of paper in his hand to report. "Just as you said, my lord, we searched the ruins left by Philip's men and found it." His eyes lit up when he saw it. "Good job." Doo excitedly unrolled the paper and shouted, "This must be the main reward for this quest. Look how it shines. It's on a whole other level. Biff Part 2, by the way, have you finished the side task I gave you?" He bowed, smiling faintly. "Yes, master." Biff Part 2 quickly brought the disguised Rin and Jesus before Doo. "As you commanded, my lord, we dressed Philip's subordinate in Pizza Mutt faction clothes and disguised him as a perfect demon." Doo clapped his hands in satisfaction at the sight. "Excellent. It looks great." In another corner, a piece of wood that was already rotten snapped in two with a single strike. At this moment, Brown was cornering a surviving soldier. "Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask." Doo walked over curiously and asked, "Who is this guy?" He quickly interjected with an explanation. "One of Philip's subordinates who was hiding Master. How should we deal with him?" He was momentarily flustered, unsure how to handle the scene. But a second later, an idea flashed in Doo's mind. The soldier was still sobbing, clasping his hands and begging, "I'll do anything, please spare me." Thanks to these words, Doo could relax and give a mysterious smile. He looked at his clenched fist, unable to contain his excitement. "Dear Pizza Mutt, I hope you like the gift I'm sending you." At a camp by the forest road, Lauren, captain of the Royal Guard under Roland's command, was leading her soldiers on patrol. Lauren's gaze swept around for a moment, finally stopping on a single point. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up slightly. Seeing the men lying on the ground, Lauren quickly raised a hand, signaling his army to halt. His subordinate looked over the situation and made an assessment. "Sir Lauren, it seems there was a battle with Pitamut's forces here." Lauren glanced at him and replied, "So it would seem." Shortly after, another soldier brought someone before him. "Sir, we found a survivor." Lauren gave him a quick look and gave his orders. "Good, handle him with care. I'll need to question him later." The soldier immediately acknowledged the order. "Understood." In the barracks, the fire blazed once more. Lauren rested his chin on his hand as he questioned Louis. "So you're saying that the object was stolen?" He could only answer truthfully, "Ah, yes." Louis clutched his cup with a sorrowful expression. "Then we were surrounded by Pitamut's army, and in a desperate attempt to save Prince Philip." Before he could finish, Lauren cut him off. "So you mean you abandoned your comrades to die while you ran away?" Louis looked at his reflection in the cup, timidly confirming, "Yes." The sword in Lauren's hand immediately slammed into the ground, making him jump. He wasn't angry at Louis, but grimaced with regret. "If only I had arrived a little sooner." Lauren rushed towards him and shook Louis by the shoulders. "To think you risked your life to protect your superior. You are a model knight." Then he pushed him into the middle of the crowd and shouted, "All troops, listen here." At Lauren's command, everyone focused on Louis. This man risked his life to protect his commander. He was stunned speechless by his words. "Even though we lost the battle, the spirit of a knight will never waver. All of you follow this man's example. Begin the search for Prince Philip at once." "Yes, sir." Louis's legs went weak, and he could only stammer a few words. "That's enough now." The scene quickly shifts to Roland's sun-drenched Rose Palace. Rays of light streamed through the glass, shining on Roland's garden. Lauren's sudden appearance broke her peaceful moment. "My lady, it is Lauren." He spoke through gritted teeth. "Per your orders, we pursued Pitamut's forces and found Prince Philip's trail, but he has escaped, so his current whereabouts are unknown." Roland was silent for a moment. "Is that so?" She continued walking through the grounds, her questioning tone sharp. "And what of the object?" "I'm certain Prince Philip has it." At this, Lauren hesitantly recounted what happened. "Those Pitamut bastards took it." Roland's fingers clenched tighter when she heard this. Pitamut, that name is becoming more and more irritating. Thinking he had failed, he immediately offered to take the blame. "Forgive me, my lady. Please punish me as you see fit." But she showed no anger and instead reassured him, "That's not necessary. The object is what's most important now. It's the only way to restore Prince Philip to his rightful place." Still, he couldn't stop himself from slamming his hand on the floor. "But Prince Philip, he—" Roland narrowed her eyes slightly, reminding him in a cold voice, "The prince is not one to die so easily." She rested her chin on her hand, speaking casually. "Go to Pitamut and deliver a message for me. Tell him to hand over the object." Roland gave a smile that embodied the very nature of the Rose Demon Lord Roland. "Otherwise things will become very unpleasant." The scene shifts to Pitamut's dust-covered base. Pitamut's face contorted with rage. "What did you just say?" "That madwoman has been revived." Vincent tilted his head in confirmation. "That's right, sir." Seeing this, the man grew even more frantic. "Impossible." Pitamut remembered Margarita's monstrous face, and the color drained from his own. His face was deathly pale. "That monster of a woman has returned, but my trap was perfect." Vincent, however, couldn't help but interject, "But she is still only human, sir." Meanwhile, Pitamut's face had turned a ghastly shade of purple. "You don't understand." His voice couldn't hide his fear as he recalled her single-handedly entering an impossible battle. "I can never forget how she charged into his territory alone, slaughtering every last one of his men." The image of Margarita tearing out her opponent's throat and severing his head was burned into Pitamut's mind. He began to hug himself in fear. "Do you know what started that massacre?" Vincent, still unable to comprehend his fear, asked, "What was it, sir?" He immediately pictured the crushed pastry before his eyes. One of his subordinates stepped on her snack. The memory of that sharp gaze made Pitamut's voice tremble. Back then, all the demon lords called her Margarita, the Storm of Destruction. Just as he finished speaking, another demon burst in frantically. "Master, a message has just arrived from the demon lord Roland." His face went white as he saw the demon approach with a piece of paper. "What is it now?" The demon trembled under Pitamut's gaze and reported, "I don't know either, sir." He stared at the offered paper, remaining silent, not daring to take it. Now is not a good time. The demon stubbornly held it out in front of him. What is it? He couldn't stop asking himself. What new madness is she unleashing now? In the end, despite his fear, Pitamut had to force himself to open the message. His eyes widened as he stammered, that woman. Vincent roared in fury, yet he looked pathetically like he was about to cry. That thing. Why would she think I have it? Seeing him roaring in a rage, he walked over and asked, "Is something wrong?" Vincent immediately fell silent, stunned by his words. That crazy woman is demanding I hand that thing over. He gently covered his mouth to hide his thoughts, suddenly remembering Hazard's death, Gareth, and the white scroll that unsettled Vincent. Why would Jolie think we have that thing? We never even got close to it. We actually lost Hazard's trail while chasing Philip. This whole thing is so suspicious, Margaret's revival and the sudden disappearance of that thing. The result is clear, but the cause is a mystery. Suddenly a thought flashed through Vincent's mind, leaving him stunned. No way could there be someone behind all of this. Scene change. Diu is sneezing nonstop as if someone is talking about him. He opened his mouth wide but was still dazed from all the sneezing. Seeing this, Biff Ven Hai asked, "Master, are you ill?" Diu could only brush it off. "No, my nose is just a little itchy." Hearing this, he didn't press further and got straight to the point. "Anyway, what do you plan to do with Philip's body?" He thought for a moment before speaking. "What else? I'll turn him into a loyal, undead servant." Biff Ven Hai flinched slightly, but still agreed with Diu, a fitting fate for an elector. "I look forward to it." He ignored the flattery and held up the paper in his hand. "Put that aside. The most important thing right now is this." Diu explained excitedly as he opened it, the Golden Edict. At the same time, the system displayed information about the treasure. The Golden Edict, a document bearing the golden seal of the Empire. It is proof of an elector's authority. With that confirmation, he grew excited as he remembered Philip's face. To think I now have both Philip's body and the Golden Edict in my hands. Unconsciously, Diu suddenly called his name, Biff Ven Hai. Biff Ven Hai was always ready to respond, "Yes, master." However, he didn't stop there and called out again, "Biff Ven Hai." Without a hint of complaint, he immediately played along, "Yes, master." This only made his master's laughter grow more gleeful. Diu raised his hand and repeated his favorite phrase, again, "Biff Ven Hai." Biff Ven Hai immediately joined in, laughing loudly, "Yes, master." On a rough road leading deep into the forest, a carriage rolled slowly, followed by lightly armored soldiers. The two soldiers in front of the carriage were laughing and complaining. One of them spoke up. "The guildmaster is going to make a fortune this time." Wales, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. "That's right, with this economic blockade, this is our last chance. We have to rake in as much as we can." As the carriage entered the dark forest path, he chuckled and said confidently, "When we get back, we're definitely drinking until we pass out." The other man was extremely excited. "I know the perfect spot." But before he could finish, an arrow pierced deep into Wales's neck. The man who saw it jumped, his eyes widening at the sight of the flowing blood. Before he could scream, a signal flag was raised. A group of black-clad assassins shot past like lightning. Zane roared, "Take everything, kill them all." The soldiers turned pale as they charged forward. Troy shouted, trembling, "We're under attack. Draw your weapons." A warrior with a cold gaze rushed forward, swinging his sword at his opponent. Right after his comrade was also attacked, the two blades clashing with a piercing sound. He braced himself to block the man's powerful strike, but then Zane gave a sinister smile and spoke with a mocking tone. "Hey, you merchants made a lot of money, didn't you? That must be what you traded with Jolie." Right hearing this, Troy growled in anger, shouting at him, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea where this money was supposed to go?" Without hesitation, Zane charged forward, gripping his sword hilt, his eyes fierce. The two clashed in an explosive moment as he gritted his teeth and shot back. So what? He was knocked back, shutting his eyes tightly in pain. Troy tried to keep his balance, but an incredibly powerful vortex of force immediately swirled towards him. Surrounded by the darkness of the forest, a man raised his weapon and approached, his voice low. "If you have a problem, go cry to Van Persie." Zane's face was murderous. He gritted his teeth and whispered every word, "Make sure you bring your boss with you." The scene cut sharply to a bright room where Van Persie is disinfecting Diu's wound. He let out a small groan. She looked at Diu and ordered worriedly, "Stay still." His face was now bright red. Diu grimaced in pain. "It hurts, Van Persie." Van Percy's eyes were filled with worry, her voice soft but serious. "Bear with it for a moment. What on earth did you do to get hurt this badly?" Suddenly, the door burst open and Margaret rushed in, looking frantic, shouting loud enough to make him tremble. "Van Percy, you're back." They both looked confused in the direction of the shout. The atmosphere became strangely silent. Her golden eyes widened in bewilderment. Van Percy was stunned, speechless. The scene changes to a large building where a shrill scream echoes through the space. "Look, Van Percy has taken off her helmet." A moment later, he refreshingly chugged a glass of water. Seeing the guilty look in her eyes, Margaret gently teased her. "Van Percy, are you trying to give an old woman like me a heart attack?" Van Percy bowed her head and whispered, "My apologies, Lady Margarita." She smiled forgivingly, cupping her face cheerfully as she spoke. "But it's all right. I understand. That feeling of not wanting to hide your true self, isn't that just a woman's heart? Youth is wonderful." She faltered a bit upon hearing that, and Ryu's face turned just as red a moment later. Margarita rushed over and growled, "Ryu, you'd better take good care of Van Percy. If you dare make her shed even a single tear." At this point, she suddenly stopped, making him swallow dryly and flinch as he asked, "Then what?" The atmosphere darkened, Margarita's eyes glowing a cold, menacing red. "I will fold you in two." Hearing this, Ryu panicked and quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Moving on from that topic, she sat with her legs and arms crossed, questioning him. "By the way, Philip, you said he's dead." He heard Margarita's question and calmly explained, "Yes, his body is in the hands of my subordinates." In his memory, Ryu shouted, "Take him away." His subordinates quickly responded, "Understood, sir." He glanced aside, shrugged, and concluded, I mean my companions are handling him." Hearing this, she suppressed her emotions, her voice trembling. "So he's really dead?" a probing voice asked. "Is that really a serious problem?" Suddenly, the atmosphere turned grim. Margarita's eyes glowed, her voice low and full of killing intent. "I really wanted to finish him off with my own hands." Seeing her sudden change in mood, a voice stammered, but Ryu sat leisurely in his chair, his expression growing more bewildered as Margarita continued, "Oh well, he's dead anyway, so I guess that's fine." He gave a strained laugh, thinking to himself, "It's probably better that Philip died by my hand." Ryu turned to look at her, saying cheerfully, "On second thought, Margarita, I have a present for you." Hearing the word present, Margarita's face lit up with excitement. "What is it?" He calmly but confidently presented the pile of gold before them. "This is what I collected from the remnants of Philip's gang." His words took her by surprise. Ryu gestured to the sparkling pile of gold, confidently telling Margarita, "With this, you can buy any snack you want." Her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "What did you just say?" Margarita stared at him, praising him nonstop. "Ryu, are you perhaps some kind of saint?" Seeing her expression, Ryu asked tactfully, "Does Angela starve you often?" Margarita's face was radiant, sparkling, as if she were seeing paradise. Suddenly, "You look pretty handsome," he shouted in exasperation. "Cut it out." Van Percy stepped forward at that moment, looking at the scene between the two with a confused expression. She frowned and asked Ryu, "What is that pile of paper?" Hearing this, Ryu looked over and answered a bit flustered, "They look like letters." She came forward and picked up the letters one by one to read. He explained, "It's correspondence between Philip and Roland. It seems Roland was trying to put Philip on the throne." A red and black frame appeared, sketching the majestic silhouette of a king and a woman. Ryu's voice rang out, The relationship between the current emperor and Roland is terrible due to tax issues." Margarita, standing nearby, heard this and agreed, "That's right, just like the current economic blockade." Hearing this, he frowned slightly. "An economic blockade?" She turned to look at Ryu, her eyes a bit surprised. "Huh, you didn't know?" Amidst the chaotic scene in the hall, many people suddenly collapsed. Margarita's voice droned on. "The Emperor is currently seizing all goods from every guild associated with Roland. Seize, seize, seize. That's why the knightly families around here are in a huge bind." In his mind, images of the bandits kept reappearing. She continued to explain, "That's why the Ritter family attacked the Ignis Guild." Hearing this, he was a little stunned, Finally, Margarita clarified, "And because of that, our poor Van Percy is under a great deal of mental stress." This made her, standing beside them, cry out in worry with wide eyes, "Margarita." She became flustered, her face blushing with embarrassment. Margarita smiled awkwardly and stammered, right." Ryu looked at her with a worried and slightly confused expression. "Is something wrong?" She stood behind him, holding a pile of papers in her arms. Margarita answered in a small voice, Actually, over here. She pressed her lips together, standing silently. Van Persie, in her nun's habit, gently looked up. She smiled reassuringly and said, "It's all right, I'll explain. Lady Margarita." In the dark room, shadows enveloped the space. Within, a soft sigh could be heard. He pressed his lips together, sweat beading on his temple. Ryu thought to himself, "Everything is a complete mess." An image of a powerful king, his face furious and filled with killing intent. Beside him, purple lightning crackled. He said softly, "I never expected the Emperor's economic blockade to escalate into a major conflict with the electors of Bayern." The door burst open and a familiar voice called out, "Ryu, it's me." Recognizing the visitor, Ryu let out a sigh of relief. Angela Giggs. At the elegant tea table, Van Persie spoke in a low, warning tone. "Ryu, I hope you will forget everything you have heard today." She sat primly in her chair, her gaze calm but tinged with worry. "This has nothing to do with you." He looked at Van Persie, shaking his head firmly. "I can't do that. If this concerns you, Van Persie, then I sincerely want to help." Her words made her freeze for a moment. Van Persie replied softly, "Thank you." But right after, her eyes darkened. "But this has gotten too big." Van Persie smiled lightly, her voice half joking. "If you help me again this time, I'll feel terribly indebted." Ryu stood opposite her, watching her intently, his face thoughtful. An image of Van Persie in armor, her stance strong. The thought echoed in his heart. "I know Van Persie is very dependable, but she still lacks experience, and her heart is too kind." Ryu took her hand, thinking to himself, "That's why." He looked straight ahead and called out in a low voice, "Van Persie." Ryu continued to smile, a bit tired but sincere. "It's true this is too big for a mere mercenary like me to handle." She appeared across from him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Van Persie replied softly, "Yes." So this time he sat on the large chair, tilting his head slightly. He spoke decisively, "Even so, I still want to help." A voice from deep within Du's mind echoed, "I want to be her strength." He chuckled softly, joking, "A mercenary can be useful in his own way, you know." Van Persie looked up, her lips curving into a slight smile. "You can still joke at a time like this." Du smiled confidently, the corners of his lips turning up meaningfully. He leaned forward, his smile becoming more pronounced, as if in a challenge. "I'm quite confident, you see." His words made her tilt her head slightly. Van Persie asked doubtfully, "Confident?" The scene opened to a magnificent cathedral with soaring white walls. Du walked briskly down the stone corridor, light falling on his serious face. Further down the hall, as Du approached, two maids turned slightly upon hearing his hurried footsteps. In the vast main hall, Du dashed forward at a fierce speed. He burst through the door and yelled, "Margarita!" In the warm, bright room, Margarita looked up, startled by the call, and asked in confusion, "Valo?" Ji-hyo clutched a sparkling, glowing magic zipper. He said, breathing heavily, "The magic zipper that Philip used to have, and it's filled with countless gold coins." Du looked up, trying to pique Margarita's curiosity. "Aren't you curious?" He held up the zipper challengingly and declared, "If you can open it now, the reward will be doubled." Du leaned forward, his voice provocative. "Want to give it a try?" Immediately, with her golden eyes shining brightly, Margarita responded forcefully, shouting with determination, "Make it triple." In the room, Ji-hyo stood at a distance, looking ahead and exclaiming in surprise, "What's with that gauntlet over here?" Margarita was excitedly hugging a pile of gold. He now stood seriously and raised his hand. "This is the upgraded version of the magic zipper I just opened." Now, just a slight flip of the palm. An intense blue light enveloped a flask Du was holding up. Margarita's voice rang out steadily, "Like that." On a lush forest path, he rode on horseback, looking down at the flask in his hand. Du laughed in surprise. "Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. Did they secretly add an update or something?" He brought the flask closer, a relaxed and witty smile on his face. "Convenient patches are always welcome." Then, in a sudden moment, the horse jolted unexpectedly, splashing water right in Du's face. He immediately looked at the horse and shouted angrily, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden, filly?" Right after, the horse's expression became helpless as it kept pointing forward, while Du watched beside it with unease, his face suddenly stiffening. In front of him was a banner with words written on it, "Welcome to the city of Bluegen." In the middle of a dense crowd, Du looked ahead and suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh, what the hell is that?" The vast blue sky carried a gentle breeze. Then brilliant stage lights flared up. He walked in, one hand raised high in confidence. "I finally made it in." A scene of a jam-packed amusement park appeared. A voice rang out, "It feels like waiting for 3 hours at Disneyland. The estimated time is about 3 hours." Each word made Du's expression darken. In the crowded square, a young man holding a red sign made him pause. The man's voice boomed, "Welcome to the Lord's City." Du then continued walking, observing his surroundings and muttering softly, "Wow, this place is still exactly the same." In the bustling city, a tavern owner eagerly bowed a greeting. "My lord." The girl next to him waved happily. "My lord, please visit our tavern." A thought ran through his head. Blugen is a city where different races live together. The lord they're talking about is the Demon King Cuban. Over here, a man was showering compliments. "Milady, your skin has gotten more beautiful lately." His words made her endlessly happy. "It's all thanks to the Lord." Right after that, Cuban appeared with a heroic aura. Cuban contributed greatly to cultural unification thanks to his extensive knowledge and eloquence. He was also considered the most human-friendly demon king, second only to Roland. Du looked ahead pensively, his mind racing. He is also a key figure who will be helpful for this matter. I absolutely have to meet him. His eyes widened when he suddenly saw a figure approaching and saying, "Hello." In front of Du was a goblin spreading his arms happily and saying, "An adventurer with an extraordinary aura." Hearing that, he asked, a bit surprised, "You know me?" The goblin continued to speak, his voice full of sarcasm. "Oh no, but your aura is so strong it's impossible not to notice." A skill notification window appeared in the air, making Du ponder. An extraordinary aura, is it because of this skill? Just then, the goblin cheerfully struck up a conversation. "Is this your first time in Blugen?" At that moment, a notification appeared. "Majesty of the Great Leader, SS rank. A skill that increases charisma and divine presence as its proficiency grows." The thought of himself as a protector amused him. "Not bad, this could be useful later." With that thought, Du replied to him, "Yes, I'm here to meet Cuban." Hearing that, the goblin shot up excitedly, clenching his fists and cheering. "Oh, he's an extraordinary person after all. Is this what it feels like to see great figures attract one another?" He ran ahead, making no effort to hide his excitement. "I also have business with him. Please allow me to guide you there." Behind the goblin, Jew's eyes revealed his confusion. The castle was massive, its architecture magnificent. Cuban's castle. In the grand hall, a large door with luxurious golden patterns came into view. The small figure bowed politely. "Before Jew, please wait here. Tea will be brought to you." Jew smiled in response. "All right." Suddenly, a skill notification window flared up before his eyes, startling. "Jew, wait. I'm only at level 1. So how did that goblin recognize me?" Seemingly too tired to care, he simply gave up and said aloud, "Whatever, that doesn't matter." Jew stood before the statue. He stared at it and wondered, "Looks like he's still a narcissist. Huh. A work of art based on his own image." Suddenly, the goblin announced from behind him, "Your tea has arrived." The adventurer Jew leaped in the air with a scream. He let out a laugh, bowing his head in apology. "I'm sorry for startling you." Jew was still in shock. He urged, "Please give me a heads up next time." But the goblin just shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, I'm a monster." Once the atmosphere calmed down, Jew sat on a chair and asked directly, "Anyway, what brings you here?" The other man smiled, half joking, and answered, "Me, I came to register our marriage." The goblin blinked, then immediately put on a dramatic act. "Our relationship is very sweet." From a distance, another person sighed in exasperation. "There he goes again." Jew recalled the welcome from earlier, and a thought echoed in his mind. Everyone calls him Lord Cuban, yet this one alone calls him Sir. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes and made a decision. "Let's test this out." Jew stood before him and began to probe. "In that case, that ring must be a wedding ring, right?" Hearing him ask this, the goblin froze for a moment. He immediately regained his usual confidence and spoke with a smug tone. "You notice, just as I'd expect, I poured 10 years of my salary into it." Upon hearing that, Jew just smirked and replied, "Is that so?" He glanced at the timid goblin behind him and offered a compliment. "That was some pretty impressive acting, Cuban." His pale green hand trembled, a sparkling red ring turning slightly on his finger. The goblin stammered, "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Jew interrupted that ring. He pointed, his voice becoming sharp, as if uncovering a secret. "Isn't that the ruby ring that Cuban always cherishes? And the fact that you said I seemed extraordinary, when in fact very few people know of me, is also highly suspicious." Jew then continued, "On top of all that, no one refers to themselves as Lord." At that moment, darkness and green smoke erupted as a voice said, "As I thought the information was accurate." The smoke swirled violently as he gave a cryptic smile. Your intuition is truly sharp. Cuban, with his short platinum hair and sharp eyes, stood amidst the swirling smoke. I am Valos Stavello, the ruler of Rogers. The expression on his face wasn't friendly. His eyes showed his resolve. Cuban, the Dark Demon King. When it was over, he sat sipping his tea, not forgetting to ask, "You must have come to see me about the Valpegus affair." Right hearing this, Ju quickly replied, "That's right." He looked straight at Cuban with a smug smile. "I thought you might have some useful clues or information." He gently set down his teacup, his voice contemplative. "I know what you want." After a short pause, Cuban chuckled softly and stated his demand, but on one condition. Ju's expression immediately darkened. I knew it, Cuban, but he still managed a faint smile and asked a condition. An image of the man appeared surrounded by endless letters. Ju's thoughts began to race. His obsession with knowledge was always obvious in the early chapters. He was that infamous pervert, willing to pay just to know what color underwear the emperor was wearing. Pausing for a moment, he recalled scenes of war and peace, and a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. I know every hot tip from future wars to fluctuations in the real estate market. At this thought, feeling as if he had grasped Cuban's weakness, Ju couldn't contain his excitement. Just name it. I know everything. And yet the man before him simply continued to smile gently. A moment later, Cuban made his request. "Be my friend." Ju agreed without hesitation. Done. Immediately after, he realized something wasn't quite right. Seeing Ju frozen in place, he quickly explained, "You may not know it, but you're about to become the center of attention. From the conquest of Hoises to your relationship with that uptight female holy knight, Cuban knows your secrets." The words made Ju stiffen, and he grimaced as he asked, "Since when are we so close?" At this he beamed brightly. "If I become friends with someone like you, it will surely be very profitable for me." Seemingly with no other choice, he agreed, "I understand." A moment later, Ju fell deep into thought. So how are we supposed to show that we're friends? Before he could think any longer, Cuban took out a brilliant ring. "Take this." The ring radiated an immense amount of energy. As you can see, this is a communication ring, just for calling each other when we're bored. Every word he spoke made Ju suspicious. What is he planning? He grimaced as he imagined a study session, picturing someone smiling while lecturing, "You should study harder," with Cuban under the table constantly nagging him to study harder. The more he thought, the less Ju believed his use of the word friend. Friends. His thoughts on Kubai grew more and more. He just couldn't understand that man. Kubai didn't hesitate any longer and said, as a gift of friendship, "A piece of information you wanted." Immediately the sound of a finger snap echoed. "Ah, I have something." Hearing this, Yu asked curiously, "What is it?" Kubai didn't hide anything from him. "The clue is in the capital of the Verdant Principality, in the West Ham district of the Verdant Principality's capital." A voice called out, "Raiden." Yu walked straight to the gate, much to the astonishment of the guards. A guard immediately shouted, "Who are you?" His expression was not very good now. Yu summoned the system panel, pointing it straight at each of them and causing them to scream in pain. His face grim, he growled each word, "Don't get in my way." With that, Yu took the system panel with him. He walked quickly forward. Wherever he went, people screamed in fear. They constantly fled, wanting nothing to do with him. A moment later, right in front of Yu, rows of people knelt down one after another. Seeing this, he shouted in frustration, "Get out of the way!" At the Melia Merchant Guild, an urgent voice called out, "Guildmaster." Lena burst through the door, her voice filled with panic. "A terrifying presence is approaching our guild." Hearing this, Yen was surprised. A terrifying presence. She seemed to lose her composure, screaming in panic, "He's almost here!" As soon as Yu got close, Lena fled while screaming, "Don't come any closer." Seeing him, the man's expression was no better than hers, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yen asked in a questioning tone, "Why would someone like you come here?" But Yu didn't answer right away, instead quickly operating the system panel. After a moment, he gave a demonic smile and growled each word, "I've come to make a deal, Guildmaster." From those previous words, Yu vaguely guessed, "You mean Raiden." Kubai casually lifted his teacup and confirmed, "That's right. The Melia Merchant Guild and the Rita Knight family are there." He also informed Yu that they were burdened with a massive debt, and they were in a creditor and debtor relationship. Yu couldn't help but be surprised by the information Kubai provided. In his heart, he was silently in awe of Kubai. "I had no idea about this kind of information. That's Kubai for you." You knew Kubai's capabilities well. To this day, he was the one who had overwhelmed him in countless battles of information warfare. He truly could know everything thanks to his power. His intelligence network spanned the entire continent. That was the Dark Demon King Kubai. Kubai had guessed Yu's intentions. He continued speaking. Judging by your expression, you seem satisfied with this information. But there is one more thing. Yu looked puzzled and asked, "What is it?" And so he stood silently looking at the little girl lying on the bed. James placed a hand on the girl's forehead and introduced her to, "You esteemed extraordinary adventurer, this is my daughter Marilyn." The sadness in his eyes lessened when he spoke of his daughter even as she was lying in bed like this. James recalled a time when his daughter was still healthy and playful. Not long ago, she was still a healthy and radiant child. But then something strange suddenly happened to his daughter. She began to wither away and eventually lost even the strength to hold things, and so he fell into this situation. Everyone James invited to treat his daughter just shook their heads. We summoned all the renowned doctors from across the continent, but they all just shook their heads. His daughter was his weakness. He collapsed, sobbing as he spoke. "If this goes on, I will lose my daughter forever. I can't." Suddenly, James stood up again, shouting right at you, "There has to be a way. There must be a way to save her." He burst into tears again, stammering as he pleaded with him, "Sir, extraordinary adventurer, please bring the smile back to my daughter." You suddenly placed a hand on the man's face to comfort him. "First, forget about that whole extraordinary adventurer title. Just call me Valor." "Yes, Sir Valor." He wiped his face and explained to James, "In any case, that's the reason I came here. To make a deal, that's an overstatement. I apologize." Yu became serious, his voice turning grim again. He placed his hand on Marilyn's forehead to check on her. Just by looking, you could tell his daughter's condition was extremely serious. Observing her state, Ju made a diagnosis, a noticeable loss of muscle mass and a persistent low-grade fever that wouldn't break. Marilyn's situation was truly at a critical level. This illness couldn't be cured with ordinary medicine. Ju looked at the girl and revealed, "But there is still one way to cure this disease." Hearing this, James became agitated and shouted, "What in the world is it?" Ju told him the cure to save his daughter, Rauflochner. "We need the divine medicine from that place." When he heard that cure, James's hands trembled. Oh no! He was so shocked he collapsed to the ground. "You mean we can't save her?" "That's right. Rauflochner is that kind of place. Two boys had once challenged each other as children. If you return from Rauflochner, I'll grant you a wish. In this world, that was basically the same as saying it's impossible. The demon dragon Rauflochner. This place seemed completely devoid of people, dark and terrifying, a giant canyon known for its majestic scenery. Something seemed to be lurking there. Located in the southeast of the empire, it was the territory of the Demon Dragon Store. The ancient dragon there is truly powerful and ferocious, even though very few ancient dragons are left in the world. His power is immeasurable. Even the Demon King would have a hard time dealing with him. In addition, many magical beasts reside there, and the canyon he rules is teeming with them. James was truly in despair when he learned that was the only place to find the medicine. Simply put, it's a hell for both humans and demons, an impossible challenge for an ordinary person. Ju just smiled, seemingly intrigued by the place. Only for ordinary people. He walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "James Guildmaster." With confident eyes, Ju declared to him, "Don't worry, I will go." Hearing those words from him gave James a glimmer of hope. Ju was now like the sun shining down on him. At the same time, the Mephistopheles' acting skill was activated. With this demonic acting skill, you can deceive and mock your opponent. James grabbed Ju's collar, insisting, "Oh no, if anyone has to go, it should be me." Ju explained sincerely to James what your daughter needs most right now isn't divine medicine, but the genuine love of her father. After hearing those words, James couldn't help but be moved. "Sir Ju, what can I do to help you?" Hearing that from him, Ju let out a faint smile. He pretended to be troubled and told James, "It's nothing complicated, but I heard the Reuters family owes a huge debt to the Valiha Merchant Guild." With teary eyes, James waited for what he wanted, that debt. Ju took the opportunity to make his request. "Can I take it over for them?" Before James could object, he gripped his shoulders and called out loudly, "What's wrong, Guildmaster?" Ju used a moral appeal to pressure him. "Do it for your only daughter." His daughter Marilyn, with her frail body, weakly called out to him, "Daddy." James remembered the times before when his daughter would playfully call him Daddy Daddy. The innocent little girl had even proposed to James back then. "When I grow up, I'm going to marry you, Daddy." Thinking of his daughter, James agreed to Ju's proposal. After securing the deal, Ju went to Raufluchner. What a perfect moonlit night for a climb, and the surrounding scenery couldn't help but excite him. "This scenery is so beautiful." Ju pulled an herb from the ground, marveling constantly. "This thing is huge." He held the herb in front of Philly and asked Philly, "Do you know what this is?" Philly sniffed the herb eagerly. Ju revealed, "That's right. This is a precious herb that only grows here." Ju let it eat the herb. "All right, go on and eat. Now listen carefully, Philly. This forest also has some very reliable guardians. You see, this place has an excellent lineup of protectors. No evil human or demon can get in. Philly's stats have skyrocketed. Even the weeds growing here have spiritual power. The weeds throughout the canyon are soaked with demonic dragon energy. Outside of this place, they're considered rare medicinal ingredients." Ju bent down, scooped up a handful from the ground, and said, "In other words." He seemed intrigued by the spiritual energy here, and over there as well. "A handful of dirt here is a precious treasure." Diu just wanted to gather all the herbs here, and more herbs here. Every patch of land was worth a fortune. As he pulled up the herbs, he calculated that he could not only save the merchant guild leader's daughter, but also make some money. Diu tossed a handful of herbs into his mouth and chewed greedily. Ah, so fragrant and delicious. Suddenly, a rock was thrown right at his head. Furious, Diu whipped his head around to look. Huh! The figure of a monster appeared, chasing him. "Get lost, human!" He seemed surprised when he saw them. A group of hobgoblins appeared, declaring their territory. "This land belongs to us." The system revealed everything about this place. Protector of Humanity information on Rutskloken, a canyon located at an altitude of 3,798 meters. This is the domain of the demon dragon Scaron. Though filled with elixirs and rare herbs, it is considered a dangerous land open only to magical beasts permitted by the demon dragon, regardless of species. Tears streamed down the hobgoblins' faces as they tried to dig up the herbs. Diu leisurely sat and drank the water served by Cluck. The hobgoblins had to toil away digging up herbs. Diu, looking cool in his shades, seemed to spot something. He pointed at the hobgoblins in front of him and yelled, "You lot dig properly." Not only that, but Diu also showed them a sample for reference. "Look, it has to be clean like this. I told you to dig without damaging the roots." The hobgoblins trembled in fear at his threat. "If you keep working like that, I'll send you all to your graves." Diu roared like he owned the place. "Do you hear me?" Flashing back 1 hour, the hobgoblins were still very aggressive. Diu was a little worried when he saw their numbers. The hobgoblins quickly rushed toward him, intending to attack. Diu stopped pretending and immediately unleashed a skill. Activating the skill, his eyes turned blue. With just one move, Diu wiped out the charging hobgoblins. He slowly absorbed their life force. Seeing the hobgoblins sprawled on the ground, Diu scoffed, "You idiots! Why would you attack me for no reason?" The absorb vitality skill level has increased. He waved his hand again, casting a new spell. The hobgoblins were now revived. Their eyes had changed as they slowly got to their feet. The hobgoblins now obeyed Diu's commands. Seeing this, he even clapped and praised them. "Very good. Very good." Diu suddenly licked his lips, eyeing you goblins with a hungry look. The wine glass swirled in midair. "That's right, Diu." Diu casually drank tea while talking to Clock. "Why did you attack when you knew from the start you couldn't win?" "I'm right, aren't I, Clock? We did not realize your strength, Master." Clock was grateful that he had taken them in. "We thank you for accepting us despite our lowliness." All right. I'm also glad you're willing to work for me." Diu also wanted some information from him. "More importantly, report to me. Who else is in this canyon besides you?" Yes, Clock held nothing back and told him everything. Besides us, hobgoblins, this canyon is also home to many magical beasts, werewolves, dragons, and giant griffins, and a large number of ghouls as well. After hearing the report, Diu praised him. "You're quite well informed. I'm glad I chose you as my assistant. The honor is all mine." Suddenly, the communication ring on his hand began to glow. Someone was calling Diu. He answered, not very pleased. "Hello, you're being a bit difficult, Lord Valor." The person on the other end reminded Diu. "Have you forgotten I'm the one who gave you that communication ring? Welcome to the city of Perez." Only then did Diu recognize the person on the other end. "I had almost forgotten. Quite the joker, aren't you?" Kubai asked, "By the way, how are things in Rotzklocken? This guy's intuition is really sharp." Diu said while eating some fruit, "Yeah, the weather was beautiful, the wind was cool, and the moon was lovely." Is that so? That doesn't exactly look like an invitation. What a coincidence our bazaar is also getting lively for the festival. You should stop by if you have time. I'll come if I'm free. In addition, he revealed some new information. Speaking of which, Lady Van Persie stopped by again. Oh, what happened? The compensation papers were delivered just as Lord Valois said. The damages are 100,000 florins. She's demanding a huge sum. Those cunning merchants did it, and even threatened to confiscate the goods we planned to trade with Rolene. It's all just talk about injustice. On the other end, Rue wasn't too happy either. They're starting to go too far, and this is probably just the beginning. Rue also asked Cuba to pass on a message telling her to pretend to agree to the deal, but to drag it out for as long as possible. Hearing this, Cuba gave a sinister smile. That's the least I can do, since this is a matter between me and Lord Valois. Rue also cheerfully made an offer. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely upon my return. Sounds good. Cuba on the other end must have guessed. I'm very much looking forward to it. I hear Rogers Lochner is a gold mine, isn't it? Yes, you can count on it. He suddenly hung up, leaving Rue confused. By the way, it sounds pretty noisy on your end, doesn't it? I'm hanging up now. Huh. Rue hadn't expected Cuba to hang up so quickly either. What the? Did he really just hang up? He leaned back, sighing to himself. I'm only putting up with this for Van Persie's sake. Rue was a little annoyed seeing Klopp's state. Why do you look so panicked? Do you need to use the restroom? No, that's not it. Something terrible just happened. Seeing that reaction, he took off his glasses and looked to the side. What is it? When did these giant monsters surround Rue? The old man jumped in fear at their appearance. Ogres. Rue stood up to protect him. Clara, get back. But I must protect you, sir. He pushed Clara behind him, ordering I said get back. Rue turned his head to look to his side. The goblins were defeated by the ogres. They've all been taken down. Seeing the massive size of the ogre's Rue still couldn't think of a plan. With my current stamina drain skill level, this monster's level is too high and will resist it, so it seems I can't use it on them. He knew that even if he did it that way, it wouldn't work, and even if he summoned the undead, they would just end up like the others. Just then, the badge on Rue's hand began to glow. All right then. He felt a surge of power ready to face the ogres. I guess I should get a little more serious, huh? The mercenary badge was radiating a great power. That power enveloped Rue's body. A sword with immense power was slowly materializing. One of the 12 great swords of the Empire and an indestructible treasure of the Van family. Rue now possessed that sword. Obtaining Lubriana felt like gaining a new source of strength. Lubriana S rank, an heirloom of the Van Persie family. Passed down for 200 years, it enhances proficiency in the Moon Shadow Sword style, the exclusive technique of the Van family. You creatures also recognize the true value of this sword, don't you? This sword is made specifically for the Moon Shadow Sword style. That fool Philip chose some other flashy sword and left this one to rust in the warehouse. Moon Shadow Sword style activated the energy radiating from Lubriana made even the ogres wary. Rue seemed to conjure countless Lubrianas as he attacked Moonless Light. One of the ogres was wounded by the sword. After being hit, the ogres quickly became cautious. Behind me, Rue weaved back and forth right in front of them. He was like a phantom appearing right beside an ogre. The ogre's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Very quickly, all of them had been wounded by Rue. Rue stood coldly on the head of an ogre. He suddenly leaped off its head. With his swift movements, Rue finished off the ogre. Just as he took down the last one, Clara rushed over breathlessly. Sir? Rue looked at the ogres, feeling a sense of relief. It was a success. I was a bit worried at first since it's been a while since I've used this technique. Hey, seeing him wipe them all out, Klopp clapped and praised him. That was amazing. At the praise, Rue got a big head and laughed. It was nothing. He even boasted confidently about his nose. I used to be able to maintain it for 10 minutes, but now it's only 30 seconds. Your nose is even longer than mine. Suddenly a dark figure appeared, questioning, Did you do this? Hearing the voice, Rue turned his head to look at the person. The mysterious person rushed in front of Rue and snarled, I asked, did you do this? He kept backing away from the mysterious person. Since when? Suddenly, a large clawed hand lunged forward. It gripped Du's neck tightly. Zhao Fen, with an unchanging expression, threatened, I will snap your neck. Zhao Fen put all her strength into her arm. In a fit of rage, she threw Du far away. The system issued a warning. Do you have been attacked? HP has dropped to 10%. Hearing his health had dropped so drastically, he couldn't help but be surprised. Are you kidding me? Just one hit, and it's already this low. Xiao Fen stomped her foot on the ground and spoke you. With a dark silhouette, she roared out each word forcefully. Morning, why did you break the wall? Unafraid to question Xiao Fen. Then who in the world are you? If you want to know someone's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Xiao Fen didn't hesitate to reveal her identity. You have no manners. I am Master Rogers. But after hearing this, Du couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He recalled Wenger's majestic form and couldn't believe it. Wenger's master, Ma Long. The Red Ma Long. What kind of way to talk is this? Du stared at Xiao Fen, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that since the last round she's always been that giant dragon? Master, what the hell is happening in this round Xiao Fen? Seeing him staring at her, she demanded, What are you looking at? With nimble movements, she appeared right in front of Du. After assessing him, Xiao Fen disparaged him. You are too boring. She could also sense energy from another dimension within Du. What? While he was still pondering, Clara stepped forward to shield him. Could that self-proclaimed lizard really break the fourth wall? Master, I will protect you. Based on Du's attitude, Xiao Fen judged that dialogue was unnecessary. You are arrogant and have no manners. She raised her hand high and delivered her verdict, die. Du now, frantic, begged, Wait, please listen to what I have to say. But Xiao Fen refused to listen to his explanation, replying, It's useless. As she lunged to choke Du, he revealed, If I die, you will die too. Xiao Fen's sharp claws were about to touch his eye, but something made her stop. What the hell? Xiao Fen realized Du wasn't that person he wasn't mourning. Du explained, It's true. After calming down, Du recounted, Sometimes I have prophetic dreams, and I saw it. An image of Xiao Fen being destroyed appeared in his mind, the Ma Long a tragic death. With a vicious expression, Xiao Fen wanted to confirm, You said death. Du pointed to his head, assuring her, Exactly, if you don't believe me. Why don't you try reading my memories? Hearing those words, Xiao Fen hesitated for a moment. She suddenly raised her hand, startling Du. Finally, Xiao Fen sighed and accepted it. Fine, but... She pointed a sharp claw at Du and threatened, Lie, and you die. Terrified Du agreed with her. Xiao Fen's clawed arm began to slowly crack open. Finally, her real arm emerged. Xiao Fen gently placed her hand on Du's head, and at that moment, she also threatened him, Tilt your head and you die. With sweat rolling down his cheek, Du agreed with her. Yes, ma'am. As Xiao Fen placed her hand on his head, the wind began to pick up. Suddenly, a seven-colored light appeared. Xiao Fen was pulled into Du's memories. Searching through Du's mind, she exclaimed, This a human's mind, it's overwhelming. These memories are all unimportant. Xiao Fen slowly sifted through his memories. I need to see more. What memory are you asking for? This isn't necessary. Du directed a giant sphere towards Xiao Fen. Here, you only need to see this part. You didn't seem pleased with his actions. Suspicious, ill-mannered. You think I'm suspicious. The memories in Yu's head surfaced vaguely. And then the image became clear, a memory of unknown origin. After seeing the image, Xiao Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Is this real? Yes, this is enough. After showing him, Yu pushed him away. It seemed Yu used up a lot of stamina letting Xiao Fan see his memories. Yu secretly felt lucky. That was close, a little longer, and he might have dug into memories from previous cycles. In his panic, Xiao Fan failed to confirm my body. The question is, who killed me? His eyes became vacant as if he realized something. Xiao Fan. Yes, I grant you a reward. Thank you for the reward. You are not dead but banished from this mountain. I don't like Xiao Fan. He used an intimidating glare to threaten Yu. Yu suddenly stood up and made a request. Let's make a deal instead. Su Bi. The two of them argued over Xiao Fan's name. Your name is too long, way too long. From now on, I'll just call you Su Bi. What an arrogant tone. Yu confidently patted his chest and declared, Listen to me. Su Bi, you can live. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan seemed shocked and unable to accept it. Su Bi refused. I am already 3,000 years old. The two went back and forth arguing about it. This is how the new generation talks. Just accept it. Nonsense. I refuse. Just accept it. Just then, the system updated a new mission for you. Due to the updated mission, the game's difficulty increased slightly. In the forest, the fog grew thicker. A small snake was moving about looking for food. Someone approached and stepped on the snake. The figure walked along, chanting, "Master of the Abyss, deeper than darkness, king of chaos and disorder." The person even flexed their biceps, confidently proclaiming, "My name is none other than—" Utgard, with his sturdy body, roared the great demon king Utgard. His subordinate Gannick reported from the side, "We are about to arrive, my lord." Gannick ruined Utgard's mood, and he was furious. "How dare you interrupt my grand entrance speech? Please spare me, my lord." He sat gloomily on the roadside. "Forget it. My mood is completely ruined." A figure spoke up, pleading with Utgard. "They are my subordinates. Please spare them." He seemed surprised by the person's appearance. "Oh, so it's you." Calihuan walked toward Utgard. "My daughter Calihuan." She bowed respectfully to Utgard. "Calihuan greets you, master." He remembered what he had promised Calihuan. "That's right. I promised that once this campaign is over, I would grant one of your most heartfelt wishes." "Yes, my lord, thank you." Utgard seemed to dote on Calihuan. "No, you are my beloved daughter. This is only natural." He immediately called his followers. "Hear me, my subordinates." Utgard used his authority to command them. "We will now advance to Rose Rocker, where the demon dragon stands guard. Those low-level beasts are nothing to fear, but the demon dragon won't be easy to deal with." He also warned, "But don't let that stop you." Utgard gave them their mission. "All you have to do is devour everything that comes into view." Not only that, he allowed them to do even more, and to mercilessly trample all living things under your feet. Utgard smiled confidently and declared, "As for Scourge, the third-ranked demon king of greed, he is mine." The demons roared as if responding to Utgard's words. Utgard must have been emitting a powerfully intimidating aura. He led the demons forward. "Now advance, my children of darkness." From between the dark crevices of the rocks, a voice echoed in the night. "Gather, gather." You parted his lips to speak. "A new night has begun." He glanced over at the anxious goblins. "Although we've been pestered by some strange beasts and a dragon with a patchy language, our mission is still to collect as many precious herbs as possible to bring back to Dredden." When morale was at its peak, he shouted, "Now advance! Advance!" The goblins roared in unison, "Advance!" You pointed good, everyone in position, in position, in position. Then he dropped into a makeshift chair, panting heavily. "All right." Just then, Klopp ambled over with a drink. A premium torn curtain root cocktail. You took it and replied cheerfully, "Thank you." "Klopp bring one for Xiaofan too." He immediately bowed, "Yes, master." You took a sip and noticed the strange taste. An unexpected encounter with a dragon in a place like this. If not for the memories of my previous deaths, my neck would have been snapped long ago. He frowned slightly. Why is it so strange this time? At the same time, he was secretly piecing together the clues from Philip's betrayal to the sudden change in the dragon's design. Thinking of Van Persie, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied laugh, and of her beautiful face, too. Du's eyes shot open as if he had just remembered something. He raised his hand, activating the system panel right in front of him. Booting up, immediately opening the main scenario. A flood of notification bars cascaded down. He grew more certain, just as he suspected it wasn't just this one time. Jefferson quietly calculated in his head everything that had happened so far didn't match the previous loop at all. Compared to his past memories, everything was completely new. Han Du, humanity's sole protector, the #1 Han Du who remembered almost the entire map of Grotto Lorklore down to every single stone. He crossed his arms in doubt, so there was no way he could have been wrong about the dragon's spawning location. Something isn't right. He had to sort this out. As he thought, the major scenarios surfaced in his memory: the Battle of Hapham between the Steel Elector and Bahamut, the betrayal of Fidel the Steel Elector's aide, and the crisis at the Van Persie Grand Abbey. All the major scenarios were the same. However, when he considered the smaller details within them, but the minor events inside were different. This isn't just a new world, so why is it so different? He pondered while tapping his fingers lightly on the table, wondering what he could have missed. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from a distance. Nearby, a timid goblin spoke up. "Hey, I told you to be careful. I'm sorry. Du asked, what's wrong?" He held his bleeding hand and gave a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, master. It's just a minor cut." Du warned in a stern voice, "Be careful. You know what happens if it gets scratched, don't you?" The goblin hesitated. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." He sighed in exasperation. Something always happens the moment he looks away. The two goblins then turned aside hurriedly, reminding each other, "Be careful now." "Yes." Brian Moe leaned down worriedly. "Is the wound bad?" Garuk shook his head slightly. Don't worry, my brother is completely fine. Watching them do thought so. They're brothers. That thought unexpectedly pulled his memory to Charlotte. Come to think of it, Charlotte has a younger sister too. He never knew that in the last loop. Suddenly, he froze. Huh? The image of Patty clinging to him all day long flashed clearly in his mind. She was always trying to get close to him. The image of a cheerful Margarita and the other girls in the back of his mind. Van Persie, a beautiful young woman. He suddenly understood the reason. So that was it. Because his position had changed. His perspective had changed along with it. Just then, a trembling insect crawled past in front of him. Du was lost in thought about his previous life. He was the Steel Elector, the Emperor of the Empire. A majestic image formed in his mind, a hero who had saved the world. He thought with pride. He always started with extraordinary abilities and ridiculously high stats. But comparing that to his present self, what about now? Du sighed softly. There was nothing special about him. He couldn't hide his slight disappointment. He was just a mediocre character now. All he had were memories from countless past lives. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. How pathetic. And yet, on the other hand, a part of him felt relieved. But because of this, he was able to see the expressions of the people around him and the small connections he had once overlooked. Lost in thought, he briefly remembered Patty. In the next moment, the name Van Persie popped into his head. And Van Persie's beautiful face, starting as a commoner, had finally made everything clear to him. It was the same with this situation. In previous loops, he had simply paid off Van Persie's debt, and that was the end of it. He never knew the real circumstances until now. He was suddenly jolted from his thoughts, and his memories then led him to Aquila. Du recalled her surprising offer from that day. She had given him a piece of a puzzle because, according to her, one piece could unlock the true ending that no one had ever found. In that moment, the magic circle above Angela's head suddenly lit up. The mysterious space she had created, Du held the glass of water, falling even deeper into thought. Even the commoner class was suddenly unlocked. He should call her name in his mind, Aquila. Countless questions swirled in his head. Why? Was all of this just guidance? Suddenly, a small cracking sound came from his hand as he crushed the glass. At the same time, the sound of frantic footsteps rang out as Clark rushed in. Master the Dragon is charging straight outside. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, making the ground shake violently, followed by a booming roar. Xiao Fen rushed forward, shouting, "Ju is here just as you said." Ju stretched calmly and thanked Angela. The result was just as expected. Xiao Fen was stunned. What? He just winked meaningfully, which made me realize once again that this game really knows how to surprise people. He became even more confused. "What are you talking about?" Ju just waved his hand. "All right, let's go." Xiao Fen called out, still bewildered. Juklop was just as confused. "I don't know either." But in his heart, things were clearer than ever. "I get it now, Aquila, the way to fully enjoy this world. Yes, from now on, I will chew carefully, savoring and enjoying it properly." Suddenly, he shouted unexpectedly, leaving them both speechless. "The strategy starts now." Ju burst out laughing, full of excitement. Xiao Fen was dumbfounded. "You've lost your mind, master." Klopp only dared to whisper, "Yes." And finally, in Klopp's visual diary, countless of his erratic expressions were recorded without missing a single one. Every time Ju was surprised, his heart would skip a beat. Do it properly. And when he got angry, Klopp had to watch his every step. And during the moments Ju laughed alone like a madman, he trembled so much he barely dared to breathe. Elsewhere, Oscar charged forward aggressively with an axe. He frantically destroyed everything in his path. Everywhere he went, he roared like a madman, "Come on out, Malongua Xiao Fen." The Omega crowd cheered wildly, "Demon King Oscar, Demon King Oscar, Demon King Oscar, Demon King Oscar." Just then, Li Huan seemed to sense something. She immediately reported to him, "Something seems to be approaching." "Sir Oscar, could it be Ma Long?" At that moment, a person and a goblin fell from nowhere with a thud right in front of them, confusing him. It was just a human and a goblin after all. The wary-eyed girl said, "There are others, sir." He was surprised. What? While he was still confused, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A thrilled smile spread across his lips. As the smoke and dust cleared, a dragon's foot slowly stepped forward, accompanied by a powerful and magnificent voice. Along with its sharp claws, the voice continued to speak steadily. "This is a dragon's territory," Xiao Fen warned coldly. "Get out." As soon as he saw him, he shouted excitedly, "Long time no see Ma Long. I've come with a proposition," Oscar said gleefully. Just listen, and you'll find it incredibly tempting. But Xiao Fen's reply was blunt rejected. Everything you say is dismissed. Deploying display magic. He still tried to persuade him. My offer is as alluring as you are. All right, let's begin. Right now. He nodded slightly in confirmation, understood. A powerful aura emanated from Xiao Fen's entire body, and his eyes glinted with killing intent. He charged forward with a cold voice. Oscar smiled and nodded. I see. So you want to talk to me privately, you coward? With that, he shot off with Xiao Fen following right behind. Ju watched the two of them letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Ju lowered his head, thinking to himself, I had anticipated Oscar's attack. But this time, it was much earlier than before. I can ignore it for now, but I might need Ma Long later on. He pondered for a long time, and while thinking, he suddenly spoke warmly. Just imagine the continent's peerless beauty, Lady Caroline, is standing right before me. This is truly an honor. At that moment, the layers of the metal mask on her face began to part. Her cold, emotionless blue eyes looked at him. Behind her were Sarah and Mara, along with an elven army. He chuckled with amusement. Ju thought to himself about this girl. She's the character with the highest risk depending on the player's choice. She could become an ally, or she became an enemy. And on top of that, she's even stronger than Bahamut. This woman is no ordinary opponent. They don't call her the Guild Queen for nothing. I need to recruit her for my future strategy. Just wait for me, Vanfer. I'll wrap this up quickly and come find you. Jude started to turn on the charm. She looked even more beautiful in person. But she had a fiery temper and wasn't in the mood for games, pointing her spear right at his neck. All he could see was Maria standing in front of Jude, dagger in hand. She had a scowl on her face, clearly annoyed. He smiled and said, Sorry, but I wish to speak with your princess, so a silent subordinate like you should step aside. Without another word, she lunged at him with her sword. Clack screamed in panic, You wretched demon, get out of here now! He blocked Jude with his weapon and boomed, You're lower than the gunk in my ear. Trembling in fear, Clack stammered, If you want to hurt my master, you'll have to go through me first. He chuckled and continued, You've grown up, haven't you? Last time we fought the demon dragon, you ran away all by yourself. Clack was flustered. I am truly sorry. He glanced back. You hear that he's braver than you are. At that very moment, something shot past him. Mara was bound tightly with no time to react. A figure appeared before them, tightly pulling on a rope in their hand. He chuckled softly. So it was her. Tien Sat licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. Hela excitedly tugged hard on the rope. Restrained, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Mara's eyes burned with anger. And that wasn't all. Biff the Second appeared like a flash, attacking Mara unexpectedly and making her spit blood. He growled out each threatening word, I will cut down anyone who dares to threaten my master. Calawan frowned slightly, sizing him up, a vampire. Jude smirked. By now, all of his people had also gathered. He spoke up. Exactly now, our numbers are even. Well, now what do you think? Calawan replied, I see, so that's why you're so confident, human. She gripped her sword tightly. However, we are the legion of the Demon King Atka. Calawan's armor and helmet materialized around her. Calawan commanded in a loud voice, All troops on my command tear the enemy to shreds, leave nothing behind. The subordinates shouted in unison, As you command, Lady Calawan. On Jude's side, his people also charged forward. Protect our master. He didn't just stand by, he charged into the fight. Calawan lunged at him. They rushed forward, clashing with ferocious power. He quickly leaped backward. Calawan exclaimed, Impressive human. Not only did you block my necromancy, but also my attack. You truly have surpassed Bahamut. Jude replied with a laugh. To be praised by the princess is such an honor, but calling Atka the Demon King. His tone was full of contempt. If your father knew, he would surely cry tears of blood, the venomous daughter of the former #1 Demon King, Cayman Lady, Calawan Romina Cayman. She asked suspiciously. How much do you know exactly? He scoffed. It's laughable. Calawan asked confused. Why is that? Jude mocked her bluntly. How can I not laugh at such foolishness? He shook his head wearily, following the very person who killed your father. The words struck Calawan like a bolt of lightning. Who killed who? Calawan's memories of Cayman came flooding back, the one she respected more than anyone else in this world. The warm look in your eyes whenever you look at me. Along with her happy expression, it makes me feel at peace and gives the other demonkin the strength to believe in themselves. And in her eyes, he shone with a brilliant aura, my father, the one who always made me feel immensely proud. The more she thought about it, the happier Kaylee 1 became. Father is my happiness. The scene turned bloody, showing Kaima's severed head. But right before her eyes was a celebration by those fiends. Kaima had already been killed by Goro, Khan, Gam, and Santos. Kali 1 was held back helplessly by Osgash. From now on, we are the #1 demon lords. As for them, they were too busy celebrating to care. He then whispered angrily into her ear, Kaylee 1, I despise them just as much as you do. Lord Kaima wasn't just my only master, he was also my closest friend. From the corner of Osgash's eye, a tear of hatred trickled out, but now was the time for patience. When the time is right, I swear I will avenge him. His eyes were fixed on Goro, Khan, Gam, and Santos as he emphasized each word vengeance. Everything returns to the present. Kali 1 was now completely agitated. That's what he said. Shut your mouth. How dare you insult my master who killed, whom I'll tear you to pieces. In contrast to her, Ju just gently placed a marble on the ground. You're truly pitiful. Then he let it roll away naturally. All right, take a look at this first. Quickly, the small marble touched the tip of Kaylee 1's shoe. What happened next immediately startled her. Out of shock, Osgash's smug face suddenly appeared. It's romantic in its own way, isn't it? Then he spread his arms wide and declared, just the two of us alone in a place like this. It's so touching. Conversely, Subi asked curiously, you didn't kill Kaima, so why is Kaima's daughter Kali 1 with you? Faced with that question, Osgash just sneered nonchalantly. You think I killed Kaima, how ridiculous he was clearly killed by Goro, Khan, Gam, and Santos. But that explanation was exposed by Subi. Useless excuses, I know all about you, traitor. At Subi's reaction, Osgash frowned, you're a stubborn one. However, he himself took the initiative to confess. Fine, you're right. There's no way those idiots could have killed Kaima. And that scene was immediately captured by Subi, his image replayed at the right moment. It was all my doing. He himself was unaware and continued when they found out I knew Kaima's only weakness. They were hungry for that opportunity. Those unimaginable words left Kaylee 1 stunned. No, I can't believe it. At the same time, the sword in her hand fell heavily to the ground, and she collapsed to her knees in despair. No, it can't be. Lord Osgash was father's most loyal subordinate. Kaylee 1's tone was just as confused. He was even a sworn brother to my father. Meanwhile, Ju thought to himself, good, she's breaking down. Time rewinds to when they were discussing strategy. Listen carefully, Subi. I'll explain the plan. You have a magic projection in your nest, right? Subi immediately nodded. I do. Seeing this, Ju replied with satisfaction. Excellent. Then he snapped his fingers, signaling for her to broadcast the truth about Kaima's death to make Osgash confess. Ju looked at her confidently. Simple, right? That's the whole plan. Meanwhile, Subi was still a bit skeptical. Is that all? Ju replied. That's all. Can you do it? Returning to the present situation, Kaylee 1 was so helpless that she sat completely still. Ju watched her intently. Good job, Subi. Thanks to you, half the plan is a success. The marble he threw is now gathering power. I'll take care of the rest. As for Kaylee, 1 tormented tears were streaming down her face. So everything up until now was just an act. In her mind, she suddenly recalled the initial happy moments after they had become so close. As for Ruhegia, she appeared right on time. Cleanup is complete, master. Ju nodded. Good, hold your position as instructed. Because she received his praise, her face bloomed into a bright smile. Understood, Ju then suddenly took a slow, light breath. Then he spoke. Just think you served him for 50 long years without ever knowing who your real enemy was. Such admirable loyalty. However, Kaylee 1 didn't respond and just continued to sob. Seeing her grief-stricken state, Ju's expression gradually softened, and then he walked over. Are you just going to stay there forever? Don't you want revenge? When he was very close, Ju held out his hand. From now on, I will teach you Kaima's true name ritual. How you wish to use it is up to you. Kali 1 herself froze. It's been so long since I've heard of that. A few remaining memories made her think of Kaima, a spell that borrows the vast power of the universe strong enough to injure even a great demon lord. It was what made my father the #1 demon lord. She was shocked and asked, how could a foreigner like you possibly know that only father knew those details? Faced with her question, Ju simply thought to himself, because I studied everything from start to finish using the strategy guide. Right now, I remember Kai Ma better than anyone, which means I know him inside and out, both the overwhelming power of his true name ritual and its single fatal weakness. However, Ju was concerned about something else, but for now, it was better to just make up a story. So he improvised on the spot. I've read the Chronicles of the Seven Battles Demon Clan, which explains methods for fighting great demons. On the surface, Ju appeared calm, and one of those methods was Kai Ma's true name ritual, which is very useful indeed. Luckily, Kaylee 1 actually believed him and said, "How come you don't seem like an ordinary person?" Perfect. That made him smirk inwardly, the all-powerful cheat code, the Chronicles of the Seven Battles Demon Clan. Suddenly her mood soured. It won't help, he's immortal. At the same time, Kaylee 1 recounted, before he became my father's subordinate, he took a direct hit from that spell. Of course, he was crippled for a while. Then she continued to mumble, if even father couldn't finish him, how can I? But this time he cut her off directly. You're gravely mistaken. Then Ju slowly approached Kali 1. Listen carefully, Kali 1. As he spoke, she glanced behind her. The comrades who once protected you have all been neutralized by my vampire legion. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight that entire army alone. By the time her gaze returned to him, he had knelt down to talk to her. So listen to me. Ju pointed a hand at himself as if to confirm, I'm offering to be your new ally. His words cut straight through her turmoil. Make your choice, follow me, or die here. In that very moment, tears once again streamed down Kaylee Wan's cheeks. A memory of her promise to Kai Ma echoed in her mind. Father, when I grow up, I want to be a great demon king, just like you. Hearing that he chuckled, is that so? Then Kaylee 1 will have to become even stronger than her father. In return, she was very surprised. You think I can father? Suddenly, Kai Ma gently lifted her up. Of course you can. Then a cool breeze blew by, making the scene even more idyllic. And then Kai Ma proudly told her, because you are my daughter, the daughter of Kai Ma. Yes. It was because of these memories that Kaylee Wan's eyes welled with tears. So can I really kill Oscar? In response, Ju just grew more flustered. Are you crying? Beefin suddenly interjected, sir. That was a bit harsh. He exclaimed in confusion. What else was I supposed to do? Even Hera added, Master, that sounded a little too harsh. Left with no other choice, he tried to comfort her. Hey, stop crying, you're the operations captain. Hearing this, Kali 1 replied resentfully, you're the one who should be captain. Beefin chimed in again. Master, please remember that in demon years, she's still just a child. She immediately applied more pressure. You just love making children cry. Ju cried out in desperation no. Meanwhile, a subordinate asked, what about the dragon demon? Following that person's question, Oscar's battle had just ended, his body covered in injuries. But those wounds healed at a very rapid pace. In contrast to him was the bruised and somewhat weakened figure of Xiao Feng. In return, Oscar's voice was cold. How disappointing, dragon demon, to fall so miserably. But he wasn't afraid at all, even smirking contemptuously at him. He gave Oscar a special finger, pathetic, I can do this all day. In midair, the clash between Oscar and Xiao Feng was too close to call. Then he broke away, but was immediately pursued closely by the other. During the chase, he exclaimed excitedly, How disappointing, dragon demon! Unlike him, Xiao Feng turned back indignantly. I really thought you'd happily accept my offer. But that arrogant expression immediately froze for some reason. Just then, Xiao Feng took a deep breath, causing flames to erupt in his mouth. The next second, he blasted a stream of hot fire directly at him. When the attack ended, Xiao Feng finally stopped smoke still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Everything the blast touched was now engulfed in a sea of smoke and fire. Get lost. But suddenly, a very familiar blue light flashed from behind him. Moving faster than the wind, Oscar retaliated with a colossal pillar of lightning. Then his sturdy body and powerful aura slowly came into view. At that moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a gleeful smile. Utgat's feet stomped hard on the ground. If that's what you want, then so be it. And with a single push-off, he leaped high into the air. Utgat's hand was already holding his axe, and he suddenly appeared right in front of Subi. Then he struck her with a blow that sent her crashing to the ground below. Subi's body was flattened against the earth as she let out a painful groan. But this only made her consciousness flare with rage. I will kill you. Then a pair of enormous wings unfurled from within the thick dust. Subi had returned to her true form and was furious. Upon seeing Utgat, she let out a piercing roar, causing the very space around them to shake violently. Gulak quickly clung to him. An earthquake, there's an earthquake, master. In response, Ju was hastily backing away. Quick, Gulak, you're in my way. Meanwhile, Higjia cheerfully exclaimed, How adorable. Perhaps I'll keep you as a pet." But he immediately dismissed the idea. No way. At the same time, Bifrenseken also spoke up. "Master Lady Subi's mana is surging." Ju nodded in understanding. "It seems so. Bifrun too. She's even breaking out of her current form." Then he looked up to watch Subi's massive figure. I was about to say something too. Suddenly, Bifrin too asked curiously, "In any case, someone like Lady Subi will be able to hold on, right?" He just said coldly, "You don't understand. Here the matches in Wenger are a huge punishment for Subi." After that, he fell into deep thought, contemplating something. When he figured it out, Ju quickly called out, "Kalioan! Kalioan!" He stopped moving to instruct her, "Your mission is even more important. Can you do it?" Faced with that trust, Kaylee Owen was silent for a moment with a very serious expression, but they didn't have to wait long before she answered confidently, "Yes." The situation shifted once again. Despite facing the attack, Otgat remained smug. Meanwhile, Subi seemed to have lost her composure, attacking wildly and continuously. However, her keen senses immediately warned her of nearby danger. In Subi's line of sight, Otgat had already raised his axe ready to strike. His mouth didn't forget to boast, "Is this supposed to be a dual demon dragon?" There was no reply as Subi focused on gathering magical fire in her mouth. Then they both attacked at the same time. They clashed powerfully against each other. A dividing wall was erected by their sheer frenzy. Otgat laughed ceaselessly and took the initiative, rushing forward to dodge the attack. In response, Subi focused on launching another wide-area attack. After just a short battle, the ground and mountains around them were almost completely scorched. However, his body quickly recovered as before. "Unbelievable to think I'd lose in a contest of strength. This just makes me want you more." That confession made her frown in annoyance, arrogant. Then Subi said in a stern voice, "Let me repeat myself, the world collapsing is nothing. You and I should team up." But that only unintentionally strengthened Otgat's resolve. "I have no other choice." Magic power was channeled into the weapon in his hand. Besides changing his method, Otgat didn't hesitate to swing his arm and unleash a current of electricity. It shot out instantly, soon reaching the other side of the mountain. In midair, Otgat and Subi were locked in a clash where a victor could not be decided. Otgat's characteristic blue aura gradually became more prominent. In the cave, a shimmering light suddenly flashed through the darkness. Along with it came a massive explosion that sent earth and rock flying. Caught off guard, Xiao Fan took the full force of the attack and collapsed. Witnessing this, the man burst out laughing with joy. "How pathetic. It seems Xiao Fan has finally fallen by his hand. To think you'd lose so easily." Gradually, the giant figure vanished into the dust. Amidst the thick dust, Xiao Fan was forced back to his human form, covered in injuries. At the same time, the man stomped powerfully on the ground. Then Osgars spoke casually, "I know there's a reason you're bound to this place." The nearby crater was still steaming from the massive attack. "In any case, I have no idea what this place is." At that moment, Xiao Fan slowly pushed himself into a sitting position. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curved into a mysterious smile. With that confidence, he gave his opponent a loving finger, so weak. In Osgar's eyes, this was a joke. "Still stubborn to the end, are you fine then?" Next, he raised his weapon. "I'll just split you in two." Just then, Xiao Fan thought to himself, "My role is over." As soon as he finished his thought, Ryu flashed past and slashed a line across the man's body. At the same time, he announced, "Now it's my turn, you bastard." The action was so sudden that the man could only glance over. But before he could react, the wound on his body erupted violently. As for Xiao Fan, he could see Ryu's silhouette from behind him. Seeing this, Xiao Fan happily cursed him under his breath. "You little brat." Meanwhile, he had appeared right in front of the man. "You're late." Ryu's first words to him were a taunt. "What's with that pathetic look?" Xiao Fan snapped in frustration, "Shut up." Then as someone helped him up, he didn't forget to let out a cold huff. Then Xiao Fan gave a warning, "Never let your guard down." Osgars was now furious. This persistent human is like a leech. "Where is my Calihoan?" Hearing that question, he glanced to the side. Her. Without further hesitation, Ryu took a deep breath and used all his strength to call out loudly, "Calihoan." Right after that resounding call, a gentle light appeared in midair. Calihoan's flowing white hair emerged from it. Her state now was completely different, accompanied by a powerful magic circle. Then she slowly began to speak. "You have nothing to say to me." The person she addressed, Osgars, looked at her with a troubled frown. However, he immediately praised her. "My daughter Calihoan, You have finally mastered the true name ritual. Osgars continued grandly. Now quickly use that powerful magic to eliminate those nuisances. But Ryu cut him off directly. What are you doing? Annoyed, he pointed a hand at the man. Are you just going to let him keep rambling? Do you want to get kicked out on your very first day? With his next words, he deliberately emphasized, "It's him, that's him, the sworn enemy who killed your father." Osgars looked over in shock. What did you say? He even laughed as if it were a joke. What is this human rambling about? He then tried to justify himself. Cayman and I were drinking buddies and comrades in arms. Despite that, the awkwardness on his face grew more apparent. Why would I kill him? Suddenly, Osgars realized something from the past. No, I didn't kill Cayman, but why is his daughter Calahoan here? He even recalled Xiao Fan's words. Denying or refuting it is pointless. Everyone knows you are the traitor. Finally, Osgars himself blurted it out. I arranged everything. Faced with that harsh truth, the corners of his lips slowly curled up. Then he directly unleashed his magic power with the appearance of a madman. After laughing maniacally, Osgars said, "So that's how it is you deliberately set me up." Meanwhile, Ryu was frantic. "Callie, what are you doing? You have to bind him before he goes completely insane." His panic made Xiao Fan flustered too. "Don't rush me." Thorny vines suddenly shot up from the ground. On Xiao Fan's command, they quickly bound Utgat's arms and legs. But it didn't stop there. A magic formation created by Kaylee One herself surrounded him. Even so, his reaction was one of pure excitement. How interesting. "Come on, you bastards!" High above, Kaylee One immediately gripped her giant sword. At the same time, a barrier was expanding above his head. At the most opportune moment, she cried out, "Di Odgat." Then the blade plunged straight down without hesitation. The light completely enveloped Otgat, incinerating him with its power. In his final moments, he wore a look of utter satisfaction. Meanwhile, the attack caused a massive explosion of light, nearly devastating the area. As for Kaylee One, she silently collapsed after that finishing blow. Before her eyes was a body lying motionless amidst the thick smoke and dust. With Otgat now unconscious, she sobbed, I finally did it." A happy memory of her and Kama flashed before her eyes. Father. Because of that, Kali One couldn't hold back her tears. However, Otgat suddenly regenerated, looking even more terrifying than before. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The twisted look in his eyes as he gazed at Kaylee One grew even more covetous. In return, she could only stare at him in stunned shock. But just then, you intervened by attacking Otgat. That's enough, more than enough. As soon as he recognized him, Otgat roared in anger. "You persistent human leech." But immediately after, Otgat flinched from a sharp pain in his shoulder. Only then did he realize in a panic that it wasn't regenerating. As for you, he skillfully spun the horn and raised it. Protector of mankind, trick number 8. You stopped once it reached a certain height and gripped it tightly. Next, he brought it crashing down on his opponent's head. At the same time, you declared, if you want to defeat an immortal, use a part of his own body. And with that single blow, his head exploded, leaving nothing behind. The system window quickly appeared. You have defeated the Demon King Otgat. That wasn't all. Rewards poured in. Items dropped include Saskar Frick Otgat's hand, Otgat's horn, Otgat's cloak. You have also acquired new abilities. Proficiency in the S-rank skill, Summon. Undead has increased. Your Summon Dragon has been upgraded to a Daywalker. You can now summon stronger undead. You have acquired the S-rank skill, Endless Vitality, the S-rank skill, Black Lightning, the S-rank skill, Opera Nova, and the SS rank skill, Ghost Step. Finally, there was a congratulatory message. You have received the title of Hero. Then the scene returned to the deep crater that you himself had created. At that moment, Xiao Fan was actively transferring his mana to Kali One. As he did so, he scolded her, a foolish ending survival minimum mana error. Xiao Fan also asked, "So, what, all your comrades are dead?" At his question, Kali One gloomily lowered her head. "Well," but just then, you and the others were already waiting. "Hey, aren't you coming?" The sight of them made her cheeks flush with emotion. Kaylee One finally smiled. "I think I've found where I belong, Father." Time passed peacefully except for Marilyn, who was suffering while drinking her medicine. She whined to James, "It's so bitter, Dad." He replied awkwardly, "I know, but you still have to finish it." Meanwhile, Yu was observing nearby with valor. His comrades risked their lives to bring this back for us. Thanks to those words, Marilyn happily asked, "So if I drink it all, will you grant me a wish?" Father DM immediately nodded. "Of course, my dear, I'll grant you anything you want." Suddenly his voice came from behind. So has the matter I requested been handled yet? Dew was about to add something about the debt, but James quickly cut him off. He lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "Let's avoid discussing business in front of my daughter." And as James suggested, they moved to a more private room. Now he wore a displeased expression. Is it done or not? James, for his part, hesitated. Actually, there's been strong opposition from the Richter family. Hearing this, he grew even more annoyed. Why are those debtors daring to cause such a fuss? Regarding that issue, he sighed wearily. It's probably because of the Elector of Sassoni. Then he recalled what happened earlier. Guildmaster, we are VIP guests who have spent a lot of money here. Are you really going to do this to us? Despite that, James replied awkwardly, Now, even so, but... In return, Alex deliberately leaned in close to him. Don't be so difficult with me. I'm only asking for your help this one time. Don't the Bella Guild and us have a very close relationship? Gradually, their faces drew closer. Just arrange for us to meet the Elector of Sassoni. This pressure forced him to yield. I understand. The man waiting for just that said, Thank you, Guildmaster. Returning to the present, Dew listened and then remarked, so they caused all this trouble just because they were afraid their connection to Sassoni would disappear if the debt was settled. James's voice was full of gloom as he replied, That's right. In contrast, he was extremely annoyed. How ridiculous. He then thought to himself, no wonder those bastards from the Richter family are acting so recklessly. If it were just a confrontation between the Emperor and the Bayern family, it would be manageable. But if we drag the Elector of Sassoni into this, it becomes a situation of two dragons against one tiger. Dew quickly came to a conclusion. It's understandable why Van Persie is so worried. He then scratched his head, trying to think of a plan. Isn't there any other way? Think, Dew? You are even one of the top players in that game. And very quickly, an idea sparked in Dew's mind. Meanwhile, James gently suggested, So aside from transferring the debt bond, is there another way to compensate, sir? Suddenly his hand slammed down on the table, startling the man. Dew looked straight at him and asked, Guildmaster, are you good at making threats? And just like that, a cunning plan was formed while the Richter family was having a strangely normal day. He was still sitting in his office with a letter in his hand, his expression a deep scowl. What is the meaning of this? Sassoni is going to wipe us out. Gradually his whole body began to tremble. They said, if we acknowledge the debt transfer, they'll extend the repayment period by 2 years. So you had no choice but to acknowledge the transfer to a stranger you've never even heard of. Robin, standing beside him, could only stammer, We couldn't do anything else. Suddenly the wine bottle on his table shattered. Richter clutched the letter tightly and pointed at him. Go to the capital at once. Richter's anger was palpable in his every word and action. Even if you have to cling to the Emperor's robes, he yelled in a stern voice, You must resolve this matter at all costs before you return. Under the gentle afternoon sun, Dew walked while reading the notification before him. Proficiency for the S-rank skill. Summon Undead has increased. Upgrade Summon Vampires to D-Walkers. D-Walkers. Then he slowly gave a command, Arise Peep II. With just that call, countless small bats slowly appeared in midair. From them, the form of Peep II immediately appeared. Greetings, Master. Dew got straight to the point. You and the other vampires have now become true Daywalkers. Therefore, I will give you a special mission. Hearing this, he exclaimed, It is an honor, my lord. Next, he held a letter in his hand. Good attitude. This letter contains my will. Deliver it to a man named Robert Chan. He excitedly held out his hand. This is... On the other hand, Dew calmly instructed, Be careful, do not damage it under any circumstances. Peep II immediately replied, Yes, master. With that done, he waved his hand, Go. The man nodded, Yes, master, at the same time. Suddenly, someone next to him called out, Are you leaving already, sir? James eagerly informed him, I have prepared what you requested. Then he began to introduce it. This is a carriage crafted by the finest artisan. Only a few nobles have the chance to use one. The shining patterns and materials passed before their eyes. I was lucky to acquire it through a business acquaintance. Its beauty also piqued Dew's interest. This is amazing. That's not all, James thoughtfully added. I've also included funds for medicinal herbs and some travel money, so it should definitely be enough for the day. A sound of admiration escaped from him. A question suddenly arose. But what do you intend to use such luxurious things for? Sir, he didn't hesitate to confess. I plan to smash it right over the heads of those Richter bastards. Then he asked for the man's opinion. Want to see how I'm going to teach them a lesson? However, James quickly refused a no. Du suddenly spotted Marine peeking out from behind Ren. He then patted her head. You came too. Even though you're better now, you should still take care of your health for a while. As for Marine, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. Lord Valor, I have something for you too. Hearing that, he asked curiously, what is it? And caught completely off guard, Marine suddenly planted a kiss on his cheek. The sight struck Ren like a bolt of lightning. As for Kaylee 1 and Mara, they looked very surprised. Only Du was left stunned, his cheeks still blushing red. The beautiful girl then said gently, it's a gift. And so they said their goodbyes as the carriage moved further and further away. Waiting until they were out of sight, Marine asked James again, Father, do you remember when I told you I had a wish? He was still in shock, so he replied very weakly. But unlike him, she smiled cheerfully. Then Marine said honestly, I want to become Lord Valor's bride, Father. From that moment on, his previous image of her began to shatter. Father, look, Father, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you. Unable to bear the shock, he exclaimed, no. Time passed quickly again, and the convoy was now traveling along a dirt road. Kaylee 1 said with amusement, I think that girl will be a warrior. I can't believe she'd dare to so boldly declare she'd claim her mate. Suddenly, she became a little flustered, seeing his expression. By the way, do you like money that much, Master? Du immediately burst out laughing. If you say that, it means you don't get it. This world runs on money. But he was met with doubtful glances. Hey, don't look at me like that. You girls are always copying me anyway. Just then, the ring on his finger chimed. Cuban immediately appeared with a cheerful tone. Valor, I heard you're returning from Venger, so you really managed to come back alive. Du replied calmly. Yes, I've returned safely, Mr. Cuban. However, he was quite observant. You're always so curt, aren't you? In contrast, he just brushed it off coldly. But that's not important. Then Du asked, anyway, have those damned Reuters left yet? Cuban quickly responded to him. I quickly checked with my flock of crows. The real reason I contacted you is because I just received some news. At that surprising speed, he grew even more curious. That was fast. So, what's the situation? Just then, a black crow landed gently on the roof tiles. It's just as you predicted, Valor. Its cunning eyes were focused on the target. They left for the capital this morning, but what on earth did you do to them? They seemed quite furious. A member of Reuters below was shouting, hurry up. Meanwhile, Du calmly explained, yes, sir, I only provoked them a little. After hearing this, Cuban pushed up his glasses slightly. Now then, let's move on to some more surprising news. Du immediately said, what is it this time? He delivered something quite unexpected. They say Roland the Rose Demon King is currently in the capital. Hearing that, he looked out the window. Interesting. If that's the case, could you spread this rumor throughout the capital? An amused laugh immediately came from him. As expected, Valor, you're as meticulous as ever. Cuban then added, all right, we're close friends after all. But that only made Du more afraid. Just drop the last part, I'll make it up to you properly later. In contrast, he sounded very pleased. No need to feel reserved. Still, Du cut him off flatly. I'm hanging up now. Finishing his words, Du quietly clicked his tongue. So creepy. What the hell does he mean? Close meanwhile, Kali 1 was quite impressed. Cuban is Cuban of Broina. Yes, Master, you really have more influence than I thought. His answer was somewhat perfunctory. Well, I guess you could say that. Suddenly, Du's gaze turned incredibly strange. By the way, Mara and Kaylee 1 reacted strongly at the same time. Why are you suddenly looking at us like that? Nevertheless, a sly smile spread across his lips. Kaylee 1, what do you think about making a public debut? And so the carriage led them to the capital of the Yuan Empire. A familiar, bustling scene was unfolding right here. Gentlemen and young ladies strolled along the sun-drenched street. At this time, Raynor had begun to spread the news. Have you all heard Kamar's daughter is arriving in the capital today? The person sitting with the old man said in surprise, Kamar, but gradually they also realized, you mean the Demon King who died long ago. Seizing the opportunity, the old man continued, that's him. They say Demon King Osgas killed Kamar and kidnapped his daughter. Just like that, the other person was drawn in. But why would he do that? Raynor whispered very quietly. Rumor has it that it was for Kamar's techniques, but the way I see it, the real reason is, which made the other person curious. What is the real reason? With a serious face and a mysterious tone, he finally said, it's because his daughter is stunningly beautiful. Hearing that, the other person replied skeptically, are you kidding me? Just as that conversation ended, a horse-drawn carriage pulled up its wooden wheels, kicking up dust. Renault then pointed at the carriage. Look, she's here. Meanwhile, Calawan was shyly asking, Jewmaster, is this really necessary? He replied decisively, of course your face is a strategic weapon. However, she said worriedly, shouldn't a weapon be a great sword or a battle axe? Jew immediately reminded her, don't say such crude words when you look so beautiful. Looking outside the gathering crowd made her very flustered, but there are so many people looking, it feels strange. On the contrary, he insisted stubbornly, no, this is even better, just do as I say from now on. Then Jew demonstrated it himself, cupping his face with one hand. He drew his legs together as he spoke, placing his other hand on his knees. The scene that followed made even Jew shudder. And then make your face as shy as possible. With an impossibly coy expression, Jew exclaimed, I'm so embarrassed. However, Calawan was still very resistant. Are you really making a former commander who once led an entire army do this sort of thing? He tried to reassure her again. Just do it, and let them all see. At his words, her voice grew smaller, but the burden of a commander. At this point, Jew got annoyed. This is getting boring. Hey, do you want to get fired? He then added threateningly, if you don't want to do it, you can just leave. Because of that, Calawan's hand slowly clenched into a fist. At that moment, the faces of Sarah, Mara, and Jew all lit up at once. As for Calawan, she slowly followed his instructions, cupping her face with her hand. Then her slender legs closed together, and she placed her other hand on her head. Her eyes quickly darted across the crowd, and putting on a shy expression, Calawan finally said sweetly, I'm so embarrassed. At that moment, the people on the street were all either stunned or gaping in astonishment. Their reaction made her a little anxious. Am I doing this right? But just a second later, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the capital. It all happened so suddenly. It scared Calawan so much that she turned pale. Still, the cheering didn't stop, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Is this really what you wanted? At the same time, in a grand mansion, all of the servants there had gathered. Johnny gently made an announcement. Everyone today, a very important guest will be arriving. At the same time, her hand glided across the railing. I deeply regret that this place is not the Rose Palace. To me, this person is more important than the Emperor or any demon king. Then Jolie continued in a stern voice, therefore I have a request for all of you. Tasks were immediately assigned to each person. Chefs, you will prepare the most delicious meal you have ever made. The instructions quickly moved on to the other servants. Maids, you will make this place more splendid than the Rose Palace. Lao Ren carefully reported to her, my lady, they are about to arrive. Hearing this, Jolie was a little surprised. Is that so? Then, without wasting any more time, she left them with a final word. Then everyone, do your absolute best. Let us make today the most special day for that person. Suddenly, a look of sadness crossed her face, for my master, Sir Kamat, the Rose Demon King Roland. Her beauty and singing voice stirred the hearts of all men. She was the object of envy throughout the entire demon world. However, her true nature was shown somewhere else. With her clever tongue, she used diplomacy as a weapon. With her outstanding management skills, she turned Jordan into a powerful nation in every respect. Everyone called her the Bride of Jordan Roland. The scene now flashes back many years, but there was one thing the people never knew: the story behind her crown. Roland once confessed to Kaimat, the only one I can truly open my heart to is you, Kaimat. Then she pleaded earnestly, my heart will never change, so I'm begging you. Suddenly, Calawan's voice rang out, Father. Just like that, she rushed over to hug Kaimat. Who is that beautiful lady? He replied gently, she is a colleague of mine. Hearing that, Calawan said, oh, she's very beautiful. Kalioan also innocently offered a bag of cookies. Please accept this, milady. I made them with Uncle Otgard. The small, beautiful cookies rested in her hand. Because you're so pretty, I'll give you the prettiest one. Roland looked at them with emotional eyes. Is that so? It seems I no longer have a place to belong. Suddenly, she knelt before the young lady Kalioan. If one day I build a castle of my own, could I ask you to name it for me? At that moment, the innocent Kalioan blurted out a name. Since you're so radiant and beautiful, how about calling it the Rose Palace? Thanks to that, she could finally smile with a heart full of happiness. Back in the present, Kalioan was very confused. Since Lord Kaima is no longer with us, I have come to see you. Roland willingly bowed her head to greet her, the only remaining family from that day, Lady Kalioan. Then she looked up with a very affectionate gaze. And so the meeting continued. A dazzling light seemed to emanate from the spread before them. Roland, on the other hand, seemed a little disappointed. What a pity if we were at the Rose Palace, I could have prepared a more lavish meal than this. But they exclaimed happily, "A magnificent table like this is more than enough." She also had a private word for Du. "I also want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The fact that you brought back the princess who we all believed was dead is truly a miracle." He replied politely, "It was the natural thing to do." Suddenly she cheerfully rested her elbows on the table. "I've heard a lot about you from my dear friend, Countess Nider Bayan. She said you always managed to overcome difficulties in very peculiar ways." Her next words were even stranger, and it seemed there was some hidden connection between the two of them. Du, for his part, blushed bright red. "Let's just put that aside for now and continue with our unfinished business." Seeing this, Jolie looked a little sad. "That's a shame. I quite enjoy hearing about matters of the heart. Even so, discussing business is just as interesting." And then they both chuckled. The atmosphere was so awkward. Mara and Sarah stepped back. "We'll take our leave now." Right after Du took the initiative to speak, "Actually, I came here today to relay a message from Philip, the former steel pillar, Lady Jolie." Hearing this, she nodded. "I see, so he's still alive." At the same time, Jolie asked him, "Can I go see him in person?" However, he quickly refused. "Unfortunately, his condition isn't very good right now. That's why I've come on his behalf, because Philip is now just a corpse." At that answer, her expression changed mysteriously. She must have intentionally shown a flicker of interest. "Well then, shall we get straight to the point?" Du, on his end, calmly recounted everything. His Highness Philip said this. As he spoke, he recalled what he had done. "Since I cannot act openly right now. At the time, he had cruelly threatened Philip to force his consent, so I will appoint Valo Status Valo as my fully empowered representative." And his final words were uttered in desperation. "Roland will support him in retaking Bant in the near future." As he finished speaking, he set down his teacup. "That's right. Even if I have to lie right now, I must bring Roland to my side at all costs." He continued to calculate in his mind. Based on the fact that Margarita is under the Avenger's curse, it's clear Bismuth is also receiving support from the Great Master. He quickly figured a few things out. That means Margarita alone isn't enough. I can't kill someone protected by the Great Master on my own. Do even imagine the man falling into hardship, so bringing Roland over was essential. I will pin all the blame on Bismuth. His train of thought ended as his tea was refilled. That is the entire message from His Highness. After listening, Roland let out a cold hum as if deep in thought. Gradually, she began to slowly touch the hot teacup on the table. After a long moment, she spoke softly. "I have one condition." Du's mood immediately became incredibly tense. "What is it?" As for her, she answered while tracing the rim of her teacup. "I assume your side is well aware of my current situation." He immediately understood. Does she mean the economic blockade? Meanwhile, Jolie implied, if you truly are His Highness's representative, then even the Emperor couldn't ignore his words right. At first, he acted quite surprised. If it's about that, then it's no problem. A second later, Du didn't hesitate to reveal his cunning nature. Everything has already been taken care of. At this same time, things were very different in the Imperial Palace at the capital. Robin was trying his best to persuade the other party. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? You said you would help us." On the other hand, the old man simply replied gently, "About that, I sincerely apologize." Frank IV, the Emperor of the Empire, revealed a sorrowful tone in his voice. "But having understood the circumstances, my heart aches." Still, he tried to argue that there should be a proper order to things. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon something that startled Robin. Right next to Frank, a pile of glittering gold coins was displayed so blatantly. That is, he gradually understood the situation, so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man said mockingly, "I already made it clear the answer was no. But since they kindly offered some tribute, I hear the Valia Merchant Guild is backing them." At that moment, he recalled Ritter's anger and harsh words. Robin's anger just kept growing. Cursing, damn my timing. Just then, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, Lord Valo has arrived." Frank said gleefully, "Valo is here." Then, with the old man's permission, the large doors slowly opened. Ju quickly appeared impeccably dressed. "It is an honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty." He even deliberately came right after Robin to offer his greetings. Valo is ready to serve. As for Frank, he showed a clear look of satisfaction upon seeing him. "Excellent. I've been waiting for. You don't pay any mind to that guy." He even judged him directly. He's nothing more than a figurehead. However, he expressed a different opinion, but I would like to discuss this privately, just the two of us. Though curious, Frank waved his hand immediately. "Is that really necessary?" Fine, whatever you say. Immediately, two soldiers quickly grabbed Robin. He struggled with all his might. Your Majesty, please. You can't do this. The Ritter family has given you so much support. In return for his efforts, he wore a look of both panic and bewilderment. Within Robin's line of sight, Ju was happily waving goodbye. He was dragged further and further away from the king's throne and Ju. In a fleeting moment, he saw the shape of Ju's mouth. It was what he saw that left Robin stunned speechless. You fool! At that very same moment at Oscar Castle, lightning continuously struck the ground. The creatures there were covered in injuries, as if they had just been in a fierce battle. She couldn't help but curse that damn muddle-headed old man. In her anger, she kicked the table repeatedly. I told you to just let me handle it. Someone is definitely behind all of this. It's that bitch, Kaylee Ann. And the more she thought about it, the more her anger showed on her face and in her aura. Suddenly, Kai tremblingly held out a white letter. My lady, urgent news. As soon as she saw it, Vanta yelled, "What is it now?" Frightened and flustered, he presented the letter. The Emperor has just issued an economic blockade on this region. After hearing that, the scowl on her face remained unchanged. The entire room fell silent as no one spoke a word. After a while, Kai finally called out nervously, "My lady." Vanta then uttered blankly, "What do you mean?" Fan from behind her immediately said, "We're doomed." At the stately palace, after sending Robin away, Frank asked, "Is it done?" Ju happily replied at once, "Yes, it's completely clean now." Ju then added more flattery. "Before we begin, just look at the prosperous scenery of this capital. I can't help but feel the weight of your Majesty's great achievements. I feel unworthy to even set foot in this place." In contrast, the old man coldly dismissed it, all right enough with the pleasantries. In his mind, Frank had already judged him, "You cunning weasel." The old man had taken note of his every action in the short time since he entered the political scene. The old man even casually listed the plans he had pushed, using Kai Ma's daughter to placate the anti-demon sentiment in key regions. Therefore, Frank was now viewing him with caution, for he even turned them into allies. Not only that, the old man patiently waited for him, certain that he had a reason for coming here. And then Frank thought smugly, "But even so, he's just a drunken mouse flailing in front of a cat. Go on, say what's on your mind." On the contrary, Ju had already figured it all out. He must be thinking something like that, huh? He himself was incredibly pleased. It seems the old man knows everything. In that case, I just need to handle this skillfully, since he'll be devoured in the end anyway. And so, Frank took the initiative to speak. "You seem to be in a very good mood, don't you? So speak, what is it you want to tell me?" He was just waiting for that moment and knelt on one knee on the red carpet to present his case. Ju placed one hand on his hip, his head bowed slightly in a polite manner. "Your Majesty." Then he clearly stated to the old man, "I humbly request that the economic blockade on John Tan be transferred to the domain of the Demon King Osgash." Frank immediately got straight to the point. "And what do I stand to gain from that?" He had an answer ready, a treaty of friendship with the Rose Demon King, Your Majesty. However, the old man scoffed. "How absurd! You think that 1,000-year-old widow spider will actually submit to me? For me, there is no compromise." Ju remained calm and presented the documents. "She will do exactly as Your Majesty wishes." He respectfully presented it with both hands, which surprised the old man. "What is this?" Frank was so incredulous that he was lost in thought. He was even more shocked after reading the agreement. "Are you sure Roland herself has agreed to pay me 10,000 florins a year?" he replied with certainty. "Yes." But Frank's expression turned serious once more. "Then what proof is there that this document is authentic?" This was all part of his plan, so he just smiled faintly. Ju immediately stood up and enthusiastically explained, "Your Majesty, Osgash is currently the most hated being on the entire continent. If you impose a blockade on the Demon King's domain, your reputation will surely resound throughout the world." Hearing this, Frank let out a cold snort. That does sound interesting. Then he suddenly slammed the scroll against his throne. But even so, that's not a good enough reason. Politics is not a game of emotions. Those words made him feel bitter. "Please, when John Tan was blockaded, just because Roland refused to pay tribute, I didn't see you say anything, you arrogant old man." But Ju adjusted his expression and focused on his story. "Your Majesty, as you already know, Osgash died in the last Great War." And he mysteriously revealed bit by bit, but his followers are now preparing to declare war on the Longma. Next, he added a little spice to the story. "The seeds of conflict have not yet been completely eradicated, Your Majesty. The people of the Empire are living in fear. Finally, Ju emphasized forcefully, "The time has come to make a decision, Your Majesty." Slowly, the old man's hand moved to stroke his chin in thought. Very quickly, he gave his assessment. "Valestine Flo, you certainly have a way with words with a tongue that's slick. You could probably pay off 10 million florins in an instant." He remained composed and said, "Your Majesty is too kind." At the same time, the system window appeared, activating Mephistopheles' acting skill. You can deceive and manipulate others with your acting talent. A magical glint instantly flashed in one of Ju's eyes. "I only wish to repay Your Majesty's grace with my humble loyalty." As he was still speaking, the old man's hand slammed down hard on the throne. Then Frank roared in fury, "Fool! Do you think I would be moved by such sweet words? You dare test the patience of the ruler of this entire continent." This shocked him so much that his whole body froze. He resisted it. Meanwhile, the old man gave a decisive order. "Guards, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let him walk out of here alive?" At his command, they immediately seized him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Amidst the chaos, Ju could only cry out, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" However, Frank ignored him and continued, "Take this bastard away immediately." The soldiers quickly dragged him away. "Hurry, you treacherous snake." At this moment, Ju himself was panicking. What the hell happened? How did things suddenly turn out like this? Sweat poured down his face. This can't be happening. However, the place Ju was taken to was a banquet hall filled with melodious horn music. Talahan was standing awkwardly by himself while Maria and Sarah were focused on eating. The guests all around were bustling with conversation in the middle of the party. And Frank, with a glass of wine in his hand, was bursting with laughter. "In all my life, I've never met a subject who could speak such sweet words." Standing beside him, he forced a smile. "Is that what you mean, sir?" But before he could finish, the old man cut him off bluntly. "No, no." Frank cheerfully raised his wine glass and reminded him, "I told you to call me uncle. If you call me Your Majesty again, I'll be very disappointed." And so, though he didn't want to, Ju had to say it. "Yes, of course, uncle." Thanks to that, the old man's mood improved even more. "That's better. It sounds much cuter, right, my dear nephew?" Then those boastful words continued to echo outside. "My good nephew, what do you desire, money or power?" Out in the garden, Robin was so bitter he bit down hard on his handkerchief. "I will give you everything." His eyes immediately clouded over with jealousy. That position should have been mine. Besides, Robin's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How could things have come to this? Marco, who was nearby, just silently observed the situation with apprehension. Then an idea suddenly struck him. What if we kidnap Van Persie? Phil, terrified, tried to intervene. "Hey, that's not a good idea," Marco added helplessly. "But what other choice do we have?" He immediately lowered his voice to a whisper. "But it's not going to be that easy. If we fail, our entire family will be—" Then Robin cut them off. "You imbeciles." At that, they both turned to look at him. "To think you could come up with something so absurd." And Robin, with a sinister look on his face, urged them on. "Excellent, let's do it." In contrast to that group, Ju had finally found a room to retreat to. As soon as he found the bed, he staggered and collapsed onto it. "Damn it." Callahan, who was with him, said worriedly, "That's because you didn't refuse a single drink you were offered, sir." On the contrary, he boasted proudly, "You fool, this is what you call networking. Back in my day, I could drink 7 rounds and still stand firm." In his past life, even his boss was impressed with him. "You hold your liquor better than I thought." Even though he was dead drunk, Ju just laughed. "No, no, you're the impressive one, sir." Then he tiredly shooed her away. "Anyway, just stop talking to me and go somewhere else." Before he could even rest, Ju had to open his eyes again. "What is it?" Cuban immediately exclaimed, "Master Valor, something terrible has happened." He groaned in frustration. "What is it now? My head feels like it's about to split open. Just give me a break." "Hold on." But he quickly interjected, "This is no time for jokes." At that moment, Van Persie was tied tightly to a large pillar. Things had gotten truly serious. Facing her was Robin and his cronies. The tense situation then shifted elsewhere. At that moment, at Oscar Castle, Vanta sat on a chair and said, "This is no time for hesitation. I must avenge my father." As Margarita von Tass, daughter of Oscar, she declared with even more confidence, "And then I will devour that dragon demon." Other demons were whispering amongst themselves, "No way, Lord Oscar couldn't have fallen so easily." But she boldly declared, "See who can still fight, and gather all able-bodied warriors immediately." Vanta then pointed directly at a hound train them rigorously, no rest, until all of them are ready. Suddenly, Sven reminded her, it seems the dragon demon isn't alone. However, that advice was dismissed as her hammer came crashing down. Vanta, her will unshaken, pointed to the sky. Good, now we march straight for Roger's Logner. Kai suddenly interjected with a tremble in his voice, but milady, we must be cautious now. She immediately questioned him. Why, faced with her question, he stammered, the Emperor has ordered an economic blockade on this place. And recently, Van Persie also revived Saint Margarita of the convent. In addition, Kai carefully added, on top of that, the blockade on Jotun has also been lifted, so Roland will certainly not stand idly by. Then he slowly looked up to warn her, we must proceed with the plan cautiously. Vanta, however, cruelly kicked Kai. Don't get in my way, you weakling. A sharp cry rang out from him, causing Sven to sigh. That's it, we're truly doomed. Van Persie faced them, and though she was furious, she could only grit her teeth bitterly. Then she shouted, just kill me. Why are you keeping me alive? Meanwhile, Ritter snorted coldly. I already told you I only came to persuade the Emperor. Robin, who was beside him, said casually, it's fine, our fortress has ironclad defenses and is surrounded by water. Even if Roland attacks, he won't take it down easily. He even confidently declared, everything will be just fine. Hearing that, Van Persie shot back fiercely. You fools, do you really think they're going to politely knock on the door? At those words, Robin's eyes instantly turned menacing. Then he brutally kicked her. Shut your mouth. Robin continued to vent his anger. So noisy, you stupid prisoner. You're close to that Valor fellow, aren't you? At the same time, he recalled what happened before, which only fueled his rage. The humiliation he made me endure just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Then Robin bluntly declared, I'll make you suffer that humiliation in his place. In return, Van Persie weakly retorted, you pathetic bastard. At her insult, he gloated with more cruel words. That's right, I am pathetic. What can you do about it? You can't do a single thing. Robin even pressed his point. You have no one left, Van Persie. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the room shouting, Sir, we have an intruder. Hearing that, he said in shock, what in stark contrast to the cozy room outside was nothing but a cold wind and a mysterious army. At this, Hazard addressed the entire army with relish. Everyone except for Squad 2 on their special mission has assembled. They are ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Glick was still flustered. Master, do I have to participate as well? Du replied to him, we're allies now. Of course you have to come with us. That answer made him scream in fear, but he was immediately told, be quiet. Then Du looked towards the fortress. Our mission is to rescue Van Persie and eliminate Ritter. Those bastards have gone too far. At the same time, he summoned his sword with his divine power. I was going to let it slide if they stayed quiet, but it seems that's not an option now. Du immediately tightened his grip on it, and his cold voice rang out, let the hunt begin. With just that command, their army quickly advanced, led by Hera. As soon as he felt things were under control, Du immediately split off Hera. I'm leaving this place to you. She gave him a playful wink in response. Yes, master. Seeing this, Clack hurriedly ran after him. Let me come with you. However, Hera directly bound him. You're staying with me. He immediately struggled, but Du gave a direct order. Clack, stay here and help Hera clean up this side. This shocked him. Then he continued to dash off, leaving Clack in a panic. No, I don't want to. I said I don't want to. Meanwhile, Du was heading straight for the door in front of him. Damn it. I don't have time to mess with these weaklings. I need to hurry. Their actions were soon reported through a recording device. Robin's anger had reached its peak. That disgusting face, I'll never forget it. Because of that, he violently snatched a sword from a soldier's hand. Give me the sword. With the weapon in his hand, Robin mumbled madly to himself, that's right, I'll use this to slit his throat. Just imagining that bastard's sweet screams gets me excited. Then he charged straight out of the room. Meanwhile, the soldier was bewildered. My sword Ritter only had time to shout, hey! But it was too late, so he gave a frustrated command, quick, follow him. The other man quickly nodded, yes, sir. In that same place, Van Persie was now stunned he came to save me. Suddenly, old memories flooded her mind, and he was always there for me. With each passing moment, her voice grew more choked with emotion. He has always been by my side. Returning to the present, Van Persie silently gritted her teeth and thought, but now I'm just angry at my own helplessness. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the pillar that was binding her. Ritter didn't notice, lost in thought. Everything was going so smoothly. And yet, I should have gone to the capital myself. But very quickly, he was startled by a movement beside him. At that moment, Van Persie had freed herself and was slowly walking toward him. In his shock, Ritter quickly grabbed his sword. That monstrous woman, she broke free. It doesn't matter, she doesn't even have a weapon. Then he lunged forward to attack her die. However, Van Persie was one step faster, her body instantly leaning to the side to dodge the blow. The next second she shattered the blade with just a kick. Seeing the fragments fall, Ritter was so shocked that he froze for a moment. Despite this, he still yelled defiantly, "You think you can get away?" And the price for that was a powerful punch from Van Persie. The impact was so strong that Ritter's mind went completely blank. Teeth fell from his mouth, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, helpless. She took the opportunity to speak. "I can't keep depending on others forever. I will end this myself, Lord Ritter." At this, Ritter hastily cried out, "Wait." He held his broken mouth while trying to make excuses. "I never intended to kidnap you. It was all my foolish son's doing." But Van Persie was already preparing another blow for him. "You think I care?" Her punch came crashing down, shattering the wall to pieces. The area behind Ritter was now a pile of rubble, making his face turn pale with fear. "Monster." Meanwhile, Van Persie calmly said, "Calling a lady a monster, how rude of you." Suddenly, her sharp warrior's senses sent her a warning. From behind the wall, she had destroyed the figure of a mysterious person slowly emerged. As soon as Ritter saw him, he exclaimed with joy, "Has the beast awakened? That's right, a monster should fight a monster." At his words, all attention turned to the thick cloud of dust. "It's your turn now." Standing there was Ego, looking incredibly aggressive and powerful dot model. As for Ju, he was moving through the fortress as fast as he could. While scanning his surroundings, he contacted Kuban. "Are you sure this is the right way?" He answered immediately, "Yes." By the way, Kuban added, "I'm observing through my spirit beasts," and someone named Ego just appeared on the other side. Ju's voice was filled with curiosity. "Ego," so he explained, "That's right, the human weapon being developed by Ritter. He's the one who caused that horrific massacre at Ritter's castle, a truly brutal creature." After hearing that, Ju muttered, "This wasn't in the original story. This character didn't exist." Suddenly, someone from behind called out to him, making him stop and look Valor. Before that, he carefully signed off, "Lord Kuban, thanks for the information. I'm hanging up now." Kuban replied cheerfully, "All right, good luck." Then Ju's gaze shifted to the frenzied figure of Robin. He wasn't scared at all and proactively snapped his fingers to provoke him. Over here, Robin immediately stopped and shouted insults. "You disgusting piece of trash!" Meanwhile, a current of magical energy was slowly appearing on the ground. He was too focused on Ju to notice the shadow. "How dare you insult me like that?" Before he could finish his sentence, a staggering punch landed on Robin's head. He immediately collapsed to the ground without any further resistance. The sight was rather irritating to Ju. What the hell was that? After dealing with him, he quickly rushed off again. Damn it, whatever, what a waste of time. Gradually, the atmosphere grew more tense with Ego's absolute power. Facing him, Van Persie maintained her usual calm demeanor. The moment he struck the ground, she flipped backward to dodge. Her agile body even allowed her to retreat a great distance with ease. Taking this chance, Van Persie made a few remarks. "I had a feeling this body seemed so familiar. You're the one who ambushed me and dragged me here, aren't you?" She exposed him right then and there, a member of the Van Gaal Abbey. "I shouldn't have let my guard down." Those very words drove Ego into a greater frenzy, and he began to roar like a wild beast. Seeing this, Reader couldn't hold back a smug laugh. On the other hand, Van Persie was a little bewildered. What the hell is happening to him? He burst out laughing gloatingly. "You just said it. You dared to utter those words." Van Persie was still quite confused. "Those words," Reader replied aggressively. "That's right, those are the words he hates the most." With a wicked look in his eyes, he slowly revealed it to her. "Those words are." At the same time, Ego lunged straight at them with a punch. Van Gaal Abbey. In the midst of that critical situation, Van Persie revealed a look of shock. Immediately after, her astonished voice echoed throughout the fortress. "But why?" In contrast to those fierce battles was a tray of food with a few simple dishes. Vanta couldn't help but yell, "What is this? Why is the food so pathetic?" Kai, standing nearby, hesitated before explaining, "Our budget is in a really bad state, so we have to be frugal, Lady Vanta." Hearing that made her even angrier. "What, aren't we supposed to be rich?" Just then, he reminded Vanta, "Please lower your voice. We even had to sell the castle because of the economic blockade." On the other hand, her attitude was very nonchalant. "Is that so?" Then Vanta roughly stabbed her fork into the plate. "Whatever. How are the army preparations going?" In response to her question, Kai hurriedly reported, Yes, we've received part of the money from the sale, so the treatment for the soldiers is complete." However, she grumbled, "Not treatment training, train them." In return, he said weakly, "But they still need treatment." After hearing that, she just snorted coldly and leaned against the wall. "Just let them eat meat, any wound will heal." Suddenly, Sven chimed in. "Well, actually, when Lord Otgard was here, things were much better than this." Regardless, Vanta just shouted an order at them. "Eat that, and gather everyone for me." The two creatures could only obey, uneasily. "Yes, my lady, we're doomed." Then things slowly faded into a flashback. There, Ula and Iris looked surprised. Before them was Ego as a child wanting to join the Van Gaal Abbey. He looked so weak he was about to fall over. Ego nodded slightly. However, Ula suddenly flexed her muscles. "We only prove our faith through weight. But look at you. You probably can't even lift 100 kilograms, let alone the 500 kilograms for the 3 main exercises. Your devotion is truly commendable, but you lack strength." Then she bluntly delivered a hurtful judgment. "And unfortunately, this is an abbey. If it were for other matters, this place would always welcome you." The scene returns to the fierce battle. The punch Ego threw was blocked just in time by Van Persie. But before she could react, he followed up with a backhand. The blow instantly and mercilessly sent Van Persie flying into a wall. Unfortunately, Victor witnessed it and wouldn't stop showing off. No one could stop Egon's rage at times like these. He wouldn't even recognize his own father. But the man himself never expected him to attack straight for his face. With such a frail body, Mr. was sent flying right out of the fortress, plummeting below. Meanwhile, Van Persie had just regained her footing. "I don't know what made you so angry, but I do know one thing." What she faced now was Egon's frenzy and the fist of a man who carried sorrow. At that, Van Persie quickly stomped her foot down to gain momentum. At the same time, she clenched her palm into a fist cloaked in divine power. Then the two of them clashed head-on with a powerful punch. But this time, Egon had to shudder from the pain shooting up his arm. However, the fire of anger in his eyes immediately flared up again. That is precisely why Egon. He lowered his head, roared, and continued to attack unconsciously. He began to remember the harsh words from before. "We only prove our faith through strength. But looking at you, you probably can't even lift 100 kilograms, let alone the 500 kilograms of the 3 main exercises." As time went on, he grew stronger, fueled by those insults. "Your devotion is truly commendable, but you lack strength." Then one random day, Egon looked at himself in the mirror to see his results. Suddenly, all his hair began to fall out in clumps, leaving him in shock. Lost in these memories, Egon's body froze for a few seconds. Van Persie seized that opportunity to land a series of blows on his vital points. To end this fight, she seriously focused all her strength into her hand, then landed a decisive and powerful blow straight to her opponent's face. From that impact, large cracks began to appear on the ceiling. Van Persie panted tiredly before the unconscious body. "Until you no longer hesitate to throw a punch, I will fight you again." But soon after, the floor also began to shake relentlessly. It was then that she realized in alarm, "Did I go too far? The entire fortress seems to be collapsing." Ju, who was moving outside, soon heard the noise. He immediately stopped to assess the situation. Is this an earthquake? Right above his head, a heavy mass of rock and earth fell straight down. In that critical moment, Ju quickly summoned the holy sword Uruguay. Then he directly shattered the debris that threatened him. But the fragments rained down inadvertently, creating a chaotic mess. Horrified by the sight, Ju became more and more urgent. "The path is blocked. There's no time left." Suddenly, Cuban initiated contact. "Ju, are you all right?" Ju regained his composure and replied, "Yes." "What about Van Persie?" In response, his tone was very rushed. "She's still safe, but the fortress is about to collapse." Then Cuban thoughtfully added, "I've already sent a spirit beast. Go and save her and get out of there." A bat appeared, and Ju, relieved, said, "Just in time, thanks." As for Van Persie, she was still flustered by the critical situation. She looked around, but quickly reassured herself. Ju must be on his way. I have to meet up with him quickly. Her next words were only a thought about what I couldn't say back then. While lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the movement beside her. The moment she looked up, countless huge boulders were right above her. But before they could hit her, they were sliced apart by a sharp sword stroke. At the same time, Ju landed effortlessly as the boulders split in two. Upon seeing him, Van Persie's expression clearly lit up with joy, and she exclaimed happily, "Ju!" he immediately replied Van Persie. Suddenly, Ju's gaze fell on Egon. Who's that? Van Persie quickly explained, That's Egon. It doesn't matter. We have to get out of here first. Cuban's spiritual beast also urged them, She's right, let's go. The rush made him a bit flustered. I get it this way. Then they rushed off, much to Van Persie's surprise, who hadn't expected the big guy to fit inside a gauntlet. Just then, Diu reassured her, Just a little longer. She nodded immediately in understanding. Okay. Thanks to his concern, the smile on Van Persie's face grew even warmer. Right after that, she blurted out, I have something I need to tell you. On the other hand, Diu said urgently, I have something to say too. Let's talk after we get out. But Van Persie insisted it's very important. In the end, he relented. All right. Seizing the opportunity, Van Persie gathered her courage to confess. Actually, Van Persie is just a fake name. My real name is something else. Diu, who was up ahead, replied dismissively, I heard you. Let's just get outside first. Suddenly, Van Persie shouted her name at him, Chelsea. Hearing that, Diu forced a smile. Really? That's a beautiful name. But at the same time, his eyes glanced upward in surprise. A name. Just a second later, everything began to collapse, and his face went pale. Chelsea just had time to shout a warning, Valor, look out behind you. In turn, he was trapped surrounded by falling earth and rocks. Then it all came crashing down, creating a tremor that startled even the spiritual beast. It was so scared it screamed, Valor is going to die. But Diu immediately shot back, I'm not dead yet. At the same time, he looked up at the newly exposed sky. The ceiling collapsed. From behind him, Chelsea quickly called out, Sir Valor, are you okay? Diu replied from atop the pile of rubble, I'm fine. And you? She quickly responded, I'm okay. Suddenly, Hera appeared from out of nowhere. What a wonderful atmosphere. The moment he saw her, he yelled, Perfect timing, come and help us. Once airborne, he quickly reached his hand out to Chelsea. Take my hand. She reacted instantly. Okay. And so their hands strained towards each other, gradually closing the distance. Meanwhile, Hera seemed impressed by something she saw. She even cheerfully announced to their horror, the fortress will collapse in 5 seconds. In those fleeting moments, he became even more frantic. Hurry. Chelsea also strained to get closer to him, Valor. Thanks to their efforts, their hands were about to touch. At that moment, the fortress finally gave way, turning into a chaotic ruin. Thick clouds of smoke and dust billowed up. As a result, visibility dropped to 0, but something shot out from within the devastating ruins. In the end, all 3 of them escaped safely and were now flying further away. Diu was looking at Chelsea with a fond expression. You have learned Van Persie's real name, Chelsea. As for Chelsea, she was so moved, her eyes welled up with tears. Van Persie's affection for you has increased significantly. Once things had settled down, Chelsea said, That was a close call, Sir Valor. We were almost crushed under all that rubble. He nodded in relief, just in time. Hera suddenly reminded him, Master, someone's calling you. Diu then looked down at his ring. It was Cuban. Out of habit, he answered, Hello, Sir Cuban. But the person on the other end yelled, Valor. Diu immediately recognized the voice as Margareta's. Meanwhile, the man was furiously asking, Did those reader bastards dare to kidnap Van Persie? Hearing that, he stammered, Well, actually. However, he was cut off. I'm on my way to tear them to shreds with my own hands. At that declaration, Diu glanced to the side. What tear them to shreds? Not far away, Margareta added fiercely, That's right, those miserable insects. The reader soldiers stood cluelessly among the ruins. Behold the secret technique of the great Abbot Van Gal Marcello. On the fortress that had already been destroyed, Margareta was creating an enormous energy sphere. He laughed in excitement supernova. The unfortunate souls facing it could only gape in astonishment. A second later, the magical energy rained down on the land. The pressure instantly created a massive explosion. After launching that attack, Margaret became even more smug, proudly declaring, Margaret is invincible. Meanwhile, Ju looked a little fearful, thinking perhaps I shouldn't be so insolent in front of her for a while. And so things passed as the morning sun once again shone upon the administrative center of Nader Bayern Landshut at Van Persie's villa. Margaret and Ju, each with a different expression, were standing outside in the courtyard. Soon after the carriage they had been waiting for slowly rolled to a stop. Margaret just wore a bored expression and said, They're here. Then she continued to comment, Another flashy entrance. Meanwhile, Ju was amazed by their steel, thinking their armor might be even heavier than the Emperor's elite guard. Meanwhile, a majestic red carpet was rolled out from the carriage. The person being welcomed deliberately placed their foot upon it and began to walk. Next, Maximilian, the Prince Elector of Bavaria, appeared looking very handsome. Upon meeting, Van Persie politely greeted him, "Uncle, are you well?" But he just called her name, choked with emotion, Van Persie. Caught completely off guard, Van Persie was gently pulled into an embrace by Maximilian. Then he quickly asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Have you been eating well? Why are you so thin?" Faced with his intensity, she could only answer awkwardly, "I'm fine, uncle." But his expression immediately changed when she mentioned Jew. With unconcealed killing intent, Maximilian furiously tried to drive him away. "You Valois or whatever you are, get out of my sight." But that man's name, even he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His attitude changed so fast. However, Margaret angrily scolded him, "You idiot! If it weren't for Jew, something terrible would have happened. It's because Jew arrived so quickly that Van Persie was able to return safely." Despite that, he still glared at Jew resentfully. "If only I hadn't been slower than this damn brat." Finally, Maximilian left him with a threat that made him force a smile. "Consider yourself lucky." Jew's eyes followed them as he silently assessed that formidable army. Could he really have arrived any faster with that many people in tow? Meanwhile, he was trying to coax Van Persie. "My beloved niece, sleep with your uncle tonight." Margaret immediately blocked him. "Stay away from her." Van Persie herself was uncomfortable. "Uncle, please stop." And Jew just stood to the side, observing them. It seems Van Persie didn't have a very easy childhood. After that welcome, they moved inside the villa. "Valois, for your great contribution, you shall be granted the title of knight." Maximilian declared in a serious tone, "Serve Van Persie with unwavering loyalty." On his end, Jew bowed his head cautiously to reply, "Thank you, your highness." Inwardly, he thought, today, the Prince Elector of Bavaria granted me the title of knight. He couldn't deny my contribution in rescuing Van Persie. But looking at Maximilian again, Jew felt a little concerned, and he didn't look very happy about it either. Regarding the Reuter's debt, the contract states the knightly house of Reuter will repay Valois State and Valois with Reuter territory in lieu of payment sent in the form of a land certificate. Additionally, there were still murmurs behind Jew. Some people looked displeased about it. To resolve that, Frank's face appeared on a screen. The old man immediately waved them away. "Do you have a problem with my beloved nephew?" Thanks to that, he thought with satisfaction. The emperor said that life is about money and power, and then taught them a lesson. Jew even stuck his nose up in delight. This feeling is just the best. The last place he sought was his bed, and thus a long day came to an end. "I'm dead tired." After complaining, Jew wearily turned over. "The Reuter clan that harassed Van Persie is gone. Now I'm an official knight, and I even have my own domain." Following that line of thought, an indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes. Still, it's really surprising. Memories of Zhuo Xiao then appeared before his eyes. "I've watched over her countless times." That radiant smile suddenly muddled his thoughts, and yet, until now, everything about her feels so new. But Zhu hadn't relaxed for long before someone interrupted him. When he looked over, he exclaimed in surprise, "Calawan!" In return, her face was furious. "My lord!" Then Calawan immediately criticized him. "How could you do that? You were the one who told me to stay close, and then you just disappeared like that. What was I supposed to do?" Faced with the situation, he tried to calm her down. "Calm down." Even so, she said resentfully, "How can I possibly be calm?" Suddenly, a gentle hand was placed on Calawan's shoulder. "Princess Calawan." Just like that, Roland's gentle smile came into her view. "Roland," she slowly advised, "for now, just step back, calm yourself down, and then you can challenge him again." Hearing this, Calawan asked in surprise, "Calm down? Do you mean physical training?" "If it's training, I did that plenty of times when I was under Oscar." But Roland's tone suddenly became mysterious as she leaned into her ear. "Not that kind." Next, she whispered countless secrets to Calawan, making her blush with embarrassment. With that shyness, she hurriedly exclaimed, "I get it. I'll back off for now. Valois, make sure you answer when I call." Roland also happily saw Calawan off for the time being. Meanwhile, Jew was silently wondering, what did those two talk about? After she had left, he spoke politely. "Roland, you saved me." Hearing that, she replied softly, "Well, disappearing from the capital so suddenly, anyone would be shocked." Jew let out a long yawn and was just about to head back to bed. Time for sleep, he thought. But suddenly, he had a visitor. This time, Chelsea appeared in her daily attire, but she was still incredibly beautiful. With such charm, she hesitantly asked, "Could you take a walk with me for a bit?" Unable to resist, Ju eagerly replied, "Of course, let's go right now." Just like that, they walked together under the full moon. What a chaotic day, huh? Ju just kept smiling awkwardly by her side. After that exchange, the two suddenly fell into an awkward silence. But he quickly found a topic. "By the way, is Van Persie a fake name?" She responded to his question with a nod. She went on to explain, "More precisely, that's my baptismal name. The festival in honor of Van Persie is also called Van Persie." Hearing this, Ju seemed impressed, so that's why it sounds so similar to the name of the goddess of mercy. He also recalled some lore. In this game, there are countless different gods. Robin, the god of justice. Van Gaal's face then appeared clearly in his mind. Van Gaal, the goddess of mercy. Next was a hidden silhouette, Obama, the goddess of nature and life. The next name was also a mysterious silhouette, Ma-Ga, the god of light. Suddenly his tone faltered as he mentioned the last one and the wielder of space and time, Aquila. But Ju quickly thought of something else since she serves at the convent of Van Gaal. Charles, that's a beautiful name. His compliment made her very happy. Really? Meanwhile, he was still musing, and it suits her so well. She began shyly. "Could you call me by that name when we're alone?" As if understanding her feelings, he immediately agreed. "Then when we're alone, I'll call you by that name." Ju was also getting more and more excited. This is going great. At this rate, we might even get to the kissing part. But the moment he thought that, something came crashing down right beside them. Ju and Charles both looked completely stunned, not understanding what was going on. As for Xiao Fen, he appeared in a great hurry and said, "Let's go." His demand made Ju let out a sigh. What a crappy life. Then, at the same time, Van Ta stood before her army of demons and declared, "Everyone assemble." Her underlings all bowed their heads and obediently awaited her command. Seeing this, she asked, "Why are all of you only in your underwear?" One of them quickly answered, "Because we don't have any money." Hearing that, Van Ta started to grumble, "But we already sold the entire castle." He shrugged and added, "The payment was delayed due to an economic blockade." Even so, she insisted, "Enough, just get it done." Sen then tried to persuade her. "That's impossible." Putting that aside, Van Ta pointed forward decisively. Anyway, full of confidence, she declared, "The place we're heading to now is the lair of the demon dragon Bradlocker." Following her gesture, Van Ta boomed, "Confront your fear and devour everything." Finally, she pointed fiercely at the sky and shouted, "The demon dragon will be mine."